riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV, yeah. We've been on the road for almost a month, 4,500 miles, driving all the way from Florida. And now we are here, finally approaching our destination, the last frontier. Over the next 6 weeks, we're going to be exploring the 49th state, experiencing all it has to offer, its wildlife, its landscapes of unimaginable beauty, its friendly people, the most remote corner of the North American continent. Join us on our summer 2023 epic adventure in Alaska. The sign says roadwork next 30 miles. Miles! We're back on the imperial system. Although, let me tell you, I was getting used to metric. There's a sign saying we're entering a different time zone. Alaska time, that is. Coming up, the iconic sign. A little more crowded than I was expecting, but I'm sure we'll be able to take that iconic picture. The crease on the pavement must be the actual border. It is a momentous occasion. We have made it to Alaska. We're back in the USA. Now we have to take that requisite picture. Oh, so many stickers on the back. I always wanted to sit down in two countries at the same time. And I guess this is the official marker. This unfortified boundary line between the Dominion of Canada and the United States of America. Cool. Yep, Alaska, the last frontier. These are the voyages of Minitini IV. Its continuing mission to explore new, beautiful places, to seek out new experiences, to boldly go where no Minitini has gone before. Now for the actual border crossing. Totally different set of questions compared to going into Canada. Coming back home, they mostly cared about eggs, poultry, that kind of thing. I did turn off the camera just in case. All of a sudden, we're on good pavement. Here's the Tetlin Refuge Visitor Center. Let's take a break. There are many things to do here, including some hikes, but I just came for the view and to take a break. In the distance, we can see the peaks of the Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve. We continue. Here's a larger rest area, so let's break for lunch. Well, we had a quick TV, dinner, lunch, and now we continue towards Tok. I believe that's how it is pronounced. Beautiful mountains in the distance. I don't know if it is me, but the clouds are definitely different up here. They seem like more shallow, you know? I don't know. Maybe it is me. Oh no, more construction.
eventually the pilot car showed up. I'm sure it is going to be great when they're done, but right now it is a grueling drive. Those mountains.
Well, I think this is what we're gonna call it. This is a boat ramp. There's nobody here. There's someone in that truck camper. I don't know. Anyway, we lost one of our bumper caps. I mean, that road was rough, especially the last. Especially the Alaska portion of the Alcan. As we got into Alaska, it's very, very uneven, very, lots of construction and well, you saw it, hopefully. Now I'm gonna see if I find out if we're allowed to overnight here. Well, I see no signage, and I just spoke to the young couple. I believe they are the ones in the truck camper, and they seem to be staying too, so he's gonna walk here. I mean, there's a gate, but I'm assuming they don't close it at night. So great to finally be in Alaska.
It is time for another RV cooking show, and we bought some Ukrainian garlic sausage, and we're gonna slice that. It is kind of dry, so let's add some oil. Frozen onions, frozen peppers, keeping it simple while boondocking. Salt, cayenne pepper, smoked paprika. I think it could use more onions. And camp mix seasoning. A little bit of cooking wine. It's gonna be good.
Bon appetit. Ukrainian sausages. All right, let's go on a little walk. Well, we're gonna see if we can walk on that bridge, if it is safe, but I wanted to give you a quick fact here. Here in the Tok, Alaska area, sunset is gonna be at 11:46 p.m. and sunrise is at 3:17 a.m. So, I mean, it's never really gonna get dark. I'm gonna see if I can stay awake to show you. Or maybe I'll leave the camera on the roof, do it a time lapse. But yeah, it's we're truly now in the land of the midnight sun. The flowers are blooming. And it's such a beautiful day today. It's about 70 degrees, perfect weather. And right now it's what? It's already 7 p.m. and the sun looks like it is 3. Now, the flowers are blooming in Alaska.
Tomorrow we're driving towards those mountains, which, by the way, here we are about 10 miles east of Tok. Just amazing. Here's the Tetlin River.
working morning for the most part. We're getting ready to depart towards Tok and Delta Junction. But first, let's just take a quick hike across the road here. Because I saw something. Take a look at those mountains. I mean, we're going in that general direction next. Yeah, amazing looking mountains. Which, by the way, we're getting pretty decent solar here. But we're so far north, you know, the sun is at such an angle that, you know, we're probably getting 200 watts maximum, which is about 50% of our solar capacity, which barely keeps up with the refrigerator, Starlink, and the computers. So yeah, we're down to about 15% actually. So were we to continue boondocking tonight, which probably not, we're gonna have to run that generator at some point. And yeah, this seems to be the old road, because I think what I see here at the end are the ruins of an old bridge. So let's check it out. I just can't get over how beautiful those mountains look. And we might start a tradition here in Alaska, something I might call the mosquito report. Yeah, the mosquitoes are getting worse, and they're getting inside the rig somewhere. I don't know how, because I don't see any way for them to go in, but they're going in. They're not utterly aggressive, you know, they're kind of, what's the word? Lethargic would be a word, but the quantity, there's a lot of them. Right now, you know, as I walk, but if I stop for a split second, you know, they start swarming. So, I hear they're gonna get progressively worse, so it's just something we're gonna have to deal with, right? They call it the national bird of Alaska. It seems like this used to be an old bridge that no longer is. The remains of an old bridge, and that's the other end over there. And that's all there is to it. We saw someone here hanging out yesterday, so we were like, let's see what that looks like. Oh, those mountains, man. It's like, I'm in love with Alaska already.
Quick lunch and off we go. Here we are, Tok, Alaska, population 1,243, the first town of any size we encounter in Alaska. There's a supermarket, post office, visitor center, flight seeing tours. But I see free car wash with fill-up, so let's do that. Not a whole lot of pressure on this side, but hey, it is better than nothing. We've got more road construction. There's nothing we can do but hang tight and hope nothing gets damaged in the trailer with all the vibration. Those mountains though. now crossing the Robertson River. Is that ice on the river? I believe it is. It is definitely ice. It's a boreal forest. Can't get over all these views of the Alaska Range. Most of the drive looks like this though. We have a reservation for tomorrow in Fairbanks. We're actually gonna stay there for almost a week. So I figured we would stay at Delta Junction just one night, relatively close, and there is an RV park, but it is almost completely empty. There's no one at the office, and to be honest, the place doesn't look all that appealing, so let's continue towards the end of the Alyeska Highway. This is it. This is the Visitor Center.
Well, we've made it to Delta Junction, a town that is famous for one thing. And only one thing. Well, besides the mosquitoes, which are pretty epic in this area. This is the northern terminus of the Alyeska Highway. So a couple of days ago, we were in Dawson Creek, not the TV series, but the town in British Columbia, which is mile marker 0, the beginning. Well, this is mile 1422, the end of our epic journey to the last frontier. Now we're gonna spend about a month and a half here in Alaska, but I thought this would be a great momentous occasion.
Well, these devices remind me of the Alyeska Pipeline. And there's not much else to do here on a Monday. There's a brewery, but it is closed, so we're going to drive 22 miles south on the Richardson Highway to take a look at the Alyeska Pipeline. I had heard the Richardson Highway was beautiful, and let me tell you, it does not disappoint. Isn't this like the most gorgeous scenery? And this is like the beginning of Alaska, right? I don't think we've gotten to the best part yet. Actually, it is hard to imagine it could get much better than this. And here we are. Here we go, our first view of the Alyeska Pipeline. Of course, we'll see a lot more of it when we drive the Dalton Highway in a few days. The pipeline is 800 miles long, and it goes from the oil fields in Prudhoe Bay by the Arctic Ocean to Valdez in the south. It was built between 1975 and 1977 with great difficulty because of the extreme cold, isolated terrain, and building on permafrost. These pipes are called thermosiphons. They conduct heat from the oil to the fins at the top of the pipes in order to avoid thawing the permafrost. Here are some facts, and very soon we'll be going all the way from Fairbanks to Prudhoe Bay. Can't wait. Those are almost impossibly beautiful mountains. It almost looks fake. I am so happy to finally be in Alaska. Here we moved a little farther north. Gorgeous. Just gorgeous. Looking southwest here. We can see the pipeline and the Delta River far in the distance. We continue, and keep your eyes peeled because here on the right we have a moose, a lone moose on the fringes of the forest. Check out the pipeline on the right, going over the Tanana River. Now here's the dilemma. Where are we going to stay tonight? There are several state parks along Alyeska Highway 2. Some seem very nice actually, but they are all wooded. And tomorrow Tuesday, we do need to have internet for work. So we either have to have good cell phone signal or a clear view of the sky. So I called the KOA in Fairbanks and left him a message asking if we can arrive perhaps a day early. Hopefully we'll get an answer soon. Also, our battery is running low and I don't really feel like cranking up the generator, so full hookups would be nice. Can you believe we are a whole day ahead of schedule? That's unheard of for us. But I did add a couple of buffer days to the plan here and there to allow for serendipity to take a hand at the wheel. Actually, this might work as a boondocking possibility for tonight. It is next to a body of water, no trees overhead. Yeah, this might work. Just as we're getting settled, we get a call back from the KOA, so to Fairbanks we go. Fairbanks is going to be our home base for the next week. There are certain housekeeping items that need to be done, like getting an oil change and finally checking that tire that was losing air. I need a haircut. And there's of course the Midnight Sun Festival, Chena Hot Springs, Pioneer Park, the Museum of the North Pole. Yeah, there's a town actually called North Pole. And then from Fairbanks we take off on the greatest adventure, the Dalton Highway, to the northernmost point you can drive to on the American continent. Fairbanks is Alaska's second largest city and the largest one in the interior region. Centrally located in the middle of the state, it is a good starting place to visit points of interest in most directions. While there are not many roads going west of here, this is going to be our starting point to drive the Dalton Highway, which goes almost to the Arctic Ocean, to the northernmost point you can drive in America. To the south, we have Denali National Park, and what I'm going to call, let's call it the touristy part of Alaska. The east, well, we just came from there, but over the next few days, we're going to explore the area. The Fairbanks North Star Borough, which is home to almost 100,000 people. After almost a month on the road, it will also be a good place to take care of certain things like an oil change, a much-needed haircut, and enjoy certain big city amenities. On our first day, we're just driving around, getting our first look, the lay of the land, and there's a lot of road construction going on, but other than that, it looks very similar to the way it did 13 years ago when we visited for the first time. Yes, we've been here before, but I look forward to exploring this area in a lot more depth. Well, good morning. Today we begin exploring Fairbanks, but we're gonna start at a town called North Pole. Well, not super clean, but if anything it is better than it was before. This will require some elbow grease. And here we are at this giant Santa Claus
sculpture here, statue in North Pole. That seems to be Santa's house, so let's go over there. Well, as you can see here in North Pole, Alaska, it's Christmas year-round, even today. By the way, today is the summer solstice, the first day of summer, the longest day of the year.
This place kind of reminds me of that Christmas store we visited in Frankenmuth, Michigan. Bronner's it is called. And that one might be bigger, but this one is located on the North Pole, so to speak. Oh yeah, this is totally me.
Well, what can I say? I had to do it. I had to get that t-shirt. Now let's see what they have over there. If memory serves, as I was here back in 2010. If memory serves, they have some reindeer on that side.
There's Rudolph, but not this reindeer. They have real reindeer. There, that's it. Antler Academy. They are very cute creatures. This one looks kind of sad. By the way, there is an experience here where you get to pet them and feed them, but we're not gonna do that today. We're just going to enjoy them for free through the wire fence. They do seem to be hungry. In my opinion, Santa could use a new coat of paint. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. And I like how the lampposts are candy canes. By the way, this is where we're staying, at the Fairbanks Chino River KOA, formerly Riverview RV Park. Even though all we were able to get was one of the worst, smallest sites by the front, it is really nice. We'll tour it later. They are building a bridge over these railroad tracks because according to what I've heard, it is a very dangerous intersection during winter whiteout conditions. And let me tell you, someday I would like to experience this town during winter time. I bet it'll be such a different experience, this being the coldest city in the US, and it being so far north. In the short, frigid days of winter, they barely get 4 hours of daylight. Anyway, this is the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and this building right here is the Museum of the North.
Well, we've made it to the Museum of the North, and this is something you don't see in the lower 48, at least not where I'm from. As you know, it gets very cold here, so all the cars, they have like a plug in the front hanging out, and it's an engine block heater, and here you connect your vehicle to power so it doesn't freeze and you can start it again. I think you have to pay for parking. Let me tell you, they nickel and dime you for everything here. Parking, $1.50 for 2 hours. 2 hours should be enough. Very modern looking building.
Admission to the museum is $16 for adults, and they have discounts for seniors, locals, youth, military, and it is very nice. It's got all kinds of things, from art to native culture to wildlife. Here's a huge grizzly and an outboard engine used while exploring the Bering Strait, the part that borders Russia. And here we have a polar bear.
This must have been here a long time. Still says USSR.
Muskox. We might see some of these in the Arctic soon. The snow owl. The Arctic fox. Here we have some displays illustrating Inuit culture. The museum is as massive as some of the artifacts it holds. Here are the preserved remains of the now extinct steppe bison. This one found near Fairbanks. The ascents to Denali. The Alyeska Pipeline. Klondike Gate. Yeah, the museum encompasses a great variety of subjects and some very unique artifacts. These are the bones of a bowhead whale. Here's a work of art called The Outhouse. Yeah, I couldn't resist. And this is the art gallery section.
Please enter quietly.
The sound and lights in this room are determined by the movements of the sun, the moon, the auroras, and other elements, vibrations beyond our senses. Very cool, the museum. Now let's continue. Here's a preserved blockhouse from an early Russian settlement dating back to 1841. And at any moment, a moose could come out of that forest. We are surrounded by wildlife and oversized insects. Here we have a view of the Alaska Range. On a clear day, you can even see Denali, but not today. There they are, all the snow-capped peaks, barely visible. And that dish keeps moving back and forth. I wonder what they're listening for. But here, the Museum of the North, totally worth a couple of hours of our time here in Fairbanks. Now, since today we are kind of in a museum mood, let's go see the Pioneer Village. Check it out, they're moving the dish again. Crossing the Chena River, there it is on the left. There is also something called the Salmon Bake, but I've heard mixed reviews, so we might not do it. Pioneer Park does allow for overnight RV parking for $12 per night, so that's another possibility here, another option if we're staying in Fairbanks. It is dry camping though. Here we have the Harding car, also called the Denali car. This is the rail car President Warren Harding rode when he came to Alaska in 1923. He was the first US president to visit Alaska, and he came for the completion of the Alaska Railroad. It is like stepping back in time.
Pretty cool. Apparently this was the rail car used by President Harding when he was here in Alaska. Was it 1923? Yeah, smells like old in here.
21 hours and 50 minutes of daylight. They have many of these historic cabins. They have moved from their original locations around town to here. Pioneer Park, this one being the oldest, dating back to 1904. Some of the cabins have been turned into museums, some are businesses. Let's check out the Kitty Hensley house. She was a pioneer, she owned a riverboat, and even though the house has been slightly modified over the years, the main structure is the same. And the interior has been preserved to look as it would have been in the early 1900s. This other historic cabin is now a business. Very cute gold rush town with all these historic cabins, and very well preserved too. Here's the First Presbyterian Church. Let's continue walking around. Dating back to 1906, this used to be the Palace Hotel and Bathhouse. Nowadays, it is the Palace Emporium. Here's the Palace Theater and Saloon. Check it out, a wood-cutting truck from 1909, owned by Woodsaw Bill. He cut wood here in Fairbanks for over 40 years. I could actually use something like this at Pelicamp. Yes, it is one of those places with old-time photos, and the Pioneer Museum, and the Railroad Museum. But I have another museum in mind, actually. Cool cabin with all the antlers. It seems to be a thing. Let's check out the Pioneer Air Museum. Here's the one aircraft you can actually go inside, so let's do it. It is a 1966 Bell Model UH-1H. They have all kinds of engines, lights, a flight simulator, and plenty of old airplanes and artifacts. Way cool to see. You could easily spend an hour here looking at everything they have, but for you, it'll be less than a minute.
Well, that was very cool small museum there. Actually, I enjoyed it. I was gonna go to the antique car museum here in town, but I think this was better since we already saw the antique car museum the last time we were in Fairbanks. 13 years ago. Now let's go see the riverboat.
It is the SS Nenana, the last lady of the river. The stern wheeler was built in 1933. Retired in 1955, and it provided access to interior Alaska long before roads could be built. It seems to be in a little bit of disrepair these days.
Very cool. Could use a coat of paint in my opinion, but it would be great to be able to see inside though. But this one, like the Klondike, is also closed. Tons of dandelions and flowers blooming in Fairbanks.
Definitely. At least a coat of paint is in order. Tonight is that famous midnight baseball game that starts at 10 p.m. and they don't use any artificial lighting. We're thinking of going, but first we're gonna meet up with the Shacklefords, longtime viewers and supporters of the channel. And we're going to the most northern brewery in America, Silver Gulch, just about 10 miles north of Fairbanks. They're supposed to have real good food too. And here we are, and what a great time was had by all. Great food, good beer, but what happens at the brewery stays in the brewery. See you tomorrow.
Well, good afternoon. It's been a working morning. Took Starship for an oil change and maintenance. They rotated the tires. They even patched and plugged the tire. I had apparently a screw in one of the tires. It was leaking air very slowly, so that's a good thing. So here we are. We are at the Fairbanks Chena River KOA. This is what they call the economy sites here at the front, but it's a very nice campground. This is a brand new KOA. This used to be called Ocean View RV Park, and we are kind of equidistant, halfway between Fairbanks and North Pole. Yes, this is there, the new KOA.
Some of these pull-through sites in the middle are very nice and Starlink friendly.
By the way, last night was that midnight baseball game. We started at 10. We didn't feel like going, so we didn't go. And by the way, talking about Starlink, we're not getting any Starlink at our site. We have some tall trees just north of us, but if we had one of these sites here, I see everybody with Starlink. Luckily, Fairbanks is a big city, so we have great Verizon and great AT&T service here. By the way, this is, in my opinion, the nicest part of the campground here. They have some swings overlooking the river and some gas fire pits over there. And this would be the Chena River.
It is really great to be next to a body of water, and the Chena River here cuts through the whole Fairbanks metropolitan area.
Just met up with another viewer here. He's a mobile tech here in Alaska. He told me he's the only mobile tech between Whitehorse and Anchorage or another town. I forgot the name of the town. We have some propane fire pits and games. It's pretty cool. It's a cool KOA, and we're enjoying today. Such great weather. It's supposed to rain later today, but right now it's like unseasonably warm. It's like 80 degrees here in Alaska.
Tell you what, I'm in the mood for barbecue. So we came back to downtown because Fairbanks is home to the world's northernmost southern barbecue joint.
What can I say? I was in the mood for southern barbecue. The northernmost southern barbecue. Puro IPA, cheers.
Brisket.
13 years later, Big Daddy's did not disappoint. It's raining though.
Yeah, when we were here back in 2010, we stayed at the Bridgewater Hotel, which is the building where Big Daddy's Barbecue is located. We'll be coming back soon, especially since in 2 days they are celebrating the Midnight Sun Festival. Can't miss that. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to Chena Hot Springs. Chena Hot Springs is about an hour drive east of Fairbanks, and there is only one road which dead ends there. I'm not sure yet whether I'm going to take a dip in the warm waters, but there is also an ice museum that we want to see. And here we are, Chena Hot Springs Resort. Let's find parking. This is it.
Talkeetna Hot Springs. I guess the hot springs are this big. Massage therapy.
Yeah, pretty cool resort. Oh, pool, that must be it. Okay, so there is a viewing area.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna view the springs first because I don't know, it's getting kind of cold at this time of the day, and so I'm not sure I want to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do it anymore. The temperature is dropping at this time of the day, and really, it is just a pool with warm water fed from the spring. I hear in winter it can be very special, as you sometimes get to see the northern lights as you're soaking in the hot water in sub-zero temperatures. I have a feeling this creek here may be the actual spring. Let's walk around the resort a little bit. Here they have this greenhouse, and the main thing we're going to do here is take the tour of the Aurora Ice Museum. That you actually have to reserve here.
Well, spoiler, today you don't get to see me wear my bathing suit. I decided not to go into the pool. I don't know, this is the thing, it's very nice, everything is very nice, but it's just a pool. You know, I'm sure that the water has some medicinal properties, but what we really want to do today is the ice museum. So we bought tickets. It's every 2 hours they do like guided tours. So that's what we're gonna do now.
I guess it is always Christmas at the Talkeetna Hot Springs Resort. And this is how they make our martini glass, out of ice, from scratch. Very, very cool. In more than one way. It is a little dark in here, but this place is amazing. All sculptures are made out of ice, some of which have been here for over 20 years, never allowed to thaw. Here's the wedding chapel, the flowers, frozen in ice as long as the couple stay together.
Oh, look at the acoustics in here. Wow.
These are actual rooms where you can spend the night. A very cold night. It is so great to see all these sculptures made out of ice. Now for the pièce de résistance. Let's hit the Aurora Ice Bar. It is very dark in here, so it's kind of hard to show it on video. And we are the last tour of the day, so our guide is being very generous with the apple tinnies. What a great time! Still photography does it a little more justice, since we can do a longer exposure.
The car is right there. Wait for me. Whew. Here we go.
Well, that was a super fun experience, that ice museum. Super cool bartender. I forgot his name, but yeah, kudos to him. And yeah, we got to speak to some of our, the other guests there. It was probably the Appletini was the highlight of the whole thing, even though the art is great as well. Now we have about an hour drive to Fairbanks, so, and the rain is, I see blue sky in the horizon, so I have hopes.
And we're back. It is wet and soupy, but today was fun. And tomorrow is Friday. Good night. Well, this is where we're going later. It's still closed, but hey, Havana nights in Fairbanks. Let's walk around downtown a little bit.
Not very lively at this time of the day, and there's a lot of construction going on. I wonder what all those pipes coming off the ground are for. Probably something related to winter. And this is the courthouse.
Yeah, they have no parking signs after 9 p.m. all over the place, because I think that's where they're gonna set up tonight, the Midnight Sun Festival. And we check it out, we're at the Golden Heart Plaza.
The statue in the middle of the plaza is called The Unknown First Family by Malcolm Alexander.
Lots of flowers everywhere this time of the year. And one curious fact, I want you to look at all the satellite dishes. They're pointing south, like really almost horizontally. And we are so far away from the equator here that that's how low they have to go to hit the geosynchronous satellites.
The clock tower was donated by the Fairbanks Rotary Club in 1990, commemorating the first 50 years of service to Fairbanks and the interior. Of course, we are right next to the Chena River.
Chena River.
This brings back so many memories from our trip 13 years ago.
There was a flood. The water came all the way up to here. Wow. And this right here, the Bridgewater Hotel. I think they painted it a different color, but that's where we stayed back in 2010, when we came to Alaska for the first time, and that's Big Daddy's Barbecue. And I believe there's a Masonic temple somewhere around here, but I think we're gonna start heading back towards the Jazz Bistro.
This is 2nd Avenue here in downtown, one of the main streets. Tomorrow is, of course, the Midnight Sun Festival, and we'll see all this full of people.
One curious thing about Alaska here, most cars have like a power plug in the front, and I believe that's for an engine block heater, because otherwise you won't be able to start your car in the morning.
We continue walking towards Jazz Bistro on 4th, which seems to be a Cuban restaurant.
Do you think that's Denali? And here we are.
Jazz Bistro, where Cuba meets Alaska. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this is probably the world's northernmost Cuban restaurant. I mean, unless there is one at the Lapland or Siberia. This has got to be it, right? Our wine has arrived.
So we got the Cuban-style halibut.
And this is the first of, I'm sure, many halibuts we'll have in Alaska. And flan for dessert, of course. They do have live music, but it starts late.
At 10. That was really good. I wouldn't call it a 100% authentic Cuban food, but it's got a good fusion going on there, and I guess it is a Cuban-Alaskan fusion, and it's really good. I would recommend it. They're gonna have music at 11 p.m. If we have the stamina at that time, we'll come back and enjoy the Latin jazz. But for now, I think we're going back to the campground. It is June 24th, and today is the Midnight Sun Festival, so let's head into town. Back in 2010, Fairbanks was the first thing we ever saw in Alaska. And ever since then, this town has had a special place in my heart. There is something about it. Well, very lucky, found parking in downtown, just 1 block away from the festival. So let's join the festivities. It almost feels today like the entire population of the city is here, and who can blame them? This festival celebrates the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, and the end of the long, crude Alaska winter. Matanuska. It's a rubber ducky race. Here's the clock tower on this perfect weather day. Let's walk to the other side of the Chena River. Fairbanks is one of those cities not particularly special when it comes to architecture. One could even say it's a little rough around the edges. But spend enough time here and it will still a special place in your heart. Also, once you realize how far away you are from the rest of the USA. We are far closer to Siberia, in fact more than half closer than the rest of the contiguous United States. This monument commemorates the two nations' cooperation during the Second World War. Here's an antique car exhibition, which reminds me, there is a really good antique car museum in town. We're not going to visit this time around, but I really recommend it, the Fountainhead Antique Auto Museum. Here's my all-time favorite, the 57 Bel Air. For Galaxy, it's Studebaker. Yay. But as you probably know, this is the one that I like. 57 Chevy, different color, but Chevy Bel Air, that was the one. Model A Ford.
It has its own idiosyncrasies that you have to pay attention to. There's a certain order of procedures in order to get it started. Yeah.
Like yes, starting with the quick.
Yep, you got a hand start. So you have to make sure your ignition is retarded.
For the most part, it is regular festival fare, but with an Alaska twist sometimes.
encounter all kinds of interesting music at the Fairbanks Midnight Sun Festival. I haven't seen a marimba band since Guatemala, I think, many years ago. We're enjoying really good weather today. Perfect festival weather.
Not for you, what you gonna do? Follow me around, baby, deja vu. Dare you to try, I'll make you cry. Don't get burned, baby, I run high. And I saw your smile, and we walked on intertwined. The world was inside of me.
Certainly a great variety of musical styles. And competitions.
Oh man. And they're done. Holy smokes.
Well, 13 years later, here we are once again at the Midnight Sun Festival. Maybe I'll get this year's t-shirts too.
We've been trying to get a beer, but everywhere is so crowded. Long lines, but let's check this place out. Nice views, but the beer isn't very good. It is kind of flat and warm, but we just came for the view.
Well, we're gonna take a break from all the festivities and go somewhere else.
Outdoor spinning class, perhaps? We came to Hoodoo Brewing Company. Seems to be the local spot, and we ran into Ryan, the mobile RV tech I mentioned earlier. Campsite RV repairs. It is a small world, or perhaps a small town in this case. They seem to have a really good barbecue food truck too.
We got the barbecue brisket sandwich. Yep. What do you know? Alaskans really know how to do barbecue. It's good brisket. I almost got hit by a dolphin.
Very cool to attend these local celebrations, to see a city come together and celebrate and enjoy the beginning of the short summer season. Some of the music has certainly improved a bit, and it'll probably get even better as the night progresses. Oh wait, what is night? It doesn't get dark this time of the year.
Clean it up, Dante.
The festival was a lot of fun. We were tired, We're tired. We're heading back to the campground, and maybe we'll be back for another midnight sun festival in a couple of years.
We decided to come to the Pump House, arguably one of the best restaurants in Fairbanks. But we didn't take into account that it is Sunday and they're only serving brunch. Their dinner menu was really good the last time we were here, so let's hope brunch is good too. The food did not disappoint. Really good salmon. I just wish I had 2 stomachs. Of course, gotta have dessert.
For today? For brunch? Yeah, what time? Okay.
Well, that was really good.
Let's walk around the grounds because it is beautiful out here. They also have outdoor seating, but we kind of made the reservation last minute.
They have outside seating too. Oh yeah, it is a tradition now. We're coming to the Pump House whenever we come here for Illy's birthday. The only thing this time around, I didn't realize that it was like brunch, you know, so it's only, they didn't have their full menu. I was looking forward to some reindeer, but we'll have to have our reindeer and our king crab somewhere else. Hello, little fella. It's a beautiful setting here at the Pump House.
They also have this other area out here, probably for private events and that sort of thing. They do have riverboats here in Fairbanks. It is supposed to be very historic, but I think we're going to save that for next time. As you can probably tell, I really like this town and will return sooner than later. Probably in winter so that we can see the northern lights. The riverboat on a frozen river is probably going to be a non-starter, but I would love to see this town in a different light, or lack thereof. In December, they only get like 3 hours of daylight.
And that's it from Fairbanks. It's been kind of a slow day today. Getting ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're taking the Dalton Highway north, which is one of the most remote roads in North America for sure. And there's a stretch of road, 240 miles with no services. That's a little beyond our range here, so I filled up 2 5-gallons of gasoline. That's 10 extra gallons. I've got the generator, I've got the jackery, you know. I just filled up our fresh water tank. And now I want to make sure that our lugs are properly, you know, tightened. Hello everybody and good morning. Well, technically it's not morning yet. The time is 1:40. Sunset was about an hour ago, 12:44 a.m. and sunrise will be at 3:02 a.m. So this is basically midnight and the sun, you know, it's still light outside. Now where we're going next, this is going to be even more drastic because the sun is never going to set. So let's head to the Arctic. If you haven't guessed, today we're going to the Arctic Circle. I've got my Dalton Highway guide, so let's do it.
The Dalton Highway officially begins 80 miles north of Fairbanks at the Living Good Junction. The first 10 miles are going to be on the Stees Highway, which so far is in great condition. And our first stop is coming up actually, at this pullout where you can see the Alyeska Pipeline up close. And they have interpretive signs and artifacts, and I can already see it. Stopping here is of great significance in the context of our trip because the construction of this pipeline was the very reason for the road we're about to take.
Well, this is one of the few places where you get to see the pipeline up close. If you recall, a couple of days ago we went to another spot where you can see it, but here you can actually stand under it. So let's check it out and see some of these artifacts. They have like the pegs, which are the devices they use to cling to service, to the pipeline. Of course, we're going to be seeing a lot more of the pipeline as we continue driving north on the Dalton, but this is probably as close as we're going to get.
Here's an award from the American Welding Society, and this device is called pegs. This first one was used to scrape wax buildup when the pipeline started operations, and then replaced by this one, used for cleaning and flow improvement.
Okay. Here's that retired peg, and pretty cool how they send them on the pipeline, and they monitor things, they clean the pipeline. It's very interesting. Well, now continue north. The next stop, it's not quite the Arctic Circle yet. The next stop is actually the beginning of the Dalton Highway. It's still about 2 hours away.
And these are those pipes used to dissipate heat and protect the permafrost.
So we are here. This is the Arctic Circle, and eventually we'll make it to Prudhoe Bay.
We continue on Alaska Highway 2, the Stees Highway in this section. As we approach Fox, there's a fork on the road. If we were to make a right, we would continue on the Stees Highway, Alaska Highway 6, which dead ends at a town called Circle, on the bank of the Yukon River. Although it is not quite at the Arctic Circle, it is still a whole degree of latitude south. Going straight, we enter the Elliott Highway, which we are going to drive for about 70 miles. It is paved, so that's a good thing. We're starting to get some frost heaves, and there's construction going on. I have a feeling road conditions are going to start deteriorating here real soon. That's gotta be a boring job, holding that stop sign all day long, but someone's gotta do it, right? There's the pipeline, and we're going to see a lot of it during the next few days, since it parallels the road all the way to Prudhoe Bay. It is becoming a bad roller coaster ride with all these frost heaves. Let's stop real quick to see how everything is doing back there.
Well, the Elliott Highway, so far, worse than I expected, worse than I remembered. So let's see how everything fared in here. Well, so far, so good. Yeah, besides this, everything else seems to be in place.
The Dalton Highway, 14 miles. We're almost there. And before you ask, yes, Minitini IV came with solid steps, but we thought it would be more practical to have a step ladder for this particular trip, since we're going to be camping at tight places in all kinds of uneven terrain. Here's Living Good Junction, the beginning of the Dalton Highway. There are signs warning about heavy industrial traffic, and this is where the pavement ends. For the next 416 miles, we have a theoretical speed limit of 50 miles per hour, but I doubt we're going to be able to go that fast most of the time.
Well, yeah, this will be the ultimate road trip for Starship and Minitini IV. We are doing the Dalton Highway. And yeah, we did this back in 2010, but just with a Jeep. And we're going from Fairbanks here all the way to Prudhoe Bay, which is, I mean, the road ends just a few miles from the Arctic, and then we're gonna take a tour from there. And yeah, this road was originally made just for the construction of the pipeline, and it wasn't even open to the public until the 1980s, if what I read is correct. And yeah, here's some information about the construction of the pipeline.
Oh, we've been anticipating this moment for such a long time.
All right, it's gonna be a long road ahead. It's 414 miles and 50 miles to the first services, which is, I believe it's 50 miles, the Yukon River. So let's get underway. Today we're only gonna make it to the Arctic Circle, though. You know, we're gonna take it slow.
Here goes nothing. This first section is pretty rough. There seems to be a lot of construction going on. By the way, the road was named after Alaskan engineer James Dalton, built as a supply road for the pipeline and the Prudhoe Bay oil operations. And that is still its main function. Here's a little bit of history. In 1966, the North Slope was open for oil extraction, and soon after, the road was built. But that first road ended up being a failure due to poor engineering, thawing permafrost, and the harsh conditions of this remote area. The final road and the pipeline would not be completed until 1977. Then, in 1981, the road was partially open to the public, and the entire length in 1994. By the way, road conditions have improved a little bit, but I'm afraid it may not last. I knew it, we have more construction coming up. I have a feeling these construction delays are going to be more the norm than the exception, but what can you do? I guess this is the price you pay for driving the most remote road in America. Here we are following a pilot car. Pavement, ever so briefly. It is otherwise a beautiful drive. This, coming up here on the left, would have been our first stop, our first point of interest, the Hess Creek Overlook, but it is closed due to construction, which is a real bummer because I wanted to reenact our 2010 trip as closely as possible. As I mentioned, we've been here before. In fact, driving the Dalton was the main reason we came to Alaska for the first time back in 2010. And here's the story. Sometime, I want to say in the mid-2000s, I was doing some travel research online, as you do, surfing the interwebs. Like, what's the coldest city in the world? It turned out to be a city in Siberia. I think we're gonna save that one for a future date. Then I searched highest paved road in America. That was Mount Evans, which we eventually did in 2014. Northernmost road in the world? That was the North Cape in Norway, which we eventually also did in 2018. The northernmost road in America turned out to be this one, the Dalton. That seemed somehow more feasible. Around that time, we also started watching a reality show called Ice Road Truckers, in which a group of semi-truck drivers competed, hauling loads up the Dalton during the icy winter months. So we started investigating the logistics of actually driving this road. Rental companies do not allow their vehicles on the Dalton, and RV rentals only to the Arctic Circle. There are special outfitters in Fairbanks, however, that will rent you an all-wheel drive SUV for the ultimate adventure, so that's what we did back in 2010, 13 years ago. We always thought it would be cool to attempt this with an RV, having our own bathroom, and being able to stay at several campgrounds along the way. We had everything planned for 2020, then 2020 happened. Now we are finally able to do it, this reprise of our 2010 adventure, and we are super stoked, even if it doesn't end up being exactly the same experience. There it is, our first sighting of the mighty Yukon River, our next stop along the Dalton. Here we are crossing the Yukon on the wooden deck of the E.L. Patton Bridge, the only bridge crossing the Yukon in Alaska. And this is where we're going to stop, Yukon Camp. They have a restaurant, a hotel, convenience store, and most importantly, fuel. The bridge over the Yukon was completed in 1975, and it is pretty impressive. The bridge also carries the pipeline. And down there, the small cabin is the Yukon Crossing Contact Station with interpretive signs. And then the Yukon River Camp. And yes, that is the whole thing. A small settlement in an otherwise vast wilderness. Very interesting how the bridge was built on a slope too. One end higher than the other. You don't see that every day. Beautiful landscape looking towards the southwest. Alright, let's have lunch. Making sandwiches at the Yukon River. Well, here we are. This is the Yukon camp. We just had some sandwiches for lunch. Although, in there, they have a small restaurant. You know, burgers and stuff. They have I believe that is like a small hotel. And most importantly, gas. This is one of two other places where we're gonna find services on the road. So we're gonna fill up here and then head to the Arctic Circle. But first, let's check out the Yukon River. Now crossing the Dalton by foot. And there's the pipeline. I told you we were gonna see lots of it. I wonder if this is fireweed. Let's go into the visitor center. Here we go. Here we have some information about the bridge, the Alyeska Pipeline. Let's walk swiftly because the mosquitoes are relentless and very numerous. This is one of two viewing platforms from where you can see the bridge and the river. There are interpretive signs about the river and the construction of the bridge. I think this might be the last time we're gonna be able to get out of the car and seeing things without putting bug spray. Unfortunately, the contact station is closed. Let's go back and top off the tank. Well, they have an interesting system here. You just leave your credit card, you pump, and then you take a picture of how much money you spent, and then you take it back. Which, by the way, $7.49 per gallon. But hey, that's Dalton Highway prices here. This is gonna be an expensive fill-up. I did manage to add my sticker to the pump, so if you happen to pass through here, let me know if you can find it. Let's get on our way. Here's one of the road construction tanker trucks, pumping water right off this creek. Pretty cool. And back in the Dalton we are. Just 4.5 miles north of Yukon River Camp, there used to be another restaurant that had some pretty good sandwiches. I've heard it's not open anymore though, so let's corroborate. There is indeed a closed gate blocking our way. We're gonna have to reverse. Easier said than done. This is a section of the road with many steep grades, lots of which truck drivers have given names to over the years. This one coming up is called Sand Hill. This one is not so bad, but I think the one coming next, if memory serves, is pretty impressive. This is it. This may be the most famous one of them all, the roller coaster. Look at that sheer drop. Not for the faint of heart. It is very dusty on this part of the Dalton. Here we're going to make a detour and drive about a mile up this hill to the 86-mile overlook. Here they're storing all these road construction materials, but the views towards the Yukon Flats National Wildlife Refuge should be pretty epic.
Here we are. Check it out. That's some legit dirt on Minitini. It's getting thicker, that layer of mud. But, well, here we are. This is the 86.5 mile overlook. And just listen to the sound of silence up here. You know, I mean, you hear some traffic on the Dalton Highway down there, but it's very peaceful up here. And down there, the Dalton and the pipeline, as always, ever present. Well, we're gonna take a 5-minute break here. Whoops, I think I have a mosquito on my eye. And then we continue.
Let's enjoy this view for a few minutes. Check it out! I believe those may be some granite tors, a rock formation typical of the tundra. I believe we'll be seeing more soon. There's still a little bit of snow here.
Getting dirty up here. Look at the jack.
Here's a really good spot from where you can get a great photo of the Dalton and the pipeline. Let's wait until the dust settles. I believe the zigzag pattern is to allow it to expand and contract with the temperature changes, and also to withstand earthquakes. We continue, the pipeline ever present throughout our journey. Here's our next stop, Finger Mountain.
Well, we're stopped here at the Finger Mountain wayside. It's getting chilly. Uh-oh. I hear the water pump. Oh. Well, yeah, there are a couple of screws and brackets that were on the floor. I don't know where they belong, but other than that, I think, look at the sewer. This is gonna be fun. Oh, we need to get water. That's the main thing. We need to get water soon.
There it is, Finger Mountain, pointing towards Fairbanks actually.
Okay, let's check out all these rocks, which I believe are formed by the permafrost, you know? It's like, they just come up from underground as the ground freezes and thaws. But, by the way, did I mention it is getting chillier? I'm gonna have to grab my hoodie the next time we get out of the car.
Here's some information about Finger Rock, a landmark through time. Let's go on a little hike to the highest point, for perhaps a commanding view. Here's some information about these rock formations and how they formed over the course of millions of years. There's the road ahead and the pipeline.
As I mentioned, all these rocks are called tors. And Finger Mountain back there seems to be the biggest one of them all.
About our little incident back there, with all the bouncing and vibration, it opened the sink faucet, and I don't really know how much water we lost. Even worse, I don't really know how full our gray tank is. Yes, we have sensors, but they're not all that accurate. And the closest dump station is at the 5-mile campground, which we left behind 40 miles back, about an hour ago. According to the BLM map, there's a dump station in Deadhorse, so we're going to keep going. Now, if we can't find that dump station in Deadhorse, the return trip will have to be a little more rushed than the original plan. Of course, showers will be uncommon until we find somewhere to dump the tanks. This is another one of those steep grades named by truckers over the years, this one called the Beaver Slide. We have arrived to perhaps the most important landmark of our journey, the Arctic Circle, and there is a BLM campground, so this is where we're gonna spend the night. Then again, it will never get dark, so we may not get much sleep.
And we've made it to one of the most important landmarks of our trip here, the Arctic Circle. Latitude 6633 on the Dalton Highway, and yeah, we are here. You know, the Arctic Circle surrounds the North Pole, and on this day-ish, you know, on the solstice actually, which happened like what, 5 days ago. Anything north of here doesn't see nighttime, so that's why we've been experiencing such long days, and now, from now on, the sun will not set until we come back south. And here we have several exhibits explaining, you know, the different seasons in this unique environment here. Fall, of course, yeah, the equinox, days and nights are exactly the same. In winter, it's the opposite. It's always dark. And as you can see, winter here, you know, the area close to the North Pole is always dark. If you come to spring, it's similar to fall, right? A leap into life. And once you get to summer, that's where we are right here. The area surrounding the Arctic is there's always light. This is of course all due to the tilting of, you know, of the Earth rotation. Now I'm gonna add my sticker here to the back of the Arctic Circle sign. If you recall, 13 years ago we actually signed it, but I guess nowadays stickers are the way to go. Okay, here we go. There's not a whole lot of room left, but I'm gonna put it right here. So if you happen to come to the Arctic Circle this year in 23, that's where we are. Let's find a campsite. It's supposed to be BLM land. There's supposed to be a BLM land campground back here.
an old Argosy. Cool.
So let me tell you what happened. We left the water pump on, as we usually do, on the road, but we had never taken a road this bumpy. So, yeah, apparently with all the bumping up and down, the kitchen sink faucet opened up and we wasted some precious water. Hopefully we can get more water in Coldfoot. Other than that, as I mentioned, it's structurally speaking, it's held up really well. Yeah, we found a couple of brackets and screws on the floor that we don't know where they belong, but eventually something will fall off. All right, let's see how this is. I forgot my campsite name. Bear and wolf activity. We'll be cautious. So I believe we are in number 5. Yep, we're in number 5. I'm gonna fill this out and then deposit it over there.
This is what we're doing. We unhitched and now we're going to go for a midnight ride. Oh, check out the moon. The midnight moon. It is actually just past 1 a.m. and the real solar midnight will happen almost at 2. First, because of daylight savings time, and the Alaska time zone is an hour off in central Alaska. We're going to a spot that I've heard is one of the best places to see the midnight sun on the Dalton Highway. So we're driving about 17 miles north to this vantage point called Gobbler's Knob.
Well, I had always heard that Gobbler's Knob here was one of the best places to witness the midnight sun, and they were not wrong. This is an incredible experience to see how the sun goes, horizontally at this point. It never sets, That's north, exactly north over there, and the sun kind of comes, from the west, where it would have set normally. This is the lowest point, and eventually it will go back up on the east. But yeah, I believe that down there is the town of Coldfoot, where we're going tomorrow. And yeah, it's a phenomenon that only happens here above the Arctic Circle. We're about 15 miles north of the Arctic Circle, and yeah, it's quite something to see. It's like a 3-hour sunset, if you will, that never happens.
That down there, by the way, not Coldfoot, that is pump station number 5, and the sun is starting to come back up.
Well, it's a little after 2 a.m. and I think the sun is starting to come back up. It certainly feels stronger, so we're gonna start heading back to the campground. And well, tomorrow will be another day on the Dalton.
This may be the one single occasion when I'm allowed to fly the drone legally at 2 a.m. without any lights. The rule states that you can fly 30 minutes before sunrise and 30 after sunset, and since neither is going to happen here, we're good to go.
It's 2:25 a.m.
We've seen a lot of truck campers on the Dalton. Also, quite a few cyclists. And we're back at Gobbler's Knob, so let's see the view in a different light.
Yeah, last night I was thinking it may be Coldfoot, but it's too close to be Coldfoot, so no.
Yeah.
No way.
We're getting closer to the Brooks Range, arguably the most beautiful part of the drive. Now you know what we haven't seen any of? Wildlife. Here we have our next stop coming up. Did you see that crater in the middle of the road?
And here's Grayling Lake, a lake so beautiful. I even wrote a song named after it.
Here we have our first major wildlife sighting. Hello, moose. Listen to the sound of silence when there is no traffic on the Dalton. This paved part of the road is really bad, with deep frost heaves and potholes the size of craters. but the views are getting so much better as we approach the Brooks Range. We're almost at Coldfoot, which is the psychological halfway point of our journey, and the only place to get fuel for the next 240 miles. There it is. I can see it. Coldfoot. Let's stop by the visitor center first. Now, where have we seen that Airstream Argosy before? This is the Arctic Interagency Visitor Center, run by the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the National Park Service. I really like this partial globe here. It really illustrates how far north we really are.
We are here.
I don't know if it's...
Here are some of the animals we may or may not see, including this mean-looking grizzly, the Dall sheep of Adigan Pass, a lynx preying on a hare, a representation of the midnight sun. Wait, I think it is broken. Let's get some of that precious fuel so we can make it all the way to the Arctic. Oh wait, this one is diesel. This one is out of order. This is becoming a mission here. The only gas station around and only one pump works. What can I say? It is the Arctic.
Well, here we are filling up at the northernmost truck stop. $7.49 a gallon. But there's not another gas station for 240 miles, so I guess that's a deal considering where we are. Alright, let's see if what we can do. Someone's delivering something.
Someone's getting a delivery by helicopter. That's something you don't see every day. But I guess when you're this remote, that's the only way to get same-day delivery. I wonder what it is though, and how much it costs to get something up here by helicopter. Let's get some water.
The water fill-up, by the way, very on our system. I could have filled up and she wouldn't have even noticed. But I think this is a historic cabin we have here.
This thermometer only goes down to -60, but it was here that famously yet unofficially a record of -82 Fahrenheit but -63 Celsius was set, making it the coldest place in the USA.
Here you're allowed to tent camp here in this field. And this back here is the hotel. That's where we stayed back in 2010. And somewhere back there, they have RV hookups. It's just water and electric, no sewer. There's no sewer in the whole Dalton Highway, luckily. Oh, it looks like it's gonna rain. Luckily, our gray seems to be almost empty. It's just, yeah. It's very, very low pressure. I think it's water from the Koyukuk River.
An eternity later, we are back on our way. Next service is 240 miles. Hopefully we can make it with one tank. By the way, apparently Coldfoot got its name in 1900 when gold prospectors who were traveling up the Koyukuk River got cold feet and turned around. By 1902, Coldfoot had 2 roadhouses, 2 stores, 7 saloons, and a gambling house. I guess gold brought more people and business than oil. I don't know if I mentioned this, but most of the Dalton, from the Yukon River to Toolik Lake, is BLM land, so we could probably spend the night at any pullout, but since there are several developed campgrounds, why not use them, right? They're only $10 per night, first come, first served, and here's one of them called Marion Creek. Here are some people tent camping. There's that white Airstream Argosy once again.
Got a pretty nice campsite. Now let's go pay. I'm out of $10 bills, so we're gonna have to write him a check. This one would have been nice too, but too many trees.
I love trees, but Starlink doesn't, so we usually try to get the campsite with the least tall trees overhead.
Alright, let's go see the creek that gives this campground its name. Marion Creek. Well, check this out. Manual pump. If we need to fill up, that's gonna take a lot of muscle.
Let's keep on walking. Such beautiful views. I think at one point there used to be a trail to the creek, but it is so overgrown, we're just gonna walk on the Dalton. There's hardly any traffic at this time of the day.
There it is, that is Marion Creek. Brooks Range to the north. Upper atmosphere wind shear. Actually, this is the actual trail that goes to the falls. But I don't think we're gonna do it. Yeah, I think we're gonna save this one for next time. Actually, I'm gonna walk a few more steps because these blue blazes, but nah, not in the mood today. It says here that our range is 272 miles, so we should be able to make it to Dead Horse. Where we're not gonna go is Wiseman, maybe on the way back. Right now I just want to push towards Dead Horse and see if that dump station is still there.
Yeah, at this point, it is wishful thinking. But you never know. Everywhere you look, in every direction, it is just a gorgeous landscape. The road? Lots of rust heaves, but at this point, I don't really care anymore. Here we have some construction on the bridge spanning Middle Fork Koyukuk River 1. And yes, it is a mouthful. But what I wanted to point out is that this is where you could make a detour and drive 3 miles to the Arctic village of Wiseman. We're not sure whether it would be wise to visit with the trailer in tow. Besides, we spent one night there back in 2010, so we're going to skip it. Maybe we'll stop by on the way back. Is that Sukakpak mountain I see? It sure is. It's all coming back to me now. We're getting to the really good part. Utqiagvik means Martin Deadfall in the Inupiat language. Let's stop real quick and admire this granite wall. Let's see if there's another viewpoint a little farther down the road. Look at all these frost heaves. Let's stop one more time. Now crossing the Middle Fork Koyukuk River 3. Yeah, I remember this place. It is like a rest area with outhouses and river access. Actually, this would be a great place to overnight. Let's stop for a few minutes.
Here we are, small rest area here along the way. In the shadow of Utqiagvik Mountain, and yeah, I believe this may have been the spot where we stopped when we were here in 2010. We actually walked on the river. I think the river has more water this year. Looks like at some point camping may have been allowed here. There's a fire ring. Right.
Would you take a look at this place? It keeps getting better and better. We are now getting to the best and most perilous part. We're going to begin gaining elevation, and as we do, we'll start seeing less and less trees. The grades will get steeper. As we climb all the way up to Adigan Pass, the Continental Divide, 4,739 feet, that is 1,422 meters above sea level. It can snow up there any time of the year. I can't wait. We've been so looking forward to this portion of the trip, as we leave civilization behind and embark on the longest section of highway anywhere in the United States without any services whatsoever. For this 240-mile stretch between Coldfoot and Dead Horse, we are truly on our own. We're following the Dietrich River almost to its headwaters, going up, both in elevation and latitude. These trees only get to grow for a few months of the year, and pretty soon will be so far north that they don't get to grow at all. We have reached the end of the boreal forest.
Well, yeah, this is the end of the boreal forest, the beginning of the tundra. And there used to be a sign with the northernmost spruce tree here. But that tree was dead 13 years ago. So it must have fallen down or something, because I no longer see it here. They do have a sign, with the end of the forest and the beginning of the tundra, but that's about it.
Here's the sign illustrating the end of the forest. Here's the sign illustrating the beginning of the tundra.
That's it. The end of the forest.
Who wants to see younger Robert? We are now at the site of the northernmost spruce tree, right here on the Dalton Highway. The ascent begins. This flat area to the east is the Chandalar Shelf, near the headwaters of the Chandalar River. Let's stop for the views. Amazing view. And here we have the towering peaks ahead of us. The summit, a mere 7 miles away. This is a very dangerous area in wintertime, prone to avalanches, and the DOT station here, I've heard they have artillery cannons that they fire at the mountains to clear the slopes above the highway. That must be a sight to see, even though it is dark most of the time. We've got ice, a lot of ice here on the river. I'm sure it was frozen solid not long ago. The ascent continues, getting steeper and steeper. Let's stop because we took a picture right at this very spot 13 years ago. Rough road, steep grade, but the views make it all worth it. And we've made it to the top. This is Adigan Pass.
I was just chatting with Jim, a viewer of the channel, and anyway, we've made it to Adigan Pass, the continental divide here in Alaska, in the Brooks Range. And it goes to show that every trip is different. This time around, we haven't seen any wildlife at all, and I don't know. I might use some flashback video from 2010, because this mountain was full of Dall ship. This whole area was full of Dall ship, and maybe we'll see some more wildlife up north. But this gentleman here, he says that he hasn't seen much, just musk oxen up in the North Slope. So we'll see. It's considerably colder up here, by the way. It's gotta be in the high 40s, but it's beautiful. And the sun has come out here at Adigan Pass, but still no wildlife.
Now we have nowhere to go but down. So yeah, besides that lone moose at Grayling Lake and the numerous mosquitoes, wildlife has been very elusive. What a gorgeous drive as we descend onto the rolling hills of the North Slope. I wonder what this is, this lone structure here in the middle of nowhere. Secret military installation, perhaps? Alright, I better not speculate, but I'm curious. There it is once again, that now familiar vintage Airstream Argosy. We've been running into each other since back at the Arctic Circle. Coming up here on the left, pump station number 4. Galbraith Lake should be coming soon after. Galbraith Lake, by the way, is another BLM campground where we could potentially spend the night, as we now leave the Brooks Range behind and begin the long drive on the North Slope. This is going to be the most remote and worst part of the road. Here we make a left. Even though it is early, I want to check out the campground. It is supposed to have the most amazing mountain views. Yeah, those are the amazing mountain views that we're talking about. Looking north. Looking south, it is just barren tundra as far as the eye can see. Here's the Galbraith Lake Airport. And here's the campground. Same deal as the other ones, self-checking, $10, but the mosquitoes here are relentless, so I don't know if we want to stay here on the way back. For now, we're just gonna keep on pushing north. There is no camping on this section of the road due to environmental concerns. And there is a research station run by the University of Alaska Fairbanks here at Toolik Lake, but access is by invitation only. What a desolate place this is. Road conditions are pretty bad around here, and they are bound to get worse. There's a lot of construction going on coming up ahead. Now we're following a pilot car. And there's that Argosy once again. He probably passed us while we were at Galbraith Lake. Rough road. They were not kidding. To our left, Slope Mountain, the end of the BLM corridor. The Alaska Department of Natural Resources manages the rest of the way. This road is totally destroyed. It'll be a miracle if we make it unscathed. And our friend with the Argosy gave up. Actually, we later found out he had run out of gas. This would be pump station number 3. We continue north on the nearly featureless tundra. There's the Sagavanirtok River, which we'll be following the rest of the way. There it is, in the distance, Happy Valley, our next stop. This used to be a construction worker camp during the building of the pipeline, and apparently nowadays the camp serves as a base for scientists and all kinds of field workers. There seems to be camping here, but I don't know if you have to be authorized. And here's the airstrip, so I think we're going to go across the road. There's another open area where we might be able to boondock. It's been a very long day, so we're just gonna call this one home for the night.
Well, this is where we spent the night, just across the highway from Happy Valley. We're 80 miles from Prudhoe Bay, so let's hit the road.
Yep, gentlemen in the Argosy spent the night here too. Driving through the tundra in summer, it is almost scenic, kind of similar to the prairies of the American Midwest. Here on the left is the Sag River overlook, which we blinked and we missed it. This landscape is also sometimes reminiscent of the Windows XP default wallpaper, and I can already see fog in the distance, probably due to our proximity to the Arctic Ocean. After this final hill, we are now descending onto the marshy wetlands of the coastal plain. Here's pump station number 2. Now for the final stretch. It is so bumpy. All of a sudden, the smoothest blacktop. You almost feel like speeding. And let me tell you, after 350 miles of the worst road imaginable, this feels amazing. Coming up here on the right-hand side are the Franklin Bluffs. And I have a confession to make. I lost some of the footage from this final stretch of the trip. If I ever recover it, I promise there will be an extended version. Luckily, it was only one of the 5 cameras I'm using, so we've got some of it. Eventually, we see the dystopian skyline of Deadhorse over the horizon. This building here on the left, Deadhorse Camp, that's where our Arctic tour departs from. But first, we did some research about that mythical dump station in Deadhorse, and it seems to be at the Northern Oilfield Services gas station. It is by the airport, so that's where we're going first. The Dalton ends anticlimactically, right here at Colleen Lake. And while most services are to the right, we want to see if we can find that dump station. This seems to be it, but it is closed. And if I knew where the hole is, I could probably just use it, but I have no idea. Let's just put gas, find a general store, maybe they know something. Here's the Aurora Hotel, probably the best lodging option in Deadhorse. Even though I love the fact that we made it here, and I appreciate the uniqueness of our geographical location, let's face it, it is not an attractive town. Here we go, I believe this is the only public gas station currently in operation in Deadhorse. First, you have to go inside the automated kiosk and swipe your credit card, and then you pump. Wait a minute, this thing is not working. Oh wait, there's a valve. Apparently the previous customer left it closed. Now let's go to the general store, take the requisite picture, get some information, and see if we can find some fuses because something else happened that I haven't told you about.
Yes, you can probably tell we've made it to Dead Horse, Alaska. And let's check out the store here.
Yes, this is the symbolic end of the road and the photo opportunity. We couldn't find the fuse, but the lady directed us here to this building, which happens to be the North Slope Barrow Sewer and Wastewater Treatment Plant. But apparently I don't have the right equipment. She gave me someone's number, but they didn't answer, so I give up. We're just gonna have to hold it. Let's go back to Dead Horse Camp and wait for our afternoon Arctic tour. So excited!
Well, this is the culmination of our Arctic adventure. We're going to see the Arctic Ocean.
I still don't know whether I'm going to do the polar bear plunge or not.
Check out my fashionable shoes now.
Unfortunately, I lost most of my footage from the oil field, including some wildlife sightings. But at least we got the most important part, our arrival at the Arctic.
And we have reached the Arctic Ocean right here. And I may or may not jump into the water. We'll see.
Our guide, a very knowledgeable and enthusiastic young man, is taking us to a natural gravel beach where we can wade in the frigid waters or go all the way if we so desire.
It is pretty cold. Okay, here goes nothing. Just a test run. Whew. It's the Arctic Ocean! Whew. So here we are. As you saw, I didn't do it the whole way. I couldn't. It's very cold. I guess it is a missed opportunity, but anyway, it's very cool to be here in this unique place, of course. The Arctic Ocean, the northernmost point in America, I guess, that you can drive to, from the mainland, you don't have to fly to or anything like that. And we just came, that white bus right there. Now we're going back to the oil through the oil fields.
And look over the heart shape.
Yeah.
Look
It's very cool to be here once again. And as you can see, every experience is different. The last time we were here, there was even ice on the water, and now the fog is even lifting. So.
Saying goodbye to the Arctic. It is time to go back. What goes up must go down. What goes north must go south. Now that we have reached the end of the road. Saying goodbye to our friend with the Argosy, we're going to cover as many miles as possible. We want to be back in Fairbanks tomorrow. As much as we have enjoyed this unique experience, the inconvenience of having our holding tanks full has somehow taken a toll, and we're ready to be back and take a long shower. One thing for sure, the return trip is going to be equally, if not more, scenic than the trip north. Even though we're going to drive by the same places, it is always a different experience depending on which direction you're going. And the weather might be different too. For example, I see some menacing clouds up ahead, so we may be in for a muddy ride going back south. The Dalton Highway is considered part of the Pan American Highway, Dead Horse being its northern terminus. Now, wouldn't that be an adventure driving from Dead Horse to Ushuaia, Argentina? And after seeing the Arctic, taking a cruise to Antarctica. But one adventure at a time. This is the Sag River Overlook, the one we missed on the way north, so let's stop. Unfortunately, the camera I used was the one that lost all the footage, and the rooftop GoPro is starting to malfunction. Rooftop GoPro is going to crash any minute. It is glitching a lot. Maybe it got wet inside. And it's gone. This is the worst part, where we were following the pilot car earlier. There's Tulik Lake. It may not look like it, but it is past 8 p.m. There's Galbraith Lake and the Rainbow. Pump Station 4. Anyway, see you tomorrow.
Yeah, anything is legit dirty from the Dalton Highway. This is where we spent the night last night, which was actually very quiet. We decided not to go to the actual campground. The mosquitoes were equally bad there. So, you know, the mosquitoes just realized I came out of the camper and they're starting to swarm. That's what they do. Woo! So, yeah, last night the GoPro failed halfway, so you're not gonna be able to see how we arrived here, but it rained a lot. So, both Minitini and Starship are muddy, and we have reached the limit of our boondocking capabilities. Both holding tanks are full, and the closest dump station is still over 5 hours away. But yeah, I'm gonna put gas in Coldfoot, which is approximately 2 hours away, and then down to 5 Mile campground. How do you like my fashionable look? At least they won't be bothering me in the face anymore. Oh, those mosquitoes, they weren't kidding. I had forgotten. This, by the way, the Adigon River.
Here we are, just a few miles south of Galbraith Lake, and we're about to cross the Brooks Range. It is a beautiful morning, so let's hit the road. I think I like this part of the Dalton better going southbound. It seems more scenic, as we are about to start gaining elevation, climbing back to Adigon Pass. We're enjoying beautiful weather here, but I see some menacing clouds and the rainbow over the Brooks Range. So there may be rain in our future here. What a picture-perfect rainbow as we approach the mountains. Getting a little bit of rain here as we begin the final ascent. There's some kind of antenna up there, and that mysterious structure once again. is up and up and up, non-stop. Now for the final stretch. And we've reached the top. Now what? Oh no, we almost got zero visibility. What a difference in weather between the northern and southern slopes. Ooh, this is a soupy mess. The road, pure mud. We're back in Boreal Forest. It looks like the rain is going to start letting up a little bit, which is a good thing. This wasn't being fun anymore. Is that sunshine and the hint of blue sky I see in the distance? Unbelievable! And there's once again Utqiagvik Mountain. I was getting worried back there, but it has turned out to be a beautiful drive once again. And we've made it back to Coldfoot, and we're running on fumes, so let's refuel. Today it turns out it is the other pump, the one that works. It figures.
$164.11 to fill up at the world's northernmost, or at least America's northernmost truck stop. Take a good look. Minitini may never be this dirty again. I mean, this is incredibly crazy. Now we've got 3 hours until the only dump station in the entire Dalton Highway. Let me tell you, if they put one in, if they open a new one in Dead Horse, they will make a fortune.
Crossing the Arctic Circle once again. Ooh, what is this? I think I'm on the wrong side of this thing. Ooh, it is the roller coaster! And we have finally reached the 5-mile campground. Let's see if it is true, if that dump station is still working. Relief at last. I tried to flush, but there is no water.
That is just incredible.
Now approaching the Yukon River, and it is time to refuel one last time. We're on the home stretch. By the way, we took like a 2-hour break at Yukon River Camp, took a much-needed shower, got something to eat, and now we're ready and refreshed for the 4-hour drive to the Fairbanks KOA. In conclusion, I must say the road was in much worse condition than expected, than we remembered anyway. And back in 2010, places like Coldfoot still had that ice road trucker's allure. On the other hand, Starlink was a game changer. In 2010, there was no cell phone signal whatsoever between Fairbanks and Deadhorse, so you felt really isolated. Even though nowadays there's coverage in Coldfoot as well, we didn't even notice since we were connected all the time. It was great to do research on the fly. Surprisingly, we only opened the milepost once, only to find the outdated information about the dump station in Deadhorse. Although, to be fair, the Bureau of Land Management's own guide got that wrong too. Will we do this again? I don't know. Third time might be the charm, and maybe I'll build up enough courage to take the polar bear plunge. I might do it with a truck camper or a camper van, and maybe allocate even more time. I'll try not to leave my water pump on. I think we got very lucky this time, not getting a flat tire or a more serious breakdown. Not even a cracked windshield. All I know is that the north is still calling, so we'll return someday.
And just like that, we have conquered the Dalton Highway. Minitini certainly looks the part. Minitini IV, by the way, has performed great on the Dalton. Just a few minor adjustments we have to do inside, but structurally, I mean, you saw how bad that road was. And yeah, this may be the last time we do the Dalton. We did it by car, now we've done it by RV. And yeah, to think we went all the way up there to the northernmost point that you can arrive by car in America. The northernmost in the world is actually in Norway. All right, I think that's it. I mean, look at that. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to clean this, but that's it. On the next one, we're going to Denali National Park. Until then, thank you so much for watching. and see you on the road, which today was the Dalton Highway.
Eventually, we made it back to the KOA and got into one of those nice pull-through sites. And we were able to sort of clean Minitini IV.
Yeah, it's still the Winnebago. Brown waterfall. A new adventure begins. Today we're going to Denali National Park.
It is 130 miles, about 2.5 hours from Fairbanks to Denali National Park. And in order to really see the park, you either have to take a shuttle bus or reserve a guided tour. And we've done the latter. Now 70% of people who visit the park never get to see the mountain. But I'm feeling lucky today. In fact, I believe that's it. Could it be possible we get to see Denali before even entering the park? Okay everybody, that's it. Thank you for watching. See you on the road, on to our next destination. I am kidding, of course. I am sure there's a lot more to see besides the mountain, right? Wildlife, rivers, lakes, perilous drives. Let's see what Denali has in store for us. By the way, this is what I'm going to call the beginning of the touristy part of Alaska, because this is where we start seeing buses from all the cruise lines, and not only buses, rail cars, and even resorts. This is the village right outside the entrance to the park, with several hotels, shops, restaurants, and the Denali Rainbow Village RV Park, where we're staying today actually. But first, we have a reservation for the Tundra Wilderness Tour, so let's do that first. Here we are at the Denali Bus Depot. Let's confirm our departure time, get our tickets, and wait. The green buses are the hop-on, hop-off shuttles. Ours should be beige, like this one coming up. Tundra Wilderness Tour number 16, that's us. A snack box is included with the tour.
There's some blue sky out there, but there's also some clouds. This is the direction we're heading. That highway opened up in 1972. Then you could drive between Fairbanks and Anchorage directly.
And I just realized we're on the wrong side of the bus.
I've seen an animal in 17.5 years, but they're never there again. Always somewhere else, and even on the best days, never.
Yep, we're going west, so the tallest mountains of the Alaska Range, including Denali, are to the left. How could I miss that? We are still getting beautiful views, but certainly not the best.
All right, pull down the video screens.
And the driver has spotted Denali.
Here's the bus. There's Denali. Can't see the summits right now. They can see the sides. So all these mountains around us are 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 feet height of it. Not that shorter one, but the one that's a little taller, it has little bits of snow on it near the summit. We're heading over that way. These snapped off. Some of them, I'm going to roll a little. There are trees in the way.
Here we get our first glimpse at the North Summit, the pointier one.
Just the summits now. Now this summer has been cooler than normal.
We've got wildlife. It's a caribou.
Very large oak.
Now we're approaching the Savage River, the farthest you can drive on the road on your own. They have a checkpoint, and unless you're staying at one of the campgrounds farther down the road, this is as far as you can go. There are a couple of nice hiking trails, so we might come back. Beautiful mountains, and check it out!
So we're gonna go about 3 or 4 miles up. I'll let you out, take pictures out, but just in case the clouds develop.
Sometimes the animals are so far away that the only way to see them is on the screen. Our driver has a camcorder with a very powerful zoom lens and good eyesight. Here we stop so that everybody can take photos and selfies. We're officially part of the 30% Club. As I mentioned, Denali is the highest peak in North America, with a summit elevation of 20,310 feet or 6,190 meters above sea level.
Well, that was definitely a very rare view of Denali with no clouds blocking the summit.
We continue going west, kind of southwest actually, on the Park Road. Now crossing the Sanctuary River.
Looking the Talkeetna River, looking for animals walking up and down. There's a campground right before our bathroom stop.
Here we stop at the Talkeetna rest stop for a quick bathroom break. It is getting a little cloudier as the day progresses. No wildlife, only humans. Unfortunately, this year the road is only open to mile marker 43 because of a landslide. Which is a real bummer because that's less than half of the road. And I have a feeling the best views are going to be in the more remote parts as you get closer to the mountain. Another excuse to return in the future. Now, by the way, crossing the Talkeetna River. Here's a historic cabin at the entrance to the Igloo Creek campground. Very remote, only 7 tent sites.
Now the Igloo Creek looks significantly different than Talkeetna River. This is spring-fed, there are no headwater glaciers. And in a clear creek like this, there are a few fish. Arctic grayling, little blue-gray fish with large dorsal fins. Very few of them very small. And a creek like this freezes up solid in the winter. Little hookbill.
We have reached Sable Pass, almost the end of the road for us today. There's the mountain once again. The south summit, the true summit, immersed in a cloud.
They're at the summit now, they're not going to see anything. There's a cloud just encasing the true summit.
Here we see some more wildlife, and life not so wild. A lone caribou in the distance. And this is where we turn around, going back through Sable Pass. Unfortunately, on this trip we don't get to see Polychrome Overlook, or anything past that.
Patch orange, look in that valley, you can see it's like filled in with black, so that's a dirty glacier, considered a rock glacier. So it's sort of, polychrome where the road is closed. It'd be a real steep gully where it's all coming down all the time. Every year that gully fills up in almost a perfect Y. The left side's going to get a little narrower yet. I'm just starting to mention that. I've been watching that snow melt back. Gets to a real nice letter Y.
There's the North Summit, peeking from behind the mountains. Here we stopped by a raven's nest. And unfortunately, that's as far as we could go on the road this year. Here we have some spectacular views of the Alaska Range, even though it is getting a little cloudier. And here we have a caribou on the snow, several miles away. All the wildlife, except perhaps for the birds, have been like really far away today.
And snow is better than anything for them because they can lay down in the coolness of the snow. But if they don't have snow, then they'll lay out in the gravel. Anybody see anything?
I think we've got a bear.
Front right of the light shrubbery.
Feeding on grasses in the summer. It's grazing like a cow on grasses and other plants. There it is. Watch as I back off. There's the big picture.
Yep, now he moves his head.
In the center of the hill to the right,
but you can not go by color. Because there are.
There's another one.
Farther right?
Farther right in the center of the hill.
Out of the brush.
In the center of the hill. Same level.
Let's look for the other one.
No, but bears are generally solitary unless it's a mother and cubs.
Yep.
Mating season is usually in May. An awful lot of these bears, their shoulder hump comes up to about my crotch. If I could spread my legs wide enough, they could walk underneath of me. They're very tiny because they eat mostly plants. If this was a coastal brown bear, oh my God, they're huge. They don't get salmon, they hardly eat any protein. They get a moose calf or two. They dig Arctic ground squirrels out of their burrows, but most of their diet is plants.
I can't see the other one. Right
there it is.
Real light colored one.
Yep.
I had a boy sit behind me a couple years ago and said, "Mommy, polar bear, polar bear." Platinum blonde, some of them. That's a light one. That's a real light one.
We continue the return trip with these spectacular views of the Alaska Range, Denali ever present for the most part. Another fact about the mountain, as the locals call it, it is the third most prominent and third most isolated peak on Earth, after Mount Everest and Aconcagua. And it is also the tallest mountain in the world from base to peak on land, measuring 18,000 feet or 5,500 meters. Aren't these like the most spectacular views? and they have spotted a doll sheep on the mountain. I'm so glad we get to see them here, even if from very far away, because we didn't get to see them at Adigon Pass on the Dalton a couple of days ago. Once again, crossing the Talkeetna River. As you may know, before 2015, Denali was known as Mount McKinley. And now we're going to find out who it was named after.
Who's named for? Any guesses? William McKinley. Usually somebody yells out President McKinley, and that would be wrong. It was named for Senator William S. McKinley.
Well, what do you know? Wikipedia seems to disagree with our guide. It says that in 1896, a gold prospector named it McKinley as political support for then presidential candidate William McKinley, who became president the following year. The National Park Service website says Mount McKinley emerged after a gold prospector named William Dickey, who was an admirer of President-elect McKinley, used the name in an 1897 New York Sun article. I don't know who's right, I'm just fact-checking here. Hold that thought, I think we got some wildlife.
It's like snowshoes.
It's a ptarmigan, Alaska's official state bird. One curious fact is that it uses camouflage as protection against predators, changing its plumage from light brown in summer to snow white in winter, and the feathered feet like snowshoes. Anyway, going back to the history, on August 23, 2016, President Barack Obama came to Alaska. He gave a speech where he announced he was changing the name from Mount McKinley back to Denali, the original Koyukon word meaning high or tall, and the rest is history. And we're back by the Savage River, and we might climb that rock formation tomorrow. It is called Savage Rock, and from this vantage point, it kind of looks like a face. One can only imagine all the wildlife hiding in plain sight. But even the guide said it. This year it has been weird when it comes to wildlife, being scarce and very far away. At least we got to see the mountain. I guess you can't have it all, can you? And just like that, our tour is over.
Well, I really enjoyed that tour. Now let's go to our RV park. It's like 5 miles away. And here we are. I didn't feel like putting the camera on the roof for just 5 miles, but this is called Denali Rainbow Village, and it's right on the village. So it's basically a parking lot, but here the main 3 words are location, location, location. All these are like restaurants and shops, and we're just 5 miles from the entrance to the park, so that's perfect. Here the hookups are kind of weird because the water and electric are on this side, and I had to use 2 hoses and an extension. And here the sewer is on this side, but really forward, so I had to pull the trailer really very much forward, which is fine. We'll just park the car behind it tomorrow when we go somewhere. And this is where we're gonna be for the next 3 nights, exploring. Well, we already explored the most we can see of Denali National Park, but there's a lot other stuff to do in the area. Right now we're just gonna have some dinner and maybe walk around town a little bit. Well, made some burgers. Sorry I didn't show you. And now we're gonna walk around the village a little bit, see what it is like.
Yeah, very touristy, all kinds of tours and adventures.
Yeah, this is where we're staying. Yeah, they have all kinds of souvenir shops, anything imaginable. We're looking for the ale house, actually. And we have reached the end of the main strip, but there is more. Someone recommended Prospector's Pizzeria and Ale House, and we already ate, but we could use an ale. It seems very nice. They even have live music, but there's no room at the bar, so we'll come back tomorrow for dinner. Well, we might do this tomorrow. Today we were more interested in the Ale House part of the name, but the bar was full, so we're gonna go back, rest, and tomorrow we continue exploring not Denali National Park itself, but the Denali area in general. Who needs rest? Let's check out the Denali Princess Wilderness Lodge. I guess this is where the people who came on the cruise ship stay overnight while they visit the national park. The Alaska Range. Nice wood carvings here. And Fanny Q Saloon. Let's check it out. Here's a life-size moose to greet us. Ice-cold Husky IPA. Great ambience. A gentleman playing the piano. I think this just became our new favorite place. And it is still daylight outside, as expected. It is Alaska after all. Well, good morning. Let's go back to Denali National Park. Today, the weather not as pristine as yesterday morning, but it doesn't really matter all that much. What are the chances we'll get to see Denali again? What a beautiful view from just outside the village. I know I said we were not going to go into the park today, but I changed my mind. Let's stop by the visitor center and then drive the 15 miles we're allowed to drive on the park road. In true national park fashion, everything is very well executed. And of course, there would have to be a raised relief map of the park. There's the topographical map showing the park road. Unfortunately, this year we will not be able to see Denali up close, but at least we got to see it, if from afar. Let's walk around the exhibits. Here we have a bull moose, which we haven't been able to see one in real life yet. A brown bear. Is that a wolf I see? Okay, this is pretty graphic. Very realistic, I should say. A bit of the human history of the park here. Driving on the park road, here we have a wildlife traffic jam. It's a moose, a cow moose, just grazing there, minding its own business. She's probably thinking, who are all these humans here spoiling my tranquility with their idling engines? All kidding aside, they are magnificent creatures. And I'm sorry it gets a little blurry as I zoom in, some weird refraction with the windshield. Following the tour bus on the park road, going as far as we can, which is not much. At least not as much as we would like. The good part is beyond the Savage River Bridge. And don't get me wrong, the bus is not a bad choice, but it would be good to have the freedom to drive the whole road and stop here and there. It almost feels like an underutilization of the road to be used only by tour buses and shuttles. And I know it would be too crowded if they let everybody through, but how about a lottery system or a timed entry?
I don't know, I don't have all the answers, but there's gotta be a better way, right? For the benefit and enjoyment of the people. This is it. We have arrived to the end of the road as far as we're concerned. Let's see if we can find parking.
Pretty windy today, and as you saw, parking was insufficient over there by the river, but we parked here at the trailhead and we're just gonna walk. It's probably less than half a mile, and then we'll see if we can do a little hike.
I see some RVs on the forbidden part of the road, and the only ones allowed are those staying at the Talkeetna campground. They must stay for at least 3 nights and take the shuttle to move around. Such great views of the Savage River, and we gotta keep our eyes peeled because there could be wildlife hiding in plain sight. It is a pretty clear stream. Perhaps a little dangerous walking on the side of the road here, but it is the way. The only way.
Yeah, that's Savage Rock in the glacial valley.
Yep, we're almost there. And here we are. Let's go for a little hike.
Never run from a bear. Let's do a little bit of this one.
From the summit of the Savage Alpine Trail, which is 4 miles in total, you're supposed to be able to see Denali. Great views of Denali. But today, we're just going to the top of Savage Rock, since we already saw Denali yesterday. Looking back, there's the bridge to the Forbidden Road.
Yeah, we did this hike back in 2010. I have a feeling like back then, which was probably one of our first hikes ever, this is gonna be a very rewarding little hike here. I mean, its elevation gain is serious, but I think to the top is just like not even a quarter mile.
And I think this is as far as we're gonna go today. Let's head back down. It is always more fun on the way down. I think we're going to do the River Loop Trail next.
We decided to do a little bit of the River Loop Trail. I believe that's what it's called.
It is a very well-trafficked trail.
As I often say, never forget to look back. Sometimes the best views are behind you.
It is pretty windy today. We continue, walking along the swift current of the Savage River, along its V-shaped canyon. It is so beautiful out here, with all these exposed rocks. What a rewarding hike! It is beautiful in every direction. We have reached the footbridge, and now we're going to return on the other side. It looks brand new. It must have been replaced or restored recently.
And now we're going back on the other side of the river here, of the Savage River. And yeah, so far very rewarding trail. Supposed to be 2 miles in total, so we must have done about a mile. The return here a little bit more strenuous, it's a little bit more up and down, less maintained, but still not a difficult trail at all. The only thing is so windy. It's a little uncomfortable.
It is nice to see everything from a slightly different perspective. Now with the mountains in front of us, we can already see Savage Rock. Let's look all around us. Here's a closer look at Savage Rock. It almost looks completely different from this vantage point. Here's the view from the other side, from the forbidden side. And we're about to cross the Savage River once again, now on the main park road. What have we got here? It's a ptarmigan.
What a place. Well, we did the Savage River loop trail. That was very rewarding, a lot of fun. Now we're gonna get something to eat, and then we might do another trail. Look at the seagull.
It is a little bit of an uphill hike getting back to Starship, since we couldn't park at the regular parking lot. I mean, the parking lot is ridiculously small. Like, they want to discourage you from driving into the park altogether. Let's go back by the visitor center because there's another trail in that area that we want to do. There seems to be some wildlife. There she is, a cow moose.
But we're gonna do another trail, and this one is called Horseshoe Lake. No pets, no bikes. I think it begins parallel to the railroad track and then it's like a loop. Well, yeah, the first few feet of the trail are on the railroad tracks.
There's a nice view of the village. Before we go, I want to go to that hilltop hotel. The views must be spectacular. And that's the trail.
It would be really interesting if the train came right now, because we're literally crossing the tracks. All right, let's keep going.
There's a little bit of elevation gain in this part, but the real challenge is going to be on the way back, because first we have to go all the way down to the lake.
Just another walk in the woods.
Yep, that's Horseshoe Lake down there.
By the way, very well trafficked trail here. It's very popular.
Down and down we go.
Now this is the beginning of the loop, right here. Horseshoe Lake loop, return loop. Let's do it.
I can already see the lake. Yep, this is the spot.
Let's go see the Beaver Dam and then we continue that way.
Well, that is very cool.
Incredible, the ingenuity of the beavers, you know, that they are able to create a dam like that.
The flowers are blooming everywhere. We are now approaching the roaring Nenana River. We can see the village on the other side of the river.
Very, very impressive, the swift current of the river there. Now we continue on the loop trail, which goes very close to the river for a little bit here. Yeah, they look just like Christmas trees. Like the stereotypical Christmas tree. Maybe we should take one home. Some people on the other side. So far, very, very, very rewarding hike, just to get this close-up view of the river. The lake, so far, up until now, the jury's still out.
Here's another river access, even a small beach. Very impressive, the sheer power of the water.
Impressive, the current of the Nenana River here. And we even have like a like our own private little beach here. And I forgot to bring my bathing suit, but I did remember to bring my hiking boots.
Oh, there's another beaver dam, a smaller one, on this creek emptying into the river. And here's a local resident. This is so beautiful, even on this somewhat gloomy day.
Yeah, it is another beaver dam.
What do you know? The sun wants to come out.
Oh, there's a train. And I do believe that's the same beaver dam we saw earlier. Let's get closer. Here it is from the other side. An engineering marvel. I wouldn't be surprised if we humans learned how to make dams from the beaver.
Everywhere you look, it is like a postcard.
Fly, pelicans! Or seagulls.
We continue. I think it is now that we're getting to the good part. I must confess, earlier I wasn't too impressed with Horseshoe Lake, but I have changed my mind. This part is gorgeous as we walk on this narrow path along the lake.
As I mentioned, never forget to look back, because sometimes you look at those rocks.
Look at that water. It is so clear. It is a pretty shallow lake too.
I'm gonna be honest, at the beginning I wasn't too impressed with the lake, but after this loop that goes right on the shore of the lake, I'm like, yeah, impressive. Now we're getting close to the fun part. Or not. We have to climb all the way back up. And this is the end of the loop. Now for the fun part. It's a steady climb on this kind of makeshift steps. So far it's not that bad actually. Whew. Never forget to look back. Well, we saw that on the way down. So. And I almost prefer trails that are up first and down later, because you make the big effort and you get the big reward. Now we got the big reward, and now we have to pay afterwards.
To think that we were all the way down there. And check out the village. We can see it from here. The RV park is behind all those buildings.
Well, that was a great trail, as you saw. Now, for some reason, the National Park Service says that it is 4 miles. The brochure. But we have only done a little over 2, and All Trails said a little over 2, so All Trails was right.
We've decided to end our day at Prospector's Pizzeria and Ale House as a reward at the end of a day of hiking. And they have king crab pizza, and I've been meaning to try that delicacy. When the bartender told me market price was $98, I almost fell off my stool, and I was tempted to say no, but my pride won, so...
Oh, look at that!
Wanna see the most expensive pizza ever? Actually, in hindsight, this ended up being the least expensive pound of king crab we found in the whole state of Alaska, and the only time we ate it too.
Well, there you go, the most expensive pizza we ever had, but I mean, the king crab was good. Next time we'll just have it without the pizza. And yeah, $98 for a pizza. Not exactly what we expected, but when you're traveling, you gotta expect the unexpected.
You know it is going to be a good day when it starts right off the bat with the wildlife sighting. Here we have a cow moose and a calf on this island on the Denali River. On that side of the river, it is actually part of the national park. It is very cool to see.
Good morning, and we begin our morning here on the Denali River with a wildlife sighting. There was a lady moose with her calf there, and now we're gonna do this pedestrian bridge here coming up just to see what it is like. By the way, no camping at this rest area here. Very muddy, the Denali River. And it's raining a little bit. There's a little sprinkle here and there.
And oh, those mountains. You know, I love mountains. So Alaska gotta be one of my happy places.
By the way, today it feels significantly colder. I mean, air temperature is 50 according to the app, but I guess with the wind and the humidity, it called for a better jacket for sure. Let's see the view from here. And the moose is gone.
Look at the roaring Denali River. That is amazing.
It's a swift current right there. You probably have a great view up there. All right, the plan is to walk all the way to the Denali National Park sign, take a selfie, and go back to the car, and then we're doing what is supposed to be a very scenic drive in this area. and we might be able to see Denali, although it is kind of cloudy to the south.
Oh, so many people. Well, now let's go back and get the car. It looks like some people are going whitewater rafting. One of these days, one of these days. Before we leave this area, we have to go up there for sure.
Rain's coming.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to drive a section of the Denali Highway. The Denali Highway is this 134 mostly gravel road that goes from Cantwell at the junction with Alaska Highway 3, where we are right now, also known as Parks Highway, to Paxson on Highway 4, also known as the Richardson Highway. The plan today is to make it to the Talkeetna River, which is almost the halfway point, and do the rest in the opposite direction in a couple of weeks, when we'll be coming back north from Valdez. That's the plan anyway. There seems to be a lot of rain around us, so the views may not be the best. Actually, when it clears up, the views are pretty gorgeous out here. And we're still not on the Denali Highway. This is just the Parks Highway going south to Cantwell. Let's take a break. It looks like the weather might be improving after all. Here we are, Cantwell, the western terminus of the Denali Highway. Gorgeous views of the Alaska Range. Soon after we enter the highway, the pothole-ridden pavement ends, and this first section is actually pretty good gravel. Not bad at all. I've heard it gets worse though. Even though it is generally not recommended, I've seen some RVs on this road. Quite a few of them actually. Maybe we should have brought Minitini with us, although let me tell you, after the Dalton Highway, I think Minitini IV got its share of dirt roads, and I don't want to push my luck. There must be a reason why regular rental companies do not allow their vehicles on this road. If a Class A with a toad can make this road, it must not be as bad as we've been led to believe. Let's stop.
Here we go. On the Denali Highway.
Maybe there should be a "You are here" dot, right? By the way, beautiful views, although I suspect some mountains may be obscured by the clouds.
And of course this is all BLM land, so I don't see why not. What a beautiful view.
Yeah, the whole highway is BLM land, so technically, as long as it is safe, and you're not bothering anyone, and you pick up your trash, you should be able to overnight anywhere, not just at one of the campgrounds. we've got some pretty big rigs here. This part looks a little like the Dalton, but without the pipeline. Let's check out Brushkana Campground here, one of the 2 developed campgrounds on this road. There's drinking water here on the left, and this must be the camp host. There are bear-proof trash dumpsters, but I don't see a dump station. There are supposed to be 22 campsites. Let's check out this loop. It is a little bit wooded for Starlink to work, but if you can survive one night without internet access, this is actually pretty nice. I believe they have bear-proof food lockers too. Here we have some vault toilets, also known as outhouses, and more bear-proof trash receptacles. I have no idea how much it costs per night, but it must be cheap, similar to the campgrounds we encountered on the Dalton. Might as well check out the day use area. There seems to be river access here, for fishing I suppose, so let's check it out. That's a roaring river, and I wonder what that is. That looks like an abandoned house, on the verge of collapsing into the river. I see some anglers over there. Alright, let's continue. Let's stop for another view of the Brushkana River from the bridge. That's the postcard view right there. Oh, check out these mountains to the north. Such amazing snow-capped peaks. The rain clouds kind of give everything this mysterious, ghostly effect. Road conditions are deteriorating rather quickly in this section. Now we've got a schoolie going super slow. I don't blame them. Let's pull over for the scenic view. Look at that valley over there. That's incredible. We definitely have to come back someday with clear skies, although, let me tell you, as I said earlier, we could say that this ghostly effect enhances the experience. What do you think? Now the sun wants to come out again. Such diverse, unpredictable climate here in Alaska, and we've been told that the farther south we go, the more rainy it gets, so we'll see what Mother Nature has in store for us. And this is where we're gonna turn around. I know we're probably missing the best part, but we're tired. We'll just have to drive farther when we come back the other way. Actually, had we come with a trailer, we could have boondocked right here with this view and continue tomorrow, but we didn't do that, so let's go back. There's still at least one more thing I want to do in town before continuing south. And we do have a reservation in Anchorage for this coming Saturday, July 8th. Let's check out this possible camping area. Oh yeah, this would totally work out. Ooh, it's even more scenic on the way back. At some point here, coming up soon, there's a spot, actually a few miles, where on a clear day you can see Denali. Obviously not today. Still, it is hard to complain where you're getting these views. We are at mile 114. Mile 124 is where you're supposed to be able to see Denali. Yeah, Denali should be somewhere behind those clouds. It's time for another RV cooking show! And it's been a while since I did one of this. We've been eating out a lot. Picadillo is one of those comfort food easy recipes that I like to make a lot. After browning the meat a little bit and putting salt and pepper, we're gonna chop some peppers. Today we have red and yellow. I usually buy ground beef with high fat content, so I don't have to use any extra oil, but this one, even though it is only 80%, it is not releasing any. It is finally starting to release some of that fat. I'm adding some frozen chopped onions. Not ideal, but it's all I've got. And with this range, I've lost all hope of browning the onions or the peppers, so I'm just gonna mix it all up. I'll add some garlic too. Some pimento stuffed manzanilla olives, and smoked paprika. I love paprika. The usual suspects, oregano, which I'm running out by the way, and cumin, about half the amount of cumin as there is oregano. A little bit of cayenne pepper, which is not part of the original recipe. Dry cooking wine, and let's move it around. Mix all the flavors and spices together. Some marinara sauce, the no sugar added kind preferably. Now we're just going to thicken the sauce a little bit and it should be ready.
Well, slightly different recipe today, but I'm sure it's gonna be good. Bon appetit and salut.
There's one more thing we want to do today in this area, and that is go up to the Grand Denali Lodge, which is the one perched atop the hill, for what has to be a commanding view. Parking is kind of limited up here, but it must be our lucky day. It is very nice. Oh yeah, I'd say that's a commanding view. Let's go inside. The restaurant is called Alpenglow. This is what I call a Manhattan with a view. It is so great to see everything from this higher perspective. From this vantage point on the other side, we can even see a little more of the mountains. I wonder if on a clear day you could see Denali. I don't know. The pedestrian bridge we walked earlier today. Yeah, I think this would be a fitting end to our time here. it is time to continue heading south towards a town called Talkeetna. We have a reservation for a plane ride and a train ride. That should be fun. Denali Rainbow Village was very well located, very convenient to visit the national park, and it being in the middle of the village, we had access to all kinds of shops, restaurants, and saloons. Now the journey must go on, but I can never get tired of seeing these mountains. We must return sometime, someday. There's still so much to do on exploring this area. Besides, we do want to go all the way to the end of the Denali Park Road. Crossing the Nenana River one last time. Check it out, Igloo City. Apparently it was built in the 1970s to serve as a hotel, but it never opened to the public. Something about not meeting the building codes at the time. We're about to cross Hurricane Gulch, which will be coming back by train in a couple of days, when we do the Hurricane Turn Flagstop train. Coming up here to the right, one of two spots along this road where you can see Denali. Today we can't even see the tops of the mountains, so I seriously doubt we're gonna be able to see Denali, but we're gonna stop anyway. Well, here we are. Denali should be somewhere behind those clouds.
Well, on a clear day, which is not today, obviously, we should be able to see Denali somewhere back there, as we did. Well, maybe it'll clear up. Who knows? We're gonna have some breakfast and continue.
Okay, I have some footage from our 2010 trip. It was still called McKinley back then. Who wants to see younger Robert?
Hi, that mountain you see back there is Mount McKinley, Peak Denali. It's the tallest mountain in North America, and we came here just to see it.
We had some clouds back then too, but today we have more. The rest of the trip, not very scenic. At least not by Alaska standards. And I have a feeling we're not gonna see sunshine for a couple of days. Crossing the Susitna River, that is my plan B or C, staying down there just in case we can't find a place to stay in Talkeetna. As I was saying, the weather forecast does not look good. But the weather around here is so unpredictable, I still have hope. Here we turn off Parks Highway, Talkeetna, 14 miles away. Here's Talkeetna Camper Park, a full-service RV park, but it was completely booked. Such great location. The Alaska Railroad Depot is right behind it. There's paid parking here, but it seems to be day use only. More research shall go into this. Cruise ship tour perhaps? And I think that's the train we're going to take. It seems very lively here. And not very RV friendly, like to boondock or stealth camp. If we had a small drivable, maybe, but towing, it is gonna be hard. Beer garden, Denali Brewing Company, and Brew Pub. We have to come back here later. If we can find where to park, that is. There's a campground by the river, but it seems to be tent only. But there may be one more place, one more chance, where we might be able to stay. There's a guy parked in a Jeep, and he seems to be living out of his car. He said it would be a few minutes. I think he went to the visitor center to use the restroom. And now he's gone. Yep, $40 a night. Not bad for full hookups, 2 blocks away from the main drag. It is only 2 sites, very much on our system, but we're so glad we found it.
Well, we've made it to Talkeetna, and we found this place, Ili found it actually. Susitna Salmon Center, $40 a night for full hookups, and we are within walking distance to everything, so I think this is really gonna work out. Now let's explore the town a little bit. Check it out. That's our plane. Maybe not. And I believe this is the National Park Service here. And we're gonna see, because there was another city park where we could have parked. Yeah, this is the visitor center for Denali National Park and Preserve.
Here we have some food trucks and vendors.
Okay, this would have been the city park campground. I don't know how to get to those sites. Yeah, this one seems to be only tents.
This is the Denali View walking trail. Of course, we're not gonna be able to see the mountain today. This is the confluence of the Talkeetna and Susitna rivers. And tomorrow we have a reservation to get on a plane just like that one, if the weather cooperates. We're supposed to fly around Denali and land on a glacier. Now we're gonna get something to eat.
Okay, mystery solved. It says no RVs, so actually we got very lucky to find the spot that we did, because I don't think there's anything else in town.
Let's go to beautiful downtown Talkeetna. Nice, a vintage Airstream converted into a food truck. It is quite nice, actually. I think we're gonna go to Denali Brew Pub. A nice local India Pale Ale, fish and chips, and the soup of the day.
Right, really good IPA, decent fish and chips. And now we're going to the post office because I have to mail some stickers. We have a beer garden back there.
We went by the post office. Then we went to see the train that we're going to take in a couple of days. We also came by the airport, and the weather forecast does not look good for tomorrow. And that's all we're going to do today. It's going to be raining all day and they canceled our flight. So there's only one thing to do. Cook. Melting some butter, chopping some green peppers. I've got some frozen chopped onions. Not ideal, but it is convenient. Besides, it's all I've got. Salt and pepper at every step. Some garlic. Ugh, one pepper fell off. I guess it didn't want me to eat it. Has anyone guessed what's boiling on the other pot? Well, chicken breasts, of course. Let's add the smoked paprika, and the oregano, cumin, and cayenne pepper, my new 4 pillars when it comes to spices. Vino seco, and let's bring that chicken over. And what are we going to do? Well, we're going to shred it, like pulled pork, but it is going to be pulled chicken. Oh, it is too hot. I'm burning my left hand. It is the first time I try this approach, so I'm sure there's room for improvement here. I know the taste is going to be there, but I need to work on the strategy. Some marinara sauce. No sugar added. Oh yeah, this is going to be delicious. Let's shred it a little more.
Yeah, the weather is so bad that I think this is all we're gonna do today. Eat and work. And sleep, eventually. Hopefully mañana, tomorrow it will be better. Well, good morning. Good afternoon, almost. They canceled our flight for the second time. The weather is certainly not cooperating, so we're gonna do the railroad now. It's the hurricane turn train, and it's supposed to be like all afternoon. I mean, with this weather, I almost feel like not doing it, but it is not cancelable, so we'll do it.
Yes, the train depot is right behind the RV park. I don't think this is our train. Here comes the McKinley Explorer. That's not ours either. And I guess the cruise lines have their own cars, and they attach them to the train, like Holland America and Princess. Here comes our train, the Hurricane Turn Train. It is a very unique one at that. Ooh, it looks like the 80s in here. And we're about to depart. Now crossing the Talkeetna River, almost at its confluence with the Susitna. The weather, not so great. In fact, it is raining a bit.
As we go along this river, this is the Susitna River. Talkeetna in Athabaskan, which is a native language, means river of plenty or river with food in it. the Susitna, the Shuletna, and the Talkeetna rivers all merge in Talkeetna, so there's our river of plenty. We get all species of salmon up here. I heard some fishermen say yesterday that they're starting to see a few kings come up. So that's our river with food in it.
This is a very unique train in the sense that it is an essential service for locals in order to access and supply cabins in this very remote area only accessible by this train. Also for hunting and fishing, and it is also unique because it is a flag stop service, so it can be stopped at any point along the track. That's a very old telegraph pole. Apparently, they were in use until the 1980s. This train also services guided tours for those who want to float down the river or take a jet boat. And it is also a BYOB train. Now arriving at a village called Curry. And here we have some abandoned old trains. And here we have some people going on a tour. The old depot has seen better days for sure. These white flowers are everywhere. This village is called Gold Creek, and it almost seems incredible to me how many people actually choose to live this remote, their only connection with the outside world being this train. And nowadays, maybe Starlink. We're about to cross the Susitna River Bridge, also known as the Gold Creek Bridge.
It is the longest single-span steel bridge west of the Mississippi when it was erected, and it is on the National Registry of Historic Sites.
I decided to come to the dome car to get a different perspective, a better view, and here we can see the old bridge, which dates back to 1921. Here, some folks got off and they're going to raft down the river. How cool is that? And actually, it is very cool to be up here. I think there are swans down there. Oh, blue sky!
Sunshine.
I think I'm gonna go back down. And this is where we're gonna stop next, because there is actually an art gallery here. And here's another train, probably coming from Denali. Very cool to be stopped here in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, don't live without us.
Let's check out the gallery, which is owned by writer and illustrator of children's books, Shannon Cartwright. She moved to Alaska in 1972 after graduating from college, and she's been in the state ever since, mostly living in the bush, at places like this, which in turn inspired her illustrations. I find trains fascinating. We continue towards our final destination for today, the Hurricane Gorge Bridge. Crossing Parks Highway into a town called Hurricane. And here we are, going over the bridge. And what a view! Not only are we going to cross the bridge, the main attraction about this particular train is that it is the only one allowed to stop on the bridge. There's Hurricane Creek emptying onto the Talkeetna River. And what a unique experience to be up here, on top of the bridge, 296 feet above the creek, on the longest and tallest bridge on the entire Alaska Railroad.
Yep. That's the view right there. Just on this side.
No, we use them.
That's a big truck.
What's your first name?
Will.
Will? Will? Okay, Will. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
And milepost deputy 200 in.
It is very crowded now on the Dome car. Everybody seems to have discovered it, so let's go back down. Our next and final stop is going to be at this place called Twin Bridges, right next to this roaring river.
Pick that spot, or is that like their spot, or?
No, it's public land.
So I can do the same darn thing as long as I get there before them, right?
Again, parked here in the middle of nowhere, next to the rapids. And even though at this point the train ride feels a little long, it is a slow train, we've been at this for hours, and you have to bring your own food and drinks, so it is bare minimum service aside from some honor system snacks. But it is such a unique experience that I think it is totally worth it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back aboard. Our next stop will be at milepost 261. 261 next.
Check it out! That's the group we dropped off earlier. It looks like they're going to camp on that island. What an adventure! And there goes the jet boat.
Well, and that was our joyride on the Alaska Railroad here. I mean, stopping in the middle of the bridge was way beyond cool, but it is a long ride. It is over 6 hours in total, you know. So, yeah. Now we're gonna see if we can get something to eat, and tomorrow's my birthday.
Busy little town.
At last, a modern gas station with tap to pay and all that. To be fair, there were modern gas stations in Fairbanks as well. Fairbanks, and I'm sorry to report Talkeetna didn't quite turn out as expected, but you know, it's the weather is unpredictable. Now today we're getting a little bit of blue skies, but the main thing we wanted to do there was the plane ride, you know, that lands on the glacier, and that didn't work out. There's construction on Alaska 3.
Ryan, the RV technician from Fairbanks, told me that Anchorage is a place where, well, you can see Alaska from there. And as soon as we start getting close, I totally get it. This doesn't really feel like the last frontier anymore. Even Fairbanks has a little bit of that life is rough here feel to it. But as soon as we start getting close to Wasilla, we've got a 4-lane road and all the chain restaurants and shops you can think of. It almost feels like we're back in the suburbs of any mid-sized city in the lower 48, which, believe it or not, is a welcome change. It's been a whole month to the day since we crossed the border between Montana and Alberta. So, besides Calgary and to some extent Fairbanks, we haven't enjoyed big city amenities all this time. I see some mountains up ahead. Unfortunately, I also see some low-hanging clouds encasing the summits. It is still a beautiful drive as we get closer to Anchorage. Crossing the Matanuska River and the Kenai River. And check it out, the Alaska Railroad. Probably the Denali Star taking cruise ship passengers to Denali. I bet you this RV in front of us is going to the same place we're going. What is this place? Well, as you probably know, many RV parks tend to be in industrial areas, next to railroad tracks. And this one is not going to be the exception. Oh, bummer, no Starlink. We are within walking distance to downtown, and I've been told it is safe, so let's do it. Let's go find something to eat.
Well, this is the trail out of the RV park. I'm only taking my phone just in case. It feels pretty solitary in this area. Downtown Anchorage. There are several places we want to sample during our stay here, including 49th State Brewing Company, which comes highly recommended. Ooh, I hear music. There's some kind of festival going on, and the band sounds pretty good. Alright, Georgie. Apparently, it is the Alyeska Jazz Workshop. They are a non-profit promoting jazz music. I love it. And I'm assuming some of these musicians are jazz students. As a lover of jazz, particularly Latin jazz, I really enjoy and appreciate this. We're going to continue walking around and maybe find something to eat. Here's the Visitor Information Center. Nice art. And there are several souvenir shops. Well, hello, Bear. This part of downtown is a little livelier. Lots of tourists. Here we have 49th State Brewing Company. Never mind, super long waiting time. Well, we can't find a place to eat. Our final choice is Humpy's Seafood Grill. And I'm feeling lucky. Cheers! We found some room at the bar and ordered the salmon chowder, the smoked salmon spread, and king crab nuggets. Yum! Pretty good food, and it seems to have more of a local vibe, which I like. We continue walking around now that we have a full tummy. And the jazz band is still going at it. I think it is a great way for locals to spend a long summer afternoon. And I can tell whoever is choosing the music is a mambo aficionado. We're gonna start heading back to the RV park. What is that noise? Here we have some street art, perhaps an Inuit person. And that's all I filmed. As we got closer to the campground, there was an area overrun by homeless people, which is very sad actually. So I thought it would be prudent to put the phone away. Well, good morning. It's a beautiful day. We're enjoying almost perfect weather here. There are a few clouds towards the mountains, but let's head that way. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to take the Seward Highway towards Girdwood and the Alyeska Resort and take the aerial tramway. We've got perfect weather for that. There's a little bit of traffic, but it is flowing. This body of water, the Turnagain Arm. This, by the way, is considered one of the most scenic drives, and we're gonna take it all the way to Seward in a few days. This very popular spot here on the right is called Beluga Point. It is supposed to be a great place to view beluga whales. This would probably also be a great trip to take by train. We're right next to the railroad tracks.
These turnouts are some of the best spots to experience a phenomenon called a boar tide. There is one happening tonight, so we may come back to see it. This is definitely the most scenic drive I think we've done so far. The combination of all these towering snow-capped peaks coming down to sea level is just magnificent. This, by the way, technically part of the Gulf of Alaska and the Pacific Ocean. First time we see the waters of the Pacific on this trip. These snow-capped mountains on the left, that's where we're going. Lots of traffic going towards Girdwood because this weekend they are celebrating the Forest Fair. It would be cool to visit it, one of those things you can't really plan for, but today we're more in the mood for the aerial tram. So many people coming this way, walking miles and miles. Let me tell you, if parking was easier, we might have stopped by the fair, but hey, maybe on the way back. Here we are at the Alyeska Resort, to the left.
Well, here we are at the Alyeska Resort, and that arrow pointing to the right seems to be wrong. Let's go that way.
Yeah, we found our way to the resort, and it is very nice. Now we need to find the tramway. Here we are, we found it! Regular price is $48, but we got a special $60 package that includes food and drinks at a discount. I think this is the best combination of weather and scenery we've had since we arrived in Alaska. Of course, we got on the car with all the rowdy teenagers. Our luck. But what a view! It is just wonderful. Let's go into the Boar Tide Deli and Bar.
Open daily. Here we are. Getting drinks with a view.
Eventually we got some food.
Italian melt and mortadella. Well, this place here, the Alyeska Tram, obviously the main thing here is location. Look at this place. I mean, the views all over, and then you have all the other glaciers. Let me see if I can get you a view to this side. And you can take the tram, or there's actually people hiking up here, which you have glaciers all over the place. Unfortunately, the Seven Glaciers restaurant wasn't open today. That would have been our first choice. Otherwise, the Boar Tide Deli. If you're hungry, no. I mean, it's not that great an experience. The bar, however, was very good, and yeah, they. When it comes to communication, information, or that kind of thing, they're lacking a little bit because, for example, nowhere it says that you can order food at the bar. There's like food at the deli and drinks in the bar. But other than that, I mean, I think the main reason you come up here is for these views, and the views do not disappoint. And I imagine when the Boar Tide comes in, that's why the deli is called Boar Tide, right? when the board tide comes in, you could see it from here. And I imagine the 7 Glaciers restaurant is because you can see, I mean, I counted 3, but there's probably 7 glaciers all around. Very cool. Now we have nowhere to go but down, back down. But actually, coming up here has definitely been one of the highlights of our entire Alaska trip.
Let's go back to Anchorage. It looks like the Girdwood Forest Fair is still going on. A lot more people though. I thought about it for a split second, but finding parking and walking all the way here is not something I want to do right now. Let's go back to Anchorage and explore a little more. And then we'll come back for the board tide. We're back by the Turn Again Arm, where the board tide is going to take place at around 8 p.m. tonight. Did I mention what a beautiful drive this is? We're driving by Ted Stevens International Airport because we're going to this park where you can see the planes land. And maybe we'll go for a hike. Let's go for a walk. Lots of people hanging out here.
Well, we parked at this place called Point Woronzov, I believe that's how you pronounce it. And then we came to the place, you know, that is aligned with the runway. Oh, we're in the shadow now. And we're gonna go to, maybe we'll make it, maybe we won't, to Earthquake Park, but at least to an overlook that, you know, overlooks downtown Anchorage. Okay, this is all part of a planet walk that there is here, and we're right now at Point Uranus. And you know, they're kind of to scale to their actual distance between the planets, right? So Pluto is like, well, Pluto is not a planet anymore, but you get, all these are kind of far away, but then like Mars, Earth, Venus, and Mercury and the Sun are like within a few blocks in downtown. So that's really cool that they have here. I don't know if we're gonna make it to Saturn, but it's a cool way to get a sense of the scale of the solar system. We've got these flowers here pretty much everywhere. I've seen them everywhere in the southern half of Alaska, pretty much. Do you know what they are?
This is Earthquake Park, commemorating the 1964 earthquake. It was the most powerful earthquake of the 20th century, lasting 4 minutes, 9.2 on the Richter scale. An entire neighborhood slid into the ocean right here.
Well, we're heading back. Apparently, this topography here was formed by that 1964 earthquake. And yeah, It's a nice coastal trail here, a couple miles, and we're having such perfect weather today. Probably in the 60s, sunny, which I hear is rare for this part of Alaska. That puts it in perspective, doesn't it? Alaska is big. So much pollen everywhere. It's incredible.
From the trail, we get some great views of downtown. There comes a plane. Let's go see that boar tide. Kind of cool to take the same road we took this morning, but now in a totally different light. It is still a gorgeous drive. You can tell it is low tide. Here's where we're gonna stop.
Now we wait.
So beautiful, those mountains. So striking with the sun hitting them in a certain way.
There's a lot of traffic going back to Anchorage, so I don't know how we're gonna get back. But anyway, we get to this spot once again here on the Seward Highway because we want to witness a phenomenon called a boar tide. And I'm sorry if you get a little bit of wind noise here. It's very windy. It is apparently it is always windy here. And what I expect is when the tide goes up, there's going to be like a wave, tsunami-like, you know, coming from the ocean. And after that, we might even be able to see beluga whales. So I have high hopes.
Here we have some information about beluga whales, and the boar tide should be coming from that general direction. While we wait, let's admire this incredible scenery before our eyes, and these strange-looking clouds. There goes the train. Maybe we can hitch a ride back to Anchorage. All kidding aside, the next time we come to Alaska, we're definitely taking the Denali Star. Or who knows, maybe the Aurora Winter train. That looks pretty bad. An accident, maybe? And the boar tide should be coming any minute from that direction. Oh, I think that's it coming. Today's tide is supposed to be moderate, which is not the largest, but not the smallest one either. It is coming slowly, but it is coming. Ooh, it is getting dark and cold now. And there it is. Not as impressive as other boar tides I've seen on YouTube, but still very cool to see. I mean, I've seen people surfing on these board tides. I guess this one wasn't large enough. Board tides, or tidal bores as they are also called, are pretty rare. They only happen in areas with a large tidal range, and it has to be a shallow, funnel-like bay or river, like this one. Actually, it is pretty impressive, even if it is not the largest possible. And here we can see the strong current entering the turn-again arm. Take a look at that rock. Within a few minutes, the rock is submerged. There it goes, breaking again, going farther and farther into the arm. So much traffic on the Seward Highway. Anyway, tomorrow we'll continue exploring.
Alright, let's try this again. It's a Solstice IPA, salmon burger, and world famous yak burger.
Yeah, we came early and we were able to get a table.
And we got the award-winning bread pudding. Alright.
I guess this is the way to do it. Come early on a rainy day, and the place is still packed. And that's all we did today.
Well, good morning. Today we're going on a glacier tour. Matanuska Glacier with Great Land Adventures, and should be fun. They're gonna pick us up any minute now.
And here they are. The folks from Great Land Adventures are here. It is going to be about 2 hours to Matanuska Glacier, which is one of the few glaciers in Alaska that you can drive to and hike to the toe. It is about a 2-hour drive and it is supposed to be a very scenic one at that, so I really hope the weather clears up. For this particular escapade, I'm partnering with Great Land Adventures. A few days ago, one of the owners reached out to invite us to this glacier walking tour, and I just couldn't say no. This is going to be one of those uniquely Alaskan experiences, best done with someone who knows what they're doing. And our guides, Steven and Matt, both seem to be legit Alaskan outdoorsmen. This is Palmer, by the way, the agricultural capital of Alaska, and our first bathroom break. going east along the north bank of the Matanuska River. And even on this cloudy day, the mountain views are spectacular. These, by the way, the Utqiagvik Mountains. Here we're going to stop for the scenic view. And what a view that is! This definitely has to be one of the most scenic drives in Alaska. Going east on the Dalton Highway, State Route 1. Everywhere you look is eye candy. Here's our first look at Matanuska Glacier, and we're going to be walking on that. I can't wait. And here we are.
Well, wasn't that like the most beautiful drive? A little over 2 hours, we stopped at one of the best vista points. And this is now our last chance for a bathroom break before we actually go to the trailhead for the glacier. And, they're paying in there and doing their stuff. So, to the glacier we go. We've made it to the glacier. What do you think of my fashionable helmet?
All good?
Yep.
After a short walk, we get our first views of Matanuska Glacier. Isn't that amazing?
And in the span of a year, maybe it's moving 20 or 30 feet. Let's say 30 feet, it's coming down, and it's just melting back at, say, 32 feet. So it's melting back a little more than it's coming forward. It's not that it's just melting backwards.
Once we get to the ice, they do provide the much necessary ice cleats, especially for those of us non-ice dwellers.
We've got our fashionable ice cleats on, and now we're gonna go to the glacier.
And this is why it is important to come with a guide. There could be unforeseen dangers. The farther we go into the glacier, the more surreal it becomes. It really does start to feel like you're stepping into a different planet.
Trying to illustrate the potential dangers out there. Like, it's not.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Some part of this goes down.
Well, you don't want to fall in there.
Like,
yeah.
That's going down even farther. So
yeah, you don't want to fall in there.
That's something we don't want to step into.
You know what this reminds me of? The Rorapenthe planetoid from Star Trek comes to mind.
We've made it to this massive ice cube here. It's a little bit of a cascade. Yeah, that's solid frozen water there. Such great view everywhere. I mean, look at that. I think the dirt on the ice actually enhances the experience.
Go up and touch the ice. See if you can reach it.
Massive chunk of ice.
Yeah, we're encouraged to drink the water. Apparently, it is very pure and safe to drink.
Yeah. Very cool to get our first up-close glimpse here of the glacier. And all these rocks actually come down from the mountains with the glacier and get deposited here.
We have always one guide at the front and one at the back, making sure nobody gets separated from the group.
As I always mention, never forget to look back, because sometimes the best views are just behind you. On the perilous bridge.
We continue hiking in this otherworldly landscape with only the sound of the crushing ice beneath our feet.
Well, yeah, this is definitely the picture from the brochure back there. This is the toe of the glacier. And yeah, basically the end, you know, where it... from this vantage point, I mean, we have 360-degree, beautiful views everywhere.
The sun has come out, and it greatly accentuates the texture on the ice. Oh, take a look at that! The sun shining on it makes all the difference. Of course, never forget to look back. Although, actually, there's striking beauty all around us.
We're going to come back to this point, so if anybody wants to wait here can, but I recommend you try to make it to the viewpoint down here. I want you to be comfortable with the route you're taking. Probably following the water is the, the lowest point is probably the easiest thing. I'm going to try to choose the easiest path, but if you see an easier way.
Oh yeah, look at that view. That's the pièce de résistance. That's incredible.
Glacier water.
I wonder what forces of nature shape the glacier that way as it slowly rolls down the slope and melts.
And here's one final look at that toe of the glacier.
Yeah, it is true. Oil and gas is our biggest industry up here, followed by commercial fishing, and tourism is our third largest industry.
Our ice walk is nearly over here. One final look at the glacier.
Well, I'm sad to say our incredible ice walk is nearing its end. This has certainly been one of the highlights of our entire Alaska trip. One final look back at these incredible ice formations. What a great experience this was. Now, back to Anchorage. It is Alaska, so once in a while there will be construction delay. They only have a few months every summer to fix the roads. And we're back in Palmer for lunch this time. The guides are taking us to this place called Vagabond Blues. Really good paninis. And just like that, our glacial adventure is over. Well, good morning. Greetings once again from Anchorage. Yeah, sadly, there's a pretty large homeless encampment here. Unfortunately, it seems to happen in almost every big city. Changing the subject, today we're going for a little hike, even though I must say the weather conditions are not ideal for the hike that I want to do. We have some low clouds to the east. Some of these houses up here have great views. It is a very popular trail, I see.
Well, here we are. Let's go pay our entrance fee, and I don't know if we're gonna do the whole hike because we have some very low clouds, but at least to see the views, right? Well, there you go. They have a credit card machine. It's $5 and you place it on the dash. Well, first, there seems to be an overlook here that overlooks the city, and before it gets any cloudier, let's see if we can do that. And then we'll go as far up as the clouds. I mean, it looks like the weather is deteriorating quickly here.
This, by the way, is the Glen Alps Flat Top Trailhead. But first, we're gonna do the short Anchorage Overlook Trail.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a spectacular view. If the clouds don't cover us first.
Going all the way up to Flat Top might not be worth it today. It is completely encased in a dark cloud. What a view from this vantage point. There are mountains back there, we just can't see the peaks. We can see the wind turbines on Fire Island. There's the airport. We'll be going there the day after tomorrow.
It is a spectacular view of downtown down there. Now, since I already paid my $5, I'm gonna try to go up a little bit, but this is what they call snow fences.
That was like one.
Here's the trail map, so let's go all the way to the clouds.
Here we go, Flat Top Trail. I guess we'll do it until we hit the clouds, right? Oh, that was a steep section right there. Whew. Here's the fork on the road. I think to the right, it's supposed to be a little steeper, but I have a feeling the views are gonna be better, so let's do the right. That's very steep. I think I'm gonna go up to that ridge, and that's it. We're going back. That's up there. Yeah, we're really getting into the clouds now, so I don't think there's much point since we're gonna have a view.
Yeah, I'm not too crazy about being inside a rain cloud. On top of a mountain, and I think the clouds are getting lower.
Right there on the edge of the clouds.
That's it for this adventure. Look at those mountains. Now that we are a little lower, we can see them. I had no idea they were there. Let's continue exploring here by Ship Creek. Someone recommended I check out the Ulu factory. The Ulu is a type of knife used by the native people of Alaska, so let's go inside. This seems to be a traditional sled. They have some very cool looking Ulus and some artifacts as well. I am not currently in the market for one, but they are very cool. Someone also recommended this restaurant.
Yeah, apparently the bridge is not open in this season. They're only doing like catering and big parties, so... And I didn't know what the Ulu was. I had to Google it.
Let's cross the bridge over Ship Creek. Here's an Alaska thing for sure. All these anglers fishing for king salmon. There seems to be a lot of salmon in these waters, but apparently not today, evidently. Well, there he caught something, so they are running. Just not as many right now. It is kind of hard to see, but there's one lone salmon struggling to swim upstream, following that unyielding instinct to procreate.
Yeah, that was very interesting, seeing everybody down there fishing. We only saw one fish coming upstream, but there's more people fishing over there, so let's see. This is, by the way, the Ship Creek trail. That being Ship Creek, of course.
They have some of these stairs in order for you to access the river, and here's the view from a little farther upstream. Apparently, timing is everything. I read that your chances of catching a fish are highly determined by the tides on Cook Inlet. Who would have thought? The main peculiarity here is that Ship Creek is right in the middle of downtown. Oh, it looks like someone got lucky. Oh yeah, that looks like a great catch.
I was tempted to get an Ulu, you know, the legendary knife of the Arctic, but I probably have no use for that, so we're gonna continue.
We're going to have a light lunch because tonight we're going to dinner with viewers Alex and Stacy, who live here, and they were able to get one of those coveted reservations at the Glacier Brewhouse. Here we are. Someone recommended this place, the Fancy Moose Lounge at the Lakefront Hotel. The coolest thing about this place is the location. It is right on the shore of Lake Spenard, right next to Lake Hood, which is a seaplane base. Let me tell you, it seems like float planes are a way of life in Alaska, since there are so many places only accessible by them. There are float plane docks all around this lake. They are coming in and out all the time. You can see the planes take off from right inside the lounge. Very, very cool. And here we're just gonna have some hummus, so we can be hungry again in a couple of hours. This must be that fancy moose. And we've got a polar bear! And the bison. This is a cool one. It's got 2 motors. In a different life, I might have been a pilot. Let's go downtown. Oh no, we drove into the airport by mistake. Pretty good looking airport, by the way. As I was saying, let's go back to downtown. We still have about 2 hours before dinner, so we may have time to see a couple more things. Here we are. Let's park for a few minutes. This is called Resolution Park, and there's supposed to be a statue of Captain Cook.
And there it is, Captain Cook.
This whole body of water west of the Kenai Peninsula is called Cook Inlet, in honor of the famous British explorer, who mapped this whole part of the Pacific coastline in 1778. On a clear day, the views from here must be spectacular. Let's go and try to park closer to Glacier Brewhouse. And I forgot the GoPro was up on the roof. Luckily, I remembered in time because at a busy downtown like this, someone might steal it.
Well, remember Uranus when we were at the coastal trail? Well, we skipped the rest of the planets, but here we have Mercury. Now let's look for the sun. The sun should be like, remember those were like a mile away from each other? The sun should be like a block away. I think it's like on that corner over there. So let's go. Funny thing, we have to be back here like in 45 minutes. And here we have the end, or shall I say the beginning of our solar walk. Here we have Sol, our star. And here's a graphic talking about the whole, planet walk, which it puts it in perspective, as I said, all the great distances between the outer planets. And once you get past Jupiter, all the other planets, from Mars to the Sun are just a couple of blocks here in downtown. That's pretty cool. Now, instead of the signs, they should have like a sculpture, depicting each of the planets. But that's just an idea. Now we're going to dinner, right there. Glacier Brewhouse.
Well, dinner was great, but I didn't record any video. And I think this is all we're going to do here in Anchorage. Tomorrow we've got a plane to catch to the northernmost point in the United States. Hello everybody and greetings once again from Anchorage, Alaska. As I said, today we're going to get on a plane. I would have preferred to drive, but there are no roads linking our destination with the rest of Alaska. So here we are at Ted Stevens Anchorage International for the one daily flight linking Utqiagvik with the rest of the world. It is a modern airport like you would expect in any city around the world. Quite nice actually.
Hello and greetings from Ted Stevens International Airport here in Anchorage, and yes, today we're doing something different. Remember Ted Stevens? Series of tubes?
The internet is a series of tubes.
Well, where we're going today, there are no roads, so we have to take a plane. And actually, hello there, that's Ted Stevens right here. And I kind of feel uneasy leaving the trailer. It's the first time that we both leave the trailer behind and take a plane. But, I mean, we're going to the northernmost place in America. Greetings from Alaska.
I see Alaska Airlines is still using Barrow. I guess much easier to pronounce. A pre-departure IPA because...
Well, we're going into a dry town, so might as well.
Now we wait. The flight should be just under 2 hours to cross the entire state of Alaska, south to north. It's been a while since the last time I flew, so this is exciting. It's just a sea of clouds below. Once in a while, there's a break and we see some land, but not much detail. Here we are, our first look at the Inupiat village of Utqiagvik, formerly Barrow, Alaska, the largest city in the North Slope borough and the northernmost town in the United States, just a few miles away from Point Barrow, the actual northernmost point.
We've made it to Utqiagvik, Barrow, Alaska, top of the world. Greetings from the Arctic. It's a plane.
Our arrival? Not as smooth as we were expecting. First, there's a cell phone outage in town, so no way to call the hotel shuttle. Luckily, we found a taxi, and he's gonna take us to the top of the world hotel. Here's our first look at this very remote place. Seventh-day Adventist Church, all the way up here.
Hey, can I get a taxi at the emergency house at the hospital going to top of the world?
Thank you. Hospital emergency. Thank you. Coming.
Anyway, since we didn't book a tour, we spoke to the taxi driver to see if he could take us to the main points of interest, give us a tour of the town. So after we check in, we're going to call him and get the lay of the land.
Well. Yeah, post office, yeah.
If you want,
Top of the World Hotel.
You can call cab if you want. Okay.
Yes.
When you think you want to take a cab to Point?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Or today. We could do it today.
Yeah, we
actually.
could do it later
Yeah.
today.
Later today. Color cab B3. Well, here we are, our room at the Top of the World Hotel. Right here, this is the entrance. We have a bathroom. And then, let me show you what we have here. We have a view, kind of, sort of. We have a view of the Arctic Ocean. Perhaps not the most attractive view here, but it's a view nonetheless. There.
We've got Arctic Ocean view.
All right, the hotel. It's all right, the room is nice, but the vending machine has no water whatsoever. There's nowhere to get water. So let's see if there's like a market nearby or something like that. Yeah, that's the hotel right there. There it is, the Whale Arch. Well, here we are in front of the Arctic Ocean. It's kind of brutally cold, by the way, and that's the Whalebone Arch here in Utqiagvik. It's supposed to be a famous landmark. Of course, it's right next to all this rather unsightly stuff, but hey, we're right here in front of the Arctic Ocean, and the northernmost point in America is like about 10 miles that way. We're gonna see if we can get to it, but first we have to get water.
Of course, when I say northernmost point in America, I have to refer to the United States of America. The northernmost point in the contiguous American continent is actually Murchison Point, also known as Zenith Point, in Canada.
That's interesting, right? Alcohol is prohibited in this town, but marijuana is legal.
I almost went into a dispensary thinking it was a convenience store. By the way, there's supposed to be a supermarket about half a mile away from the hotel, so that's where we're going. This is the supermarket. Okay, I'm impressed. It looks like any other supermarket, and they have everything. All kinds of fresh fruit and vegetables, even oranges in the Arctic. Twice the price, but the fact that they can have them is mind-boggling. All this stuff here where nothing grows. What a great time in history to be alive.
We found water. $7.20 for a large bottle of smart water. At least we won't dehydrate here in the Arctic. Now it's about 3 blocks back to the hotel. We're gonna see if we can call a cab to go to Point Barrow. Here's our friendly dispensary. Oh, PBR seems to be a hit here among Barrowans. Looks like someone must have been smuggling beer into town.
We're back at the top of the world. Now let's call our friendly taxi driver, and then we'll see if we can get something to eat at the hotel restaurant. There are also several restaurants in town. There's Chinese, pizza, even Mexican, but no traditional Inupiat food.
Going there later.
Here's the hallway going to our oceanfront room on the 2nd floor. And our taxi has arrived.
Well, we Toke decided to take a taxi, and here we are, in fact, at the top of the world bridge. I don't know exactly what it means. It's probably the northernmost bridge in America. Isn't that something?
Utqiagvik is the tribal college. Here's another famous landmark, the bowhead whale.
Here we have the bowhead whale.
This one was captured here in 1987 to feed the tribe. Yes, to this day whales are a very important part of the Inupiat diet.
Alright, we continue.
Now we're approaching the site of the former Point Barrow military base from World War II. It was originally just a crude radar site, even though the chance of any Japanese attack to this area was remote. But the base provided support for the Bering Straits and along the North Slope.
Now this here, Cafe Parker Field, would be the northernmost football field, I don't know if the world, but in America for sure, right? The northernmost football field. I mean, everything is pretty much gonna be northernmost here in Barrow, Alaska.
This used to be the military base's airport. There's still Arctic ice on the water here in mid-July. All these small cabins are used by the Inupiat people during whaling season. They come here to barbecue, you know, like their version of camping, I suppose. Some of them are not in great shape, but I can only imagine the harsh weather conditions here during the polar night. Here are some of the boats they use. Such a different way of life from what we're used to here in the Arctic. Look at all those whale bones. Apparently, someone thought it would be a funny idea to build all these fake palm trees. Bring a little bit of tropical warmth to this barren land.
Unfortunately, this is as far as we can go by car. The actual Point Barrow, it's probably about an extra mile that way. And yeah, we're on top of the world here. Northernmost point that we can go in America right now. Is that a dead seal there? It's about a 30-minute walk to the point somewhere over there.
Actually, I checked, and it seems like it is almost 2.5 miles.
Oh, he shot a geese right there.
He did?
Yeah, I hope I got it on camera. Yeah. Hold on. He's picking it up from the ground. Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad we decided not to hike all the way to the point. That would have been almost 2 hours round trip in this weather. I mean, it seems like a missed opportunity, but I think we got close enough. I mean, it is frigid and windy out here.
Well, we had to look for a sign that said Point Barrow, and this is it. I'm not even sure whether we're supposed to take pictures here. This is the long range radar. They used to spy, I guess. But yeah, very cool to be here.
Look at this one with all the antlers and furs. That's a polar bear skin, I believe. I believe that might be walrus skin, what they used to build the boats.
Well, that was a fun taxi ride. Now, let's see if we can get something to eat. Well, the restaurant closed earlier than expected, so we ordered Chinese. Well, that's our view of the Arctic Ocean.
Here we've got some young Inupiat folks riding bikes, hanging out. And that's really all there is to do on this Friday at 10 p.m.
It is 1:30 a.m. in the Arctic.
We're gonna try and get some sleep.
Beluga whale. This is the gift shop.
Today they have warm water.
That's all there is to it. Look, they have the knives. It's a brand new day in Utqiagvik. Although, let's face it, most people still call it Barrow. And we're back at the famous monument hill with the whale bones. You want to take a selfie? Ooh, in front of the Arctic Ocean. And then let's see if we can walk around town a little bit. It's kind of bitterly cold, and there's a little bit of a mist coming down, so it's really not comfortable to be outside. But can you imagine this place in winter? Anyway, we asked for a late checkout at the hotel, but it's like $75 for like an extra hour or two. It's ridiculously expensive. So anyway. Here's the arch.
This seems to be a traditional Umiak skin-covered boat, traditionally made from driftwood or whalebone, then covered with walrus skin. This one seems to be a slightly more modern version when it comes to the frame. Lots of stuff laying on the ground, everywhere. I wonder why.
Well, if I were to do the polar bear plunge, it would probably be back there, but it is too cold. It is way too cold today here to do anything, but I mean, even walking around town is gonna be a little painful. Well, this is probably the world's northernmost Mexican restaurant.
It is early, so everything is pretty much closed, except for that place perhaps.
The 57.
It says coffee available, and that's really what I need on this frigid morning, but it is not open yet, I don't think. Let's go to the other side of this lake, which seems to be downtown. That side of town seems to be a little more modern, better maintained. That seems to be a dam. Yes, those definitely look like government buildings. And that, I don't know what it is. They look like luxury lakefront condos to me.
And here we have the sign, Barrow, Alaska. Only 1,250 miles to the North Pole, as compared to 11,000 miles to the South Pole. All right. And that's a Presbyterian church here. I have no idea where to go here in downtown. It's bitterly cold. This is either City Hall or the courthouse. And it is snowing a little bit. It's like everybody has stuff laying around everywhere. Probably the most architecturally unique building, and that is the court. The Alyeska court system. Here's the police department.
They do have all the government buildings in one place.
Well, here's Osaka. That's where we ordered food from last night. Yeah, there's a handful of restaurants in town. None of them are like, like typical food from this area, except the one in the hotel. That's the one that they say that has some like reindeer dishes and whatnot. But and apparently it's not an early morning town. It's past 9 a.m. and it's really deserted out here. I think we've seen enough for one morning. Maybe we'll be back later, but I hope at least we got a glimpse of Barrow. There's nobody out. I guess why would you be out with this cold? Only crazy people like us.
Let's head back to the hotel and defrost. At some point, we're going to have to check out and wait like 4 hours until our flight.
Northernmost dinosaur. Oh, check it out, arroz a la cubana, where Danny says ground beef. So we're in that big picadillo. I don't know. We're in the Arctic. But I didn't think she was gonna have it, but yeah, it is an Arctic espresso. Arctic espresso is gonna feel good. Oh yeah, that's good. That's a good espresso. The closest thing to Cuban coffee in the Arctic, in Barrow, Alaska. Oh, this is just making my whole day better. And we're back at the Top of the World Hotel, our 5-star luxury accommodation here. It's gonna feel good to be in there. And with that, we say goodbye to our oceanfront view here. A room at the top of the world. Not any ocean, but the Arctic Ocean. We're gonna see if we can get something to eat. And then we have to kill like 4.5 hours this afternoon. We'll see what we do.
Let's try Utqiagvik, which means our place to eat. It is the hotel restaurant.
I'm having coffee first, but it's gonna be lunch with a view of the Arctic. Well, what can I say? It's a top of the world burger.
What do I see out there over the horizon? It is ice, ice, baby! The fog has lifted and we can see the horizon for the first time. Now it really feels like we are in the Arctic.
Saying goodbye to our top of the world hotel. Now let's go to the museum. supermarket. And over there, hello there, is the Inupiat Heritage Center. It's like the jaw of the whale. And as you can see, a lot of the parking here, that will have a power plug for you to plug in because of the winter. Yeah, I don't know if it is through here or through there, but it looks like it's through there. Closed today, sorry for the inconvenience. Oh no. Oh well. Well, as you saw, unfortunately, the museum or the Inupiat Heritage Center seems to be closed today. Don't know why. Let's see if the library is open. If not, we'll just return to the hotel and kill some time at the lobby before going to the airport. At least there's internet there.
It is just a library where you check out and read books. And now let's continue wandering the lonely streets of Utqiagvik. Go back to the hotel and kill some time. They actually have pretty fast Starlink internet, so we can catch up on our social life, maybe read a book. Oh wait, we could have done that at the library too.
The skin of a seal.
I forget whether it was a seal or a walrus. The taxi driver told us.
We've made it to the cemetery. The Utqiagvik Cemetery. Another whale arch.
Yeah, whale arches seem to be a thing here, and I can't get over all the ice out there. It would be so cool to take a boat or kayak to it. I heard the reason there is so much decaying stuff outside is that things get shipped here, but they never get shipped out. When they break or outlive their usefulness, they never go back. Things are kept and possibly reused or repurposed at some point. Nothing goes to waste. From an outsider's perspective, it gives the town a little bit of an unsightly appearance, but it is their way. We're just here visiting for one day.
Well, I've been wanting to come to this place for a long time, and I've watched several videos on YouTube and read about it, but nothing could prepare me for the reality of being here. And I'm still processing the experience, but all I've got to say, it's gotta be a harsh way of life here in Utqiagvik, Barrow. Well, we basically have 3 hours with nothing to do until we have to go to the airport. So I think we're just gonna sit by the lobby, use the internet, and reflect on our experience here. Now 3 hours later. Well, in what may or may not have been our better judgment, we've decided to walk to the airport. I mean, it's only 35 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, I mean, it's almost freezing, but it's only about a mile walk. It should take us 20 minutes. It'll take a little longer just because I'm gonna be taking pictures and whatnot. But this is the thing with the coordination of this whole thing. There's really not a whole lot to do in this town. And the flight doesn't arrive here. I mean, the boarding is like at 5:10. So checkout was at 11. So we've been kind of homeless for the past 4 or 5 hours. Most of which we spent there, you know, hanging out in the lobby where it is warm. So now we're gonna walk to the airport, brave the cold, and see if we can see something else of this unique town. In an odd way, it is a very photogenic town.
Here's a monument dedicated to Wiley Post and Will Rogers. Their airplane crashed on takeoff from a nearby lagoon on August 15, 1935. The Barrow Airport is named after them. Check it out, Lake Placid, Florida, only 4,774 miles. By the way, Will Rogers was a famous Native American actor, writer, and entertainer in general at the time, so much that he traveled around the world 3 times. Wiley Post was a famed aviator, first to fly solo around the world, and during high-altitude flying, he discovered the jet stream, very important for modern aviation. There's the hotel shuttle, but I'm glad we walked over here. We got to see a lot more of the town. The gate and TSA are in the same room.
And that's it for Barrow, Alaska. We're getting on the plane.
One final look, and welcome aboard.
I'm calling you with me today are Stephen, Jody, and Andrea. Safety is our highest priority. We appreciate your attention while we share some important safety information.
I believe we're going to fly over Denali, and that may be it, but the camera won't focus. By the time I switched to manual, it was gone. Ooh, it is raining in Anchorage. A lot.
So good bite at Stevens. Let's get out of here. Well, good morning. I think it's been raining like for 3 days in a row. I mean, ever since we left for Barrow, and everything's flooded. But we're leaving today. I'm dumping, flushing, hitching, and Seward. Here we come. Yep, it is flooded. Well, what can I say? Really not a fan of, breaking camp in conditions like this, rainy, wet, soupy. Is like miserable. Everything is wet, everything is dirty. But sometimes you gotta do it. Hopefully the weather down in Seward will be a little better, but doesn't look promising.
What a difference day makes, huh? We should be seeing gorgeous mountains across Turnagain Arm. And there goes the Chugach Express. Anyway, we've been in Alaska now for almost a month, so I'm going to kind of categorize what we've seen so far. There's the wild north, cold and frosty in winter, not so great roads, and I'm even going to include Fairbanks there. You can see a moose or a bear almost anywhere, and it's got a somewhat frontier feel to it, especially the farther north you go. It is wild and beautiful. On the other side of the coin, you have Anchorage. Let's call it, for lack of a better word, the civilized part of Alaska. Not to say that Fairbanks was uncivilized, but you know what I mean. And here I'm including some of the nearby towns like Palmer and Wasilla. It quote-unquote feels like the rest of the United States. All the national chain stores and restaurants and all the services and amenities of a big city. And there is still wild beauty surrounding you in every direction. Then we have the part we're about to enter, the Kenai Peninsula. This I'm going to call the touristy part of Alaska. This is where the cruise ships dock, where most of the tours depart from, and if the weather cooperates, I know we're going to see some marvelous things. And this is Seward, Alaska. Very busy town. We're staying at Seward Municipal Campgrounds. $55 for water and electric, and nope, I could not get a waterfront site. It is fairly tight. We're going into town to grab a bite to eat. We're hungry. Did I mention it was a little tight? Even on this cloudy day, the views are fabulous. First, we're gonna get the lay of the land. Here on the right is the main area, the terminal where the Kenai Fjords cruise departs from, a couple of restaurants, some shops, but we're gonna turn around. Here's one of the many murals around town. We're going to go to the south side, but tomorrow we're definitely coming back here because tomorrow we're getting on a boat. Yes, this is the area. We're going to see a waterfall first, and then we'll come back. I see a brewery in our future. Oh, Miami driver. Here's the waterfall, and what a horrible road.
Long Creek Waterfall. And this road is horrendous.
There, that's our waterfall on the side of the road. And this is called Waterfall Beach. as the waterfall flows right into Resurrection Bay here. And here are our views of Resurrection Bay on this very cloudy day. One can only hope that it clears up a little for our Kenai Fjords cruise tomorrow, but the weather forecast doesn't look very promising. There is Starship looking good under the rain.
Oh yeah, this road is full of holes. We get to see a waterfall.
Here's the Sea Life Center, more murals. Let's try and find parking here. Oh, like a glove.
Well, the weather is not cooperating, but as you know by now, you know how we do it, right? And this is a very walkable town here. But the first thing we're going to do, we're going to a brewery. And here we have a Seward Brewing Company, I believe it is called.
We're on the second floor, and here they have a stage, so maybe there's live music sometimes.
Well, cheers.
And our food has arrived.
Mushroom soup. I got the hot chicken, and Illy got the tacos.
And we kind of sort of have a view. Can you imagine this place with good weather? Pretty cool place, and here they have some pinball machines and vintage video games.
That's where the magic happens. Well, that was a pretty decent hot chicken sandwich. Let's check out the Yukon bar. It's supposed to be famous.
Well, this is really cool. It reminds me of a bar in Key West, with all these bills stapled to the ceiling and other surfaces. Bartender reminds me of Guilfoyle from Silicon Valley. And I think this is going to be a good way to end our first day here in Seward. The weather certainly doesn't call for any outdoor activities.
It does not stop raining. Hopefully tomorrow it'll improve. Good morning. Perhaps, oh, there's a cruise ship in town. Perhaps not the best weather to get on a boat today, but you know, the weather is the one thing you can't control, right? And we booked this trip on the Kenai Fjords a couple of weeks ago. You know, I was afraid that, you know, it might fill up or whatnot. But actually the clouds and the fog give the mountains a unique look. So this may not be a totally negative thing. You know, we might get a unique experience here. The boat departs in about 2 hours, so I'm gonna start getting ready. But first, let me show you a view of this Resurrection Bay here.
If it wasn't for the lifeboats and some colors on the boat, you would think this is a black and white film. At least we can see more mountains than yesterday.
Well, yeah, in this case, that fog, that mist, actually enhances the experience. At least it is a different experience, if you will. Maybe we'll be back in a couple of days and there will be perfect weather, but today it's I mean, it certainly looks unique here. I should have tried and get one of these waterfront sites. Most of these are dry camping though. Alright, let's get ready for our cruise.
Ooh, a Tioga. Anyway, we have to make sure we have everything we need because we're going to be on the boat for at least 6 hours.
Well, it is a little later now. Now we're gonna go get our shuttle that's gonna take us to the port. It's gonna take us to our boat. But the fog is a lot denser now, so I don't know. I'm not feeling as optimistic as I was this morning. Getting worse by the minute. Oh boy.
Here we are, waiting for the shuttle, and it is getting better again. This Alaska weather is way too unpredictable.
Kenai Fjords.
Yep, our shuttle is here. Wave goodbye to Minitini IV. We checked in and now we have some time, so we're going to walk around a little bit. I suppose many people go on fishing tours and hang their trophies here. It is a huge marina. We are going to get on one of those, one of the catamarans. Here's another one of those murals of what we're about to see, or supposed to see on a clear day. We're just about ready to board.
Is that what you guys just had?
That's our boat, the Alyeska Voyager. I think we're gonna go outside, although it might be a good idea to take an indoor seat, just in case it rains later. Out here, it's going to be perfect, as long as the weather holds up. We're moving. Check it out, a bald eagle. What a majestic bird. Here we have another wildlife sighting, a floating sea otter. That is very cool to see. Very cool animals. Looking back, we can barely see Seward anymore. We begin picking up speed, going south on Resurrection Bay towards the Pacific Ocean. I believe this is Thumb Cove here, barely visible.
It's raining pretty hard.
Here we have another bald eagle, just looking at us like, what are we doing here? Getting soaked under the pouring rain. We continue. Amazing, all these cliffs, and that waterfall. That's what I call dedication and love of the outdoors. Perhaps next time we should do it in a small boat like that one. Get a more intimate tour. But this first time, I think it was a good idea to get the 6-hour cruise. Oh, check it out! A natural bridge. And there's an eagle's nest. Poor birds getting soaked. We are now on the open ocean, going towards Alyeska Bay. Here's another arch. Or is it a natural bridge? Here we got some jellyfish and another bald eagle. Wait for it. It is perched on the top of the tree. Everywhere you look, even under these bleak weather conditions, it is just beautiful.
With high visibility, this would have been a great trip, but it was still not bad. It's been fun so far. We took a look at this. Woo.
We came indoors for a little bit because we were getting soaked. Now there's a lot of ice on the water. We must be getting close to a glacier. There it is. These are our first views of Utqiagvik Glacier. We're gonna get a little closer. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get to see some glacier calving, although it is super difficult to catch on camera just because it is so unpredictable. And by the time you hear the noise, it already happened. I am hopeful though.
That certainly was worth the price of admission here, right? That's a glacier right there. Oh my gosh. It's a block of ice across the glacier right there.
Yes, they are fishing some glacial ice out of the water. And what have we got here? Wildlife! Keep your eyes peeled. We may experience some calving at any moment. Ooh, I almost caught that one.
Ice phone. Yeah.
There's another one.
There's just a little bit falling down right there.
Well, hello, friend. Hello, friend. There we go.
Can you imagine if that one huge piece would fall off right now? That would be epic. That's our sister ship. It is a little smaller. And this is an amazing glacier. I was so mesmerized by the glacier, I didn't even notice these waterfalls. I think we're about to continue. It keeps on calving, but it is time to go. Well, this was great. So far, this has been the highlight of our entire Kenai Fjords cruise. Oh, check that out. Apparently, it was a rough landing, which happened this past June 26. According to what I read, thankfully, there were no injuries. It must have been scary, but it could have been a lot worse. Off we go, speeding away. Taking a break indoors from the cold and the rain. Besides, we're encountering pretty rough seas out here on the open Pacific. We are now approaching the Chiswell Islands, an important bird sanctuary. We should be able to see all kinds of wildlife here. I believe there's a puffin on the water. Yep, there it is. We've got some sea lions. The fog and the rain, they kind of give everything this mysterious, Jurassic Park-esque feel to everything, enhancing the already striking landscape. And there is wildlife everywhere. Here we have some more birds. We continue speeding away towards another area. I believe we've got whales. Oh my gosh, look at that. Humpback whales.
Alright, so I'm gonna try to screw it up a little bit. Working together. We're trying to capture as many small game fish as possible. Pectoral flipper there. Woo!
Here they come, baby.
What an amazing spectacle. I think by now it is safe to say our 6-hour Kenai Fjords cruise was a success, even if Mother Nature did not cooperate all that much in the weather department. But wait, there's more. That's it for the humpbacks. Now all we can do is reflect on the marvelous experience as we speed back to Seward. And we're back, arriving in Seward. The bald eagle still there, welcoming us back like a faithful sentinel. And it is still raining.
And we're back on mainland.
The plan right now is to get back to the RV and then find something to eat. It feels good to be back in our tiny home on wheels. Race is our first choice, but it has a very long waiting time. Alaska Seafood Grill seems nice, but a little more casual than we're looking for.
Well, we ended up at this place called Chinooks. Chinooks with a view. Yeah, table with a view.
We even have some wildlife.
We saw, yeah. Clam chowder. The halibut with crab and the basil halibut.
Not the best food or service we've had in Alaska, but the view makes up for it.
It's been a long day. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Well, I had this whole grand plan to hike all the way to the top of Marathon Mountain. Oh, someone's making noise. Okay, this is much better. Take two. So I had this whole grand plan to hike all the way to the top of Marathon Mountain back there. I mean, you're supposed to get like these great views of the whole, Resurrection Bay. And now it turns out that in 30 minutes it's gonna start raining. I don't know, it doesn't really look like it, but I mean, it can't possibly be any worse than yesterday, right? But I don't know if I wanna make that hike in the rain. We'll see how bad it is, and we may or may not do that. Otherwise, if not, we'll make it a work day, which God knows there's a lot of video that still needs to be edited. So for now, let's just enjoy this. I mean, this is a marvelous place. We're finally able to see Resurrection Bay, It's been foggy all these days. I don't know if you can tell, but all the Starlinks in this campground are like heavily tilted to the south, which is different. Starlink usually likes to tilt to the north. And what's to the south of our, permanently installed Starlink there on the roof? Our air conditioner. Our air conditioner is obstructing Starlink, so it's virtually unusable. But then again, we got pretty decent Verizon and AT&T here.
Let's go for a drive around Resurrection Bay. Oh, what is that blue thing up there? And those mountains? Those weren't there before. Let's take advantage of this good weather because I'm pretty sure it will be short-lived. It wouldn't be Alaska if we didn't have some construction. But while we're stopped, take a look at those mountains. It wouldn't be Alaska if we didn't have beautiful mountains all around us. The only bad thing is that you don't always get to see them. But if you stay someplace long enough, almost guaranteed the weather will change. This pullout is called Seward Lookout, and we're going to be able to see the town from across the bay. Let's go to this other viewpoint called 4th of July Beach, and I believe this is the Seward shipyard. Lots of boats here in storage. Here we are. I'm not sure I can drive down there, so we're going to explore on foot.
Well, this is 4th of July Beach. Today we get magnificent views of Resurrection Bay here. The Pacific Ocean somewhere out there.
We've got such great visibility today. What a difference compared to the weather we experienced yesterday. If there is something we've learned is that perhaps we shouldn't make reservations that far in advance. Not that yesterday was a bad experience, but it was certainly a wet one.
Preheating the convection oven here, and this is gonna be like brunch today. And check it out, a Cuban inspired ham and cheese pizza, product of Germany. We picked this up at Fred Meyer in Anchorage, but interesting. Yep, I'm getting Cuban sandwich vibes here. It's actually pretty good.
It is getting cloudy again. Lots of starlings here in Alaska. And it's raining again.
Well, lo and behold, it stopped raining, and it's supposed to remain this way for at least 2 hours. So let's go on that little hike. Maybe we won't do the whole trail, but an hour up, an hour down should work. Even the sun wants to come out. And let me tell you, sometimes I forget that we're actually in Alaska. There you go, Mount Marathon race. Yeah, people actually race up this mountain.
It is always a good idea to look back from time to time.
Well, here we go. This seems to be a trailhead. There are actually several trails that bifurcate here, but we're taking the quickest possible route to the top.
This looks like it might be a little more technical than I'm prepared for.
So, okay, this might be a little steeper than I was expecting, but we'll do as much as possible. I took off my jacket. It's starting to get hot, but I mean, this is pretty steep, so we'll see. We'll see how far we can make it. Tell you what, I am not comfortable with this level of steepness. I mean, look at that. And it's a little muddy. I haven't really done anything like this in a while, so I want to see if I can find a less challenging route.
In this case, I think it was wise to know when to quit, and at least we got to see the glacier.
Yeah, I found the other trail on all trails here, and it's called the Skyline Trail, and it's a lot less challenging, at least on the way up. And that's the one I'm gonna do. But the trailhead is not here. The trailhead is actually a couple of blocks north of here. Yeah, okay. I didn't read use this. Public use of this non-designated trail is not recommended. We're gonna do this one here.
This is it. I think we are at the correct trailhead now.
Okay, so the Jeep trail. I'm gonna try to get at least up to here. Well, let's see. Let's see how this goes. If it appears to be too strenuous, too slippery, too steep, we'll call it quits. It's gonna rain in an hour anyway. Well, this is definitely the most strenuous hike I've done, at least since my injury back in January. And I'm definitely a little out of shape, I can admit that. But if I don't do stuff like this, I'm gonna remain out of shape. We can't let that happen, right? Oh man, it feels like 45 degrees up relentlessly. We must be getting close to the waterfall.
Here we are at the waterfall.
That was nice. Let's keep going a little bit, see if we can make it at least to the end of the tree line. Well, I've been walking for an hour and 45 minutes, but we just got to this trail, so we have to do a little bit more, right? And this is supposed to be a Jeep trail, so I guess if you have an appropriate vehicle like a Jeep, you could do this with a Jeep. But I don't know. I think we're almost to the tree line. Look up. Yeah, baby. Almost there. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a challenging hike so far. Let's hope the view up there is worth it. And the sun just came out and I hear water. Let's see what we have here. It's a waterfall back there. Can't really see it, but we can certainly hear it. And starting to get some views here. I'm gonna give it another 5 minutes. If I don't see a view, we're heading back down. Very muddy and very narrow. Here we go. Here we have a dam. Is it this way? I don't know which way the trail goes. Am I supposed to ford this river here? I'll tell you what. I think this is as far as I'm gonna go. Let's get back down. I see some menacing clouds coming from the east, so yeah, this is the end of our Mount Marathon adventure for today. I mean, if I keep doing this at least once a week, I'll be in shape in a couple of months, right? Maybe we can do some winter hikes out west next year.
I wish I could have kept going because the views were going to be great, but I'm not quite up to the task yet. Besides, I wouldn't want to get caught in the middle of a rainstorm at the top of the mountain.
Oh man, that's steep. And as hard as it is on the way up for your muscles, on the way down, it is your knees that feel it. Especially these 52-year-old knees. My ankle, by the way, hasn't bothered me. I mean, I'm probably gonna feel some pain tomorrow, but so far so good. Whoa.
Hello.
Hey. Such a lush vegetation here this time of the year. Keep going. Oh, I did 10,000 steps already. Now comes the real steep part of the trail. Come on this side better. I think this might be better. I see the gate down there. This is the final stretch. The end of the trail. Let's see how we did. Let's see how we did. On the trail itself, I did 1.69 miles, a little less than an hour. Yeah, we did it like a third of the whole thing, right? That's not so bad. Now in total, since I left the RV, I've done 3.13 miles, an hour and 20 minutes. And right now I think it's like, I don't know, a little over a quarter mile to the RV park. We should be there before it starts raining. Well, it says here, my radar, light raining 13 minutes. I think we're gonna be able to beat it. We were so close, right at the tree line up there.
Let's go see Exit Glacier.
Well, there it is. Exit Glacier.
There's a hiking trail that goes all the way to the glacier, but I think this view is good enough for today.
So we finally made it to Ray's Waterfront. And we're almost waterfront. Oh, we are waterfront, almost window.
Bread, olive oil and vinegar, clam chowder.
And some bubbly, because why not?
Seafood pasta.
Ooh, it's raining a lot. What can I say? Ray's lives up to the hype. Well, good morning. Let me tell you something. The weather hasn't really been on our side as of late, and we're moving along. We're going towards Talkeetna today, but I just wanted to show you. Remember all those pretty mountains? Like today, we've got zero visibility to our 360 degrees here. Had we arrived today, I would have been very disappointed. But at least we got to see something, we got to do something, and you know, maybe that's the way Alaska weather is, you know. This is for real Alaska. I'm gonna hitch up, unplug the power, dump our tanks, and continue.
Oh, this Alaska weather. Hopefully it'll improve. Our first stop, well, priorities. We must visit the dump station. We really have no idea where we're going to stay tonight, so we want our fresh tank full and our holding tanks empty. For this part of the trip, we're making no reservations. We're just going to wing it. By the way, lots of construction on this section of the Seward Highway. And rain. Yikes. Let's take a break here at the Turn Lake Pullover at the junction of the Seward Highway number 9 with the Sterling Highway number 1, which is the one we're taking next.
Yeah, we stopped on the side of the road here with a view, kind of, sort of, and we were once again gonna make one of those pizzas. This one is not the Cuban style inspired, this is Mediterranean inspired. Well, bon appetit.
Not a bad place for lunch, let me tell you. Not a bad place. Even in this weather. And I have a feeling boondocking might be allowed here, so not a bad overnight place either. Aside from the road noise perhaps, but I'm sure it quiets down at night. Hey, did I startle you? I see some very impressive mountains in the distance, and the weather seems to be improving. In a version of the plan, we were gonna stay at Fred Meyer in Soldotna, which seems to be very RV friendly. In fact, the parking lot looks like an RV park. But we discovered another campground in Kenai. It is appropriately called Port of Kenai, so that's where we're going. Here we are, located at the site of an old historic cannery dating back to 1912. Let's just say the RV park is still under development, but the location is impeccable, right next to the boat ramp.
Well, we're right here. We found the place. This is called the Port of Kenai, and $75 for dry camping here, which is steep, but I think it's the time of the year and where we are and when we are, and it's that fishing season and everybody seems to be out there on the river, and that's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna walk around this place and see what it is all about. Yeah, we're gonna. This place, they just opened up, by the way. Apparently it's been open for, they just bought it, and they bought this area, and I think they're still trying to figure out how to make it an RV park. Here we've got everybody fishing. Look at that.
I believe that's Mount Redoubt, an active volcano, one of the many mountains in the Aleutian Range visible from Kenai. The main thing people do here is dip net fishing. They have all these big round nets, they dip them in the river and hopefully catch some salmon. It is totally a thing. First, let's go by the visitor center, learn a little about this place. The visitor center illustrates the area's rich history, first settled around 1000 AD by the Denali Athabascans, then Russian fur traders after the construction of Fort St. Nicholas in 1791. And then, along with the rest of Alaska, Kenai became part of the United States in 1867. There is a self-guided walking tour that we are going to take right now. But first, let's look at all these taxidermized animals on the wall.
Alright, I think we're gonna go for a quick walking tour here of the historic downtown area, Kenai. We gotta get on one of those planes still. At some point, before we leave Alaska, we have to... What is this? This is Steam Donkey.
Yes, this steam-powered contraption was used to pull fishing boats out of the water for winter storage and maintenance. Our first historic building here is Moose Range Headquarters, used until 1980 as the headquarters for the protected moose habitat. Here's a recreation of Fort Kenai, built in 1967 for the Alaska Centennial Celebration. The original fort was built by the U.S. Army in 1869 and housed more than 100 soldiers. There, that's the interpretive sign. Here's the historic Russian Orthodox Church, built in 1894, still used for regular services. Let's see if it is open.
No, it is closed.
It is, by the way, the oldest Orthodox church on mainland Alaska and the National Historic Landmark. Oh, this one is historic too. The oldest building on the whole Kenai Peninsula, dating back to 1881. Here's the also historic St. Nicholas Chapel, dating back to 1906. An early settler's cabin from 1898. Notice how low satellite dishes point at this high latitude, even here in southern Alaska. This is a trail that goes down to the beach, and I see some people fishing in the distance, so let's head down there. A couple of days ago I mentioned that Kenai Peninsula in general was the touristy part of Alaska. Well, this here might be an exception. I think this is authentic Alaska. In fact, dip net fishing is an activity that only Alaska residents are allowed to do, and only in July. During this time of the year, Alaskans are also allowed to camp here, right here on the beach. It is certainly an activity enjoyed by the whole family, and I am so glad we were able to experience it. To time it right, to go beyond the tours and experiences and come see something truly authentic, even if only as spectators. Let's continue exploring. interesting looking building. Here we have a sculpture called Fish Camp. Who would have thought it is a wellness center, like a hospital?
Whenever you wander around the town like this, you end up, stumbling upon, different things like that wellness center, for example, that looked architecturally very interesting with the statues and all that. Now we're looking for the oldest bar here in town. I believe it is called the Kenai Joe's. So, Kenai Joe's, here we come.
Here's a park which might have a view, so let's check it out. This is a statue called the Boy Scout. Yep, I knew the views were going to be good, but in this case, it is just the sheer amount of people dip netting down there.
Another historic house from 1935.
That one looks like a modern igloo, even Alaska flamingos. I just can't get over all the people dip net fishing everywhere, on both sides of the river. Here we are at Kenai Joe's Tap House, established in 1935.
Cheers. It is the oldest operating bar in Kenai.
It certainly has that local dive bar atmosphere. In a good way, we might return here. Let's head down to Talkeetna and see if we can get some dinner. And it is raining again. Senor Pancho's here has a very long waiting time, so we've come to St. Elias Brewery. After a short wait, here we are.
Cheers.
This place is famous for the pizza. Great ambience too, by the way.
So we came back to Kenai Joe's
for a nightcap, as you do. And we're going to experience the most unique old-fashioned we've ever had. That looks marvelous.
Oh, what a difference a day makes. In fact, we're getting our first good weather day in like the whole week. But yeah, beautiful blue skies. It's around 60, sunny, so almost t-shirt weather. Let's see how the fishing activity is going out there on the bay, at the mouth of the river. It is a fishing frenzy down there.
Look at all those decaying fish heads down there. Probably discarded by fishermen after cleaning their catch. And the smell, I kind of wish you could smell it too. Well, maybe not. Let's just say it smells fishy. And look at all the boats out there. Sometimes I wonder how they manage not to collide with each other. Came to the Kenai viewing platform. And could that be the summit of Mount Iliamna? I don't really know. All I know is that it is a fishing frenzy out there on the Kenai River estuary. We visit some of our old familiar places from yesterday, but with today's pristine weather, it almost makes you want to become a citizen of Alaska just to be able to do this. Even though I'm not really into fishing, but it looks like such an Alaska thing to do. Let's go for a drive. Beluga whales, we haven't seen those. We've, however, seen caribou. And we're here, what we see is a huge mountain. This is called the Kenai River Flats Viewing Platform. Crossing the Kenai River, let's explore a little more of the town. Let's see if we can get to that beach where everybody is camping and dip netting. Apparently, you can't get there unless you pay, so let's continue. Coming up here, the Kasilof River Special Use Area. Lots of people with RVs here. And lots of people fishing there too. Well, decided to come to Kenai Brewing Company in Soldotna. It's just a wild guess. I think they've been fishing, or going fishing. Well, here we are. This place comes highly recommended. We're having some poutine, even though we're not in Canada.
Huge burger and soup.
We definitely ordered way too much food, and I like these wall decorations.
Kenai River Brewing.
Yeah, this is very nice, and the great weather certainly enhances the experience.
So I bought the thing. And now I have
That was really good. Check it out. They do make their own beer.
Came back to Old Town Kenai to see some of the sights with this much improved and I hear uncommon weather. The church and the skies certainly match now, and you can even see the mountain.
Everybody's coming back. Cleaning the fish.
That is, I believe, Mount Iliamna back there. And that's Mount Redoubt. Now back at the campground. I believe this may be our first true sunset since we arrived in Alaska. It is later in the season, and we are farther south, so the sun sets a little earlier. Not much earlier. It is beautiful out here. It is a fitting frenzy for all these birds right now as the anglers are coming back and cleaning their catch of the day. Once again, beautiful views of Mount Iliamna, which we'll be seeing a lot more of it, and Mount Redoubt. It is just magical. We're departing. Well, good morning. We're leaving Kenai, which has been a great experience actually, especially now that we have this perfect weather. I mean, those mountains back there, I don't know if you can see them. I'll zoom in. They almost look fake. What a picturesque town here. And you know, and we got to experience that salmon run, which is it's an experience unto itself. Well, today going only less than 2 hours to Homer, Alaska. That will be our southernmost point here on the Kenai Peninsula. Let's stop really quick to see the view. I'm sorry if I'm being kind of repetitive with these mountains, but I'm just mesmerized, in awe at their magnificence. Let's check out this place by the water. It looks like another fish camp. I mean, we're obviously not gonna do any fishing, but the views across Cook Inlet are just spectacular. Eventually, we arrive at the Homer KOA, and let me tell you, some of these sites have some great views, particularly on a clear day like today. But we weren't able to get any of these sites. In fact, we got the last available site, since, as I said, for this part of the trip, we're no longer making reservations. We're doing everything same day, or first come first served. Although, let me tell you, this campground kind of makes me wish we had planned ahead and booked in advance. Let's go into Homer, mainly to what is called the Spit, which is the main touristy area. Oh yeah, this is going to be a spectacular view. What a great view! And we haven't seen these mountains before. There it is, the famous Homer Spit. I don't know if it is me, but Alaska just keeps getting better and better. We are now entering the Spit, and there are a handful of RV parks here, one of them very large actually. Here's one of the smaller ones coming up here on the right. Here on the left, Heritage RV Park, which is very large, but completely full. We couldn't have stayed here even if we wanted to. Not last minute anyway. I see some people tent camping on the beach, and it is very busy. Even finding parking might be an issue. Actually, it is our lucky day. Someone just left. It is a little tight for Starship, but we'll make it.
Wow, this place is busy.
We're going to eat at Captain Patty's, and we got clam chowder.
Clam chowder is thick.
For some reason, they didn't give us a window table. Our plate came with a salad, and when in Homer, well, you have to have the halibut.
Fried halibut.
Well, Captain Patty's, that halibut was really good. Very expensive, but then again, we're in Alaska, so everything is kind of expensive. Came by the car to put another layer on and check out these views.
Well, all of a sudden it's cloudy and much colder. But we're still gonna go for a walk along the Spit here, see what it is like. We have beautiful mountains and glaciers right in front of us.
All kinds of businesses offering tours, experiences, adventures, and pizza. Check it out, Alaska Bear Adventures. That was the first company I contacted way back in Florida to go to Brooks Falls to see the bears, but they were already full. There are many companies, so we may be able to find something last minute, but at this point, we don't have a reservation. The Salty Dog Saloon. That looks very interesting.
The Seafarers Memorial.
The Seafarers Memorial here is dedicated to those lost at sea. It originated in the early 1990s with the North Pacific Fisheries Association, and apparently it is an ever-evolving memorial. this is pretty much the end of the spit. And here at the tip, there's another campground. Let's start heading back. Might be interesting and fun to go on a fishing tour, but since this is an activity I've only done once or twice, it can be a little intimidating. Is it alive? All kinds of fishing boats here at the marina. And here's the catch of the day, I suppose.
That's a big fish.
Yep, big halibut. We're definitely back in the touristy part of Alaska. It is so scenic though.
We're having gelato.
Let's go back to the campground.
Well, as you probably noticed, we're staying at the KOA here, so let's walk around a little bit. We had a pretty good view until these people showed up.
The KOA is a good 9 miles or a 15-minute drive from the main area of the spit, but I think it was a good choice. And had we had one of these sites with a view, it would have been a great choice. Some people like to boondock all the time, while some are in the full hookups camp, and we actually like to mix it up. Don't be fooled by the bright sunshine. It is actually pretty late, almost 9 p.m. We came back to the overlook to see the view again, now that we have the sun almost directly behind us. Although next we're going to another overlook on Skyline Drive that should give us an even better view. We have gotten so lucky with the weather here. I understand these clear conditions are very rare here in Homer. There's a float plane, probably coming back from Katmai National Park. Now driving up to Skyline Drive. Here we've got some antennas, so this must be the highest point. Yep, this is it. This is our viewpoint. There's a float plane taking off from Beluga Lake. I wish we could be on one of those, going to Katmai National Park. There's the regular airport runway and the spit. We can see the whole spit from here. What a gorgeous view. You can see so many glaciers. The other side of the bay is dotted with a handful of lodges, even a restaurant only accessible by boat, and we were gonna go, but they only had reservations for lunch and the menu was kind of limited, so maybe next time. What a great bird's eye view of the spit from up here and its huge marina. In all the videos I had seen about Homer, it had been cloudy, so this scenery really comes as a surprise. I think we're gonna call it a night, and tomorrow morning we'll continue exploring. Well, good morning. Came back to the Skyline Drive viewpoint, and it is still clear, but there is a dense fog over the water.
Well, what a difference today. Not only in lighting, and I have to be careful not to fall to the precipice, but there's this dense fog, very low on the bay. We can't even see the spit today. I don't know, we're gonna take what may or may not be a scenic drive out east to the end of the road, see what's there. And then this afternoon, well, yesterday at the Pelican Head update, I said this. And this is the one place that I had a lot of things planned to do, and we're probably not gonna be able to do any of them. Well, we did a thing. Last night, on a whim, we decided to book a bear viewing tour. And it's like that bucket list bear viewing tour. So, yeah, we're doing that this afternoon. So, after this, now we've been on a train, on a boat, and on a plane. What other mode of transportation are we missing? Dog sled, maybe? Maybe when we come in winter. All right, let's continue.
Well, the plan is to take East End Road all the way to, well, the end. Let's see what we find. Maybe a slightly different view, a slightly different angle. Here's a different view. We can see the end of the bay already. Let's stop really quick to take a picture. Not only can we see the end of the bay, we can see different glaciers from this angle, from this vantage point. We should really take advantage of this great weather and visibility because it may not last. Those are some incredible ice fields. We continue. Let's see how far the road goes. And this is where the pavement ends. Oh, what a view! The road is deteriorating and getting really steep. This may not have been such a great idea after all. There's another amazing glacier. We've made it to the bottom. That road was a little sketchy, to say the least. Very, very steep, and it keeps going, but I think this is as far as I want to go. We're certainly seeing all these ice fields from a different perspective. Let's get back so we can get on a seaplane. It is much steeper than it looks, and some of these switchbacks, I don't even have enough turning radius. I am actually really glad Starship is the beast it is. We got a call from the tour company while we were on this little adventure to cancel our flight. They claim there are not too many bears in the afternoon and that it would be better to fly tomorrow morning. There's a problem though. We're leaving tomorrow morning and our site is not available for an extra night, so we're going to have to break camp at the crack of dawn and come to the terminal with the trailer in tow. Not the end of the world, but not the most convenient thing either. It is going to be here, and there seems to be a little bit of oversized parking by the road. That's what we're doing tomorrow. Hopefully a larger plane. And look at the view of the glacier here in front of this lake. It's amazing. Well, from the foggy spit, let's go to Harbor Grill. Right, well, there's a little bit of a view. We got chowder. We got the salmon pasta. Well, that was good. And the fog is burning off, so I think we're gonna get a view of the mountains here pretty soon. It's burning up to this side. That side is still like completely engulfed. There, that's where we're going tomorrow. And they are sold out here. Let's check out the Salted Dog Saloon. Remember this? It's a little too crowded in there. Besides, we're not really that thirsty. But it's like a cool place, you know, with all the dollar bills. We've seen those before. In Key West. And what was the other place? In Seward. Yeah, it's still foggy. Alright, let's go. We're parked right here. And that's all we're gonna do today. We have a very early start tomorrow. Well, good morning. For the first time in the whole trip, we're waking up before the crack of dawn, or at the crack of dawn. And technically, the sun came out like 5 minutes ago. Well, today we're getting on a plane, and besides a little bit of fog, weather conditions look perfect. This is gonna be great. I wonder which one is ours. By the way, this is Beluga Lake, and I think our aircraft is one just like that one. It is a very small plane. We're gonna be like sardines in there. Off we go. And we're up in the air. Do you see Minitini and Starship down there? We're soaring across Cook Inlet. Is that the Liamna volcano I see? It sure is. That one to the right must be Redoubt. It is the highest peak on the Aleutian Range. See more of the Aleutian Range as we get close to the Aleutian Peninsula. That would be Augustine Island, which is actually an active volcano, although not at the moment. Where we're going is so remote and so pristine. There they are, Iliamna and Augustine, perfectly aligned. They actually make a beautiful couple. We're almost on the other side of Cook Inlet, on the actual Aleutian Peninsula, also called the Alyeska Peninsula, by the way. I wonder what it would be like to be on one of those islands down there, a land untouched by humans. And we're back overland. Look at that jagged coastline. It would be so great to be able to explore some of this isolated land. This has got to be one of the most pristine parts of the planet right here. Check it out, a seaplane just landed on the river, so not as pristine as we thought. And I see some boats. Look at the color on that lake. What a breathtaking flight this has been. I mean, I'm sure the bears are gonna be equally cool, but wow. It is somewhat unsettling, flying lower than the peaks. We're flying so close, it almost feels like you could touch the mountain. We must be getting close. I'm pretty sure we're going to be landing on one of these lakes. Hold on, if it is on water and not on land, do you still say landing? Anyway, there's something on that small lake. Wildlife. A moose. Actually, our first bull moose sighting in Alaska. Here comes the welcoming committee. What a great way to end our flight with our first bear encounter. A mama bear and 2 cubs. We're probably going to have to wait until they leave before we can get out of the airplane.
He's a Yogi.
Hello there, Yogi.
Yep, here's another one right next to the airplane. We're certainly not getting out. While we wait, here's another float plane taking off. So elegant. There's Yogi, still doing its thing. Being a bear.
Well, we didn't have to go far, huh?
I know, right? I'm like, honestly, that was great. If that was it, that was
really
great.
Cool. Very cool. I'm guessing that there's a trail that runs just inside the tree line here. All righty.
Well, I'd say the adventure has gotten off to a great start. There goes our intrepid pilot. Well, someone's gotta straighten up the plane and park it, tie it up to something.
There she is.
Yep.
I just love how they can stand on 2 legs.
She's standing up again.
Yeah, we get to do it.
I guess they're far away enough now. Although, Mama Bear's gotta be lurking around somewhere. There she is.
Oh man.
First, we have to go to the visitor center where they are going to give us a short lecture on bear etiquette. We have to put any food in a locker and then they'll tell us where to go.
These affairs in the world. This means that you'll be sharing habitat with many wild brown bears.
This here is the Brooks Lodge, in case you decide to stay overnight. We're about to cross this electric gate onto the bridge spanning the mouth of the Brooks River.
There it is.
These bears, it feels like they are everywhere. Here we have a fork on the road. I think they said to the right, but a sign would have been nice. From the lodge to the viewing platforms, it's about a mile walk, mostly flat, so it should be easy. And here we have some bear poop, so we should be bear aware.
Straight.
Just bring the stuff and wait. Set up. I'll leave the waiters at home.
Rifles platform and false platform. Okay. Could be lurking anywhere back there.
And here's the spot where you check in and they put you on a waiting list for the falls platform. They only allow a limited amount of people at that one.
Here we are, we made it.
While we wait for our turn to go to the falls platform, we get to hang out here at the rifles platform. Lots of bears here today. We're a little far from the falls, but we'll get there eventually. And here, a little downstream, we're getting great close-up views of these bears. Still at the beginning of the season, fishing for salmon on the stream. Nope, not such luck. That water must be cold. The catch doesn't seem to be very good right now, unless you are the alpha bear on top of the falls. I feel I must warn you, if you get disturbed or grossed out by close-up images of bears catching and eating salmon, you may want to fast forward a few minutes.
Some are big bears, and some are small bears, and some are light bears, and some are dark bears.
Okay, I warned you. It looks like someone caught something, and they are sharing. Here's a new one. Check it out, this one is going after something. Maybe it saw a salmon, or several salmon. I mean, even if they don't catch anything, it is still fascinating to see their behavior here in their natural habitat. That one caught a salmon. Ooh, what a feast! And what a treat to be able to witness this. The circle of life, raw and uncut, in the flesh, literally. It is now our turn to get on the falls platform.
Oh yeah, it's a process to get on this platform, and not the most organized one, I might add. But they're getting it done. There's a bird right down there. Hello there, catch anything?
Here's looking downstream, towards where we were just a few minutes ago. And I see some brave anglers. I wouldn't want to be so close to all these bears. These two at the top seem to be the ones catching the most. That's where the salmon, they just jump out of the water, and if the bear stands at exactly the right place, chances are the fish will almost land in their mouth. Here comes another family, and some of them walk kind of awkward, like the front legs are not in sync with the rear legs. Let's test the water. Oh no, that water is way too cold. Going back to shore, and I think I'll stay here for now. You see, they're jumping out of the water.
No, we're not supposed to cheer.
Man, they're really jumping now. Come on, patience. You can do it. Patience is a virtue.
You're at the wrong place, buddy. There, almost.
Yep, almost. This one's here, just looking. Mama Bear and the two cubs are just out of luck down there. The real catch of the day is at the falls. Hey, good catch! Kind of sad to see the salmon's face, as if knowing its predicament. Again, sorry about the somewhat graphic images, but that's the way it is. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have.
Oh, that was very, very cool. Very cool to see. It's getting crowded out here.
I mean, look at the rifles platform now. But anyway, let's go back to the lodge.
Here's the river. Hey, boo boo.
That camera out. He said, what are these people doing here? It's amazing the way they move around on their back legs.
Yeah. It's under the bridge. Pretty agile for such a large creature.
I had not noticed before, but look at all the salmon down there, swimming upstream. Hey, don't leave without us. And our friendly bear is swimming now.
Go bear, there's plenty of fish in this part of the river. Well, here we are. This was one of those things that we had to do while here in Alaska. Now the trouble is gonna be finding our plane. Yeah, I think we found our plane.
Oh, it's a bird.
Oh my god. Look at this. She thought that was Sam.
It was jumping real high.
These tiny little airplanes can be a little uncomfortable, but other than that, this was a great experience. Bucket list for sure. And we can consider ourselves lucky. We've been blessed with great weather, and both the salmon and the bears were plentiful. Now, let's enjoy the ride back to Homer. Check out that waterfall. There we have Augustine and Iliamna once again. It is so clear now in the early afternoon that we can see all the way to Kodiak Island. Check it out, Minitini is still there. Here we have some cream cheese with onions and capers. And here we have some authentic Alaskan smoked salmon that some viewers gave us a couple of days ago. And well, let's see what we do. We also have crackers, so we might eat it that way. It is our last morning in Homer, which has been one of the best weather we've had in southern Alaska. We stayed at the KOA, a little pricey, but it is nice and well located. And these views I'm sure would have cost a little more. We've got scrambled eggs with leftover smoked salmon from yesterday.
Smoked salmon, red onions, and scrambled eggs.
That smoked salmon, by the way, was to die for. And now, off we go. We're gonna go into town really quick because there's a Safeway here, and I don't think there's one in Whittier. And we're running low on certain items. This is called Anchor Point, the furthest west point on the US highway system. Basically the westernmost point in the Americas that you can drive to. I sense a missed opportunity here because we could have stopped and at the very least take a picture. I mean, there's gotta be a sign somewhere. All of this is familiar territory since we drove on this road heading south just a few days ago. It is getting a little cloudier as we drive through Talkeetna, and here's where we're gonna take a more easterly route. Even if a little cloudy, it is still beautiful, and much better than a few days ago when we had pouring rain almost the whole way. Now driving along the Kenai River, and this is called Cooper Landing. There are several outfitters that will take you fishing on the river one of these days. Now crossing Kenai Lake, which happens to be the headwaters of the Kenai River. Let's take a break. This is the very spot we stopped at on the way to Kenai. A little more crowded today and with much better weather. In fact, I'm gonna fly the drone. This is called Turn Lake, at the junction of the Sterling and Seward highways. From here, we're gonna take the Seward Highway north, and then we'll make the detour towards Whittier. It is certainly great to be able to see things from this higher perspective. I can't believe I didn't see this waterfall while I was flying. I could have flown closer to it. Oh well, we'll see it from here. This is gorgeous. Porter's Lake it is called. Here we are, arriving at the Whittier Tunnel. Normally $13 for passenger vehicles, $22 for us towing Minitini IV. And they have seasonal passes and discounts for multi-ticket books. They tell you which lane to get on, and the whole thing runs on a schedule. Eastbound traffic goes on the half hour, westbound goes at the top of the hour, with variations to accommodate for the train sometimes, which also uses the same one-lane tunnel. Yep, we're about to go under that huge mountain. There's no other way to put it. It is a white-knuckle drive, especially because sometimes one of your tires will go on top of the railroad track, and Starship's lane keep assist keeps getting confused with it, and it keeps trying to stir, trying to do what it thinks is right. I mean, eventually I turned it off, but it was a very long 2.5 miles. We have too much technology sometimes. Here we are, Whittier. And there's a campground in town that might be walking distance to the marina and the cruise terminal, so we're going to try that one first. I can see the iconic inn at Whittier, there on the left, which is currently closed for renovations. There's an abandoned building straight ahead that used to be a military base. and then the tall building on the right, also formerly a military installation, that's where most of the town lives. And they have all the services in there, so if the weather is bad, you don't have to go out. The campground should be past the boat parking area. By the way, the road is in pretty bad condition. Yep, this is it, Creekside Campground. And they even have porta potties. Let's see what the other side looks like. It is fairly wooded, which is always a concern when you want to use Starlink for internet. There's the turnaround and someone decided to park right at the turnaround. Let me tell you, common sense is not so common sometimes. We're going to try the Whittier Bay Campground, which might be better. Not walking distance, so we might have to unhitch, but we were probably going to do that anyway. We're coming back here tomorrow to get on a boat. This is it. Yes, I think this is going to work out. Well, this is where we're staying in Whittier, Alaska. Not bad. Not bad at all. We almost have an ocean view. Almost. We're surrounded by little waterfalls, some of them not so little.
Well, yeah, this is what we're gonna call it. I'm glad we decided to stay here, not in that other campground in town. I mean, both primitive, both $20 a night. This one you can book it with an app, actually, and we're surrounded by waterfalls and mountains. I mean, the only advantage to the other one would have been walking distance to the port, but we unhitch and I'm just gonna drive into town. We're gonna walk around a little bit, see the view of Whittier, and then we're gonna call it a night. Maybe I'll cook some dinner.
The other advantage of the Creekside Campground may have been privacy, but really, we don't mind. Going to melt some butter and yeah, we're not exactly level here. We have some Alaskan sausage links with reindeer meat added. Let's chop an onion, crush and peel some garlic, salt, pepper, mince the garlic, a little bit of vino seco cooking wine, move it around, let it evaporate, and we're done.
Bon appetit!
Here we have a pretty good view of Whittier from the beach. We can see the abandoned building and our boat, the one we're taking tomorrow. It probably just arrived from today's cruise. There's the train, and let's get a closer look. I'm really hoping for good weather, clear skies, no rain for tomorrow, because we're really looking forward to this cruise, the 26 Glacier Cruise. I wonder what that is, what they're doing there. I had no idea the scenery here in Whittier was going to be this great. But then again, I've pretty much said the same thing, at least to myself, about almost every place we've been to in Alaska, except Barrow, perhaps.
Good morning from Whittier, Alaska.
It looks a lot clearer compared to yesterday. A lot windier too.
Even though we're gonna eat on the boat in about, what, 2 or 3 hours? 3 hours probably. We're really hungry, so we got more of that reindeer sausage. And everything cooked in butter is better, right? So, bon appetit. They say it's the most important meal of the day. And as you probably know, we haven't really been embracing the low-carb lifestyle lately. Well, here in Alaska. But this is as low carb as it gets. Well, yeah, it is a little later now. It is still as windy. And in about an hour, we're gonna get on the boat, on a cruise for the 26 glaciers. But I just wanted to take a moment and this is like the coolest place. I mean, I'm so glad we decided to come to this campground and unhitch, and we have waterfalls, and there's a glacier back there that we can't really see right now, and I have high hopes for this cruise. We're gonna go on a fjord that is just north of us here. I forget the name, and I think it's gonna be a similar glacier experience to what we had a few days ago at the Kenai Fjords. And by the way, this is the last major activity, you know, like paid activity, like excursion we're gonna do here in Alaska. Everything else from now on is either gonna be a hike or a scenic drive. All right, let's get ready for our cruise.
This is the closest parking lot, $15 for the whole day, and it seems full except for a few spaces cordoned off. That was until a friendly attendant came over and told us where to park. Here's the marina and our boat, the Klondike Express. Let's check out the inn, if only from the outside.
Well, there it is, the iconic inn at Whittier, which unfortunately, apparently there was a flood and it's closed. Here we have some antennas, or cell phone signal there, and here we have some cool-looking boats. We're boarding in about 15 minutes, so we have to start heading back. But let me tell you, with what a difference a little bit of a better weather day makes, because today Whittier looks a lot more picturesque than it did yesterday. Maybe we'll eat at one of the local establishments after the cruise.
All aboard! We have assigned seats, which is good and potentially bad, because we're going to be sitting at a table with strangers, which could go two ways. We could become lifelong friends, or not, and be awkward. We'll see. There goes our sister ship, by the way. And off we go, anchors away.
We want to give you a Glacier Cruise experience today that you will never forget. But first, I'd like to take a few minutes to acquaint you with the safety features on board. The Klondike Express is a luxury catamaran that is capable of reaching speeds upwards of 40 miles per hour, or 36 knots. While underway, we encourage you to move about the boat and observe the spectacular scenery from all three decks. Your safety is our primary concern, so please be careful to watch your step, keeping both feet flat on the deck at all times.
There's the inn, and we must return someday when it is open. There's something you don't notice when you're on land, but those are some incredible waterfalls and ice fields hiding right above the town. The scenery is getting too good. I think it is time to go outside. We're speeding away over the relatively calm waters of Prince William Sound. And I think those are the previously invisible to us Portage and Byron glaciers. That one would be Billings Glacier. I think we're getting off to a great start. At this point in the trip, I have lost count of how many glaciers we've seen, but they're all different and fascinating. Now speeding towards Port Wells, and eventually College Fjord. Everywhere you look, no matter which direction, it is a panorama of staggering beauty. This one is called Cascade Glacier, and it does have a little bit of a cascading look to it. Oh, that's an amazing view, even from far away on this somewhat hazy morning, looking into Harriman Fjord, which we're not gonna enter. Not part of the cruise, but we can see the glacier from here. I believe that is Harvard Glacier in the distance, the farthest point we're going to travel to today. not sure which one that is, but to me it almost looks like a face. We're starting to see ice on the water from Glacier Cabin. That would be Yell Glacier, and since we are in College Fjord, all these glaciers are named after famous universities. Oh, take a look at these two. Oh, now there's 4 of them. There are once again Harvard and Yale. It is just one glacier after the other. I mean, no wonder they call it the 26 Glacier Tour. I believe that one is named after Vassar College. This one is quite remarkable, the Bryn Mawr Glacier. It is really 2 glaciers converging into one. We're getting close to Harvard Glacier now, and this one must be Smith Glacier. Harvard Glacier, by the way, a lot larger than it looks, without something to give you a sense of scale. It is the second largest one of the Prince William Sound, at 1.5 miles wide and 300 feet thick. That looks like a huge underwater spring. Here we can see the whole toe of the glacier. It is actually quite remarkable. Not a whole lot of calving happening right now, but I guess you can't have everything. I'm always intrigued at how the toe of the glacier gets all these pointy ice formations. What a great view this is, with all the mountains as backdrop. There's an iceberg. Watching that separate from the glacier must have been a sight to behold. We're even getting more sunshine. This is so great. Our sister ship is leaving. Check it out, seals, just hanging out on top of the small icebergs. Ice, ice, baby, everywhere. They are fishing some of the ice to put on our drinks later. We're gonna start heading back south. We came inside for a little bit so we can have a stiff drink with glacial ice, just picked from the fjord.
So on the right side, we can see a little bit of that blow still.
Oh yeah.
We're looking for that humpback whale to surface. It's where it's just going to come above the surface of the water and be visible.
For a couple of breaths, didn't show much of itself, nor did it lift its tail. So we're just going to hang and hope we get a little bit.
Apparently, this humpback whale seems to be asleep, as they do. And when that happens, they don't come up for air as often. We're going to circle around for a few minutes, but I wouldn't get my hopes up for a spectacle like the one we saw at Kenai Fjords. There it is. Yeah, it seems to be a little lethargic.
Oh, up off the right side, just about 3 o'clock.
Then it's gone. Again.
This one looks like it's a young whale that we've got here. It's a baleen whale, so what it does is it captures all of that water with the food inside in its mouth.
We continue. There's still a lot to see in our 6-hour cruise. Those massive mountains. Now turning to the east, towards Esther Passage, which is this narrow waterway between Esther Island and the mainland. Very lush, like a microclimate. It's even getting cloudier here. What a change of climate and scenery. This part almost looks a little more like Resurrection Bay, if you will. Our next stop, Eggs Rock, a sea lion rookery.
keep your ears open. They can have a really cool roar and growl that you'll probably hear a lot of.
It is always great when you get to see curious wildlife like this, and even better when you get a knowledgeable guide to explain it all. Saying goodbye to the sea lions, we're going to cut across to the other side of Port Wells, towards Blackstone Bay. This is what we've done so far. We came out of Passage Canal and sailed all the way to the end of College Fjord. Then Esther Pass, the X Rocks, and now Blackstone Bay. Whoa, check that out. That's a huge ice field. There are several glaciers here on Blackstone Bay, one of our last stops today. Oh man, I think they were saving the best for last. Incredible glaciers, incredible waterfalls. I mean, is this place even real? That's Blackstone Glacier. I think this is going to be awesome. Here we are, Blackstone Glacier. The more you look at it, the more beauty you see. This cruise is definitely a must if you happen to be in Whittier, preferably with good weather. Look at all the birds on the cliffside. Now we're going to the glacier just next to this one. It is called Beloit. This one has a waterfall too, and it is beautiful, but after Blackstone, anyway, it is hard to compare. Had this been the first glacier we ever saw, I would have said this is the best glacier ever. We are now at the Kittiwake Bird Rookery, our last stop. So let's go outside again. There's Whittier. Minitini IV is somewhere back there, and as we zoom out, what an incredible backdrop. I'm afraid our cruise is coming to an end. This one was definitely worth it. What a great way to wrap up our time here in the Kenai Peninsula.
What we've been enjoying here with the black-legged Kittiwake Rookery. As we start to point our way back towards Whittier here, a lot of people live in that building, most of the town actually. Every once in a while you'll see a Facebook article or something making the rounds online. And it'll be a little exaggerated. It'll say, oh, the whole town lives in this building. And it's not exactly right. Most of the town does, about 80%, but not the entire town.
That's it. All good things come to an end. Let's go back to Minitini because tomorrow we're going north, then east, and then back south.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to run the generator for a couple of hours. And by the way, the weather is like perfect right now. And this is the thing, even though it's been kind of sunny, it hasn't been sunny enough. Besides, you know, we're power hugs, Starlink, the refrigerator, 2 computers. Yeah. We're gonna charge it fully, and tomorrow we're probably gonna be able to boondock again somewhere near Palmer, somewhere, you know, north of Anchorage. And before we leave Whittier, I think I have to say, I believe we saved the best for last here. I mean, this was an outstanding cruise, one of the best experiences we've had in Alaska. Unimaginable beauty. I was gonna do a hike to the glacier or somewhere around here, but I don't think we're gonna do it tomorrow. We're leaving. As I said, this was the last major thing we did here in Alaska, and I mean, we might do something else from Valdez when we get there, but for now, this is it for today. Let's hit the road tomorrow morning. Well, good morning. Boy, am I glad we did that cruise yesterday and not today. Because today, everything is covered in fog. There's a very light mist coming down, but visibility is nearly zero. I mean, we can kind of see the mountain back there, but that's about it. Well, we're gonna spend the morning here getting some work done, and then we're going towards Palmer, maybe even a little farther, with a quick stop in Anchorage for resupplying. We're about an hour from Anchorage and 2 hours from Palmer, about 7 hours from Valdez, which is where we're going tomorrow. Well, I've got the 4 cameras going just in case, you know, in the odd chance that the weather might improve. But let's face it, it's more of a wishful thinking at this point. And we've had, except for that first day that we did the Alyeska tramway, We've had a little bit of bad luck with the Seward Highway. Anyway, destination Anchorage, Palmer, on the way to Valdez. And we have to put gas. We have like 61 miles left. This time I remembered to turn off the lane keep assist beforehand, and it is a little better. Oh, the weather seems to be a lot better on this side of the mountain. Still overcast, but at least it is not raining. There's a lot more to do in this area. Porter's Glacier, Byron Glacier, but we're gonna save some of that for another time. There's only so much you can do. Now, onto a little more familiar territory. We have reached Turnagain Arm. You think we might see a boar tide? There goes the train. Let's refuel here in Girdwood. Busy gas station, but we're running on fumes. I'm glad we have a short trailer. Beluga Point, pretty busy, as usual. It is hard to stop at these busy places while towing, although today we probably could have. We've made it to Anchorage, Alaska's big city. This is going to be our last chance to go to a big city supermarket for a while. About 2 weeks actually, so let's resupply. Fred Meyer is a chain that I've only seen in Alaska and Oregon, and we really like them. They have a great selection. We're going to get on the Glen Highway, Alaska 1, and then on the Richardson Highway, going south, spending the night somewhere halfway along the way. It is a good 5.5 to 6 hours in total. We don't have very ambitious plans for Valdez. At this point, we've spent 5.5 weeks in Alaska, and we've seen so much that we're mentally ready to start wrapping up our time here. Everybody has said Valdez is not to be missed, so we're gonna spend 2 nights there, get a feel for the town,
and then we'll go back north and try to do the rest of the Denali Highway, the part that we didn't do at the beginning of the month. And then exit the 49th state through the top of the world. There's a town called Chicken. For now, we're just gonna drive east here along the north shore of the Matanuska River with these great views of the Chugach Mountains.
Driving to Valdez, driving to Valdez. By the Matanuska, we're rolling through the Chugach Mountains. We're going, driving to Alaska was my dream. What a great adventure this has been. Driving through Alaska in my RV is where I like to be.
Let's stop real quick. I believe this is the same pullout where we stopped on our way to Matanuska Glacier a little over 2 weeks ago, with these great views of the Matanuska River from this higher perspective and the mountains. This is exactly the same route we took with Greatland Adventures to Matanuska Glacier, but from the van we couldn't really see the view to the front, which, by the way, is spectacular. There it is, Matanuska Glacier. Let's see if we can stop to get a better view. Here's the Glacier Access Road, so from now on, everything will be new. Let's stop for one last view. Oh, look at all those people down there. That might be that staging area where you put on your ice cleats in order to walk on the ice. I don't see the bridge, but who knows? Yes, that looks like the area we explored. Tell you what, we had a late start and we're kind of tired, so we're gonna start looking for a pullout where we can potentially spend the night. There, if we could find an empty pullout just like that one, it would be perfect. This is it. We're home, baby. We're home. Well, this is what I would call a room with a view. We're going to cook us some dinner, and if no one objects, we're going to stay here.
Well, this may well be what we're gonna call it today. We'll see.
Those are some massive mountains in the distance, and apparently Valdez is right behind them. In fact, we're only about 60 miles from Valdez as the crow flies, but we're gonna have to drive around over 3 hours in order to get there. Well, tomorrow we're heading that way. Alaska never ceases to amaze me with all these majestic mountains. I'm going to make one of our new favorites, butter chicken. Some thighs for me, some breast for Illy. We're going to put some Santa Maria style seasoning on it, one of our new favorites as well. A little extra garlic seasoning, extra salt and pepper. Let's turn all our pieces here now that they've browned a little, and we'll add some onions as well. Cooking wine. A little bit of water because I ran out of cooking wine. We'll infuse it with some more garlic and we'll let it cook for at least 30 to 40 minutes until the wine and the water evaporate.
The sauce still needs to reduce a little more, but we're hungry, so we're gonna start. Bon appetit. Oh, that chicken came out fabulous. And I think this is what we're gonna call it. I mean, take a look at that view. And as I've been told, here in Alaska, unless, it says that obviously, no camping, you're pretty much allowed to overnight, everywhere on the side of the road. We're here on the side of Alyeska Highway 1, of course. And yeah, we're gonna do it. We'll leave tomorrow morning on our way to Valdez, but I mean, just being able to boondock with this view right next to us is certainly a treat.
As you may have noticed, it never got completely dark last night. Well, good morning. After so many weeks, it is the return of the cockpit cam. And yeah, my original mount broke, and now I just realized I had an extra GoPro branded suction cup mount here, so I can talk to you guys while I drive. In any case, this was a great overnight stop here at this pullout. This is one of many pullouts on all these Alaskan highways. And after it got later, it was pretty quiet. And as you saw on that time lapse I did last night, it's still not getting dark enough. I mean, we could barely see any stars, let alone like northern lights. So I don't think we're gonna be able to see northern lights on this trip. Now we're gonna stop at Glen Allen to put gas, and then our next stop is Valdez, Alaska. Our last major stop
in Alaska. We're kind of heading back to the lower 48. And here we go. It was just a matter of time before we killed the bug. We are now in Glen Allen. Let's refuel and keep on going. Here we are, the hub of Alaska. This is right at the junction with the Richardson Highway. Valdez, 115 miles. That huge mountain, probably Mount Drum, part of Wrangell-St. Elias National Park, which happens to be the largest national park in the nation. Here's a pullout, so let's check out the view. Quick break here on the side of the road. We have some pretty prominent mountains here. Could that possibly be Mount Drum? More research. Shall go into this. And then next to it, there's another one. There's another one here. Mount Blackburn. Reaching 16,390. I believe we're about to hit the mountains once again, going down to Valdez. And I just realized something. This segment of the Richardson Highway, and for a few miles now it's felt that way even on the Alaska Highway 1. It kind of feels like we're back in the last frontier. You know, there are frost heaves, potholes, and gas stations are again far in between, so yeah, I kind of like it. Oh no, construction ahead. This road is destroyed. Look at that glacier. That's gotta be Worthington Glacier, right? Alright, let's take a break. Oh yeah, perfect spot for a bathroom break, what can I say? And here on this side, we have this waterfall. I just noticed it.
We're almost at the top, Thompson Pass. This is it, Thompson Pass, elevation 2,678 feet above sea level. Now entering Keystone Canyon, and we're probably going to come back here tomorrow without the trailer because there are several waterfalls and other points of interest. Here on the left we have Bridal Veil Falls. Let's stop really quick just in case we don't get to come back. Well, there it is, Bridal Veil Falls. Beautiful waterfall. I heard that in winter the falls freeze into a towering column of ice. That's gotta be a sight to behold. We've got company now. Let's continue. Actually, the next waterfall is right here. We could have walked. This one is called Horsetail Falls. Very popular spot. So many waterfalls here on Keystone Canyon. Hey, bunch of RVs parked down there. I wonder what that is. It didn't show on the map as an official campground. Here we are, we finally made it to Valdez. We're going to be staying at the Valdez RV Park, which I believe is right here on the left. Here's the welcoming committee.
Yeah, it's a bear. It looks like a black bear. Cool. Well, here we are, Valdez RV Park, which is actually walking distance to downtown, so yeah, let's go get something to eat. Beautiful setting. Mountains surrounding us on all directions. They've got a food truck right here at the entrance of the park.
Very cool to see all these old boats here at the harbor. Potato here looks nice, but we're looking for a place that comes highly recommended, called the Fat Mermaid. Here we are, the Fat Mermaid, and I'm sure the food here is amazing, but we could never find out.
Well, we waited for a whole 10 minutes and there's seems to be no service here, so we're gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah, it turns out there's a brewery in town. Oh yeah, very nice. There's a food truck called Poor Betty's, super friendly service, very good beer and ambience here at Valdez Brewing. And the fried halibut basket is surprisingly good.
Oh, that was really good. Good IPAs, good halibut. Maybe our penultimate halibut in Alaska. Now we're gonna go to the RV and take a break, and maybe later we'll walk around town a little bit. At least we got good service here.
Came to the RV to take a break, and now we're going to explore a little more. Now that's a really cool looking boat. I love all these old ones that kind of remind me of Popeye's boat. I mean, it doesn't really look like it, but it's kind of the shape, I guess. We were going to do the Dock Point Trail, which seems to be an easy 1-mile loop, but we changed our minds. We're actually gonna go to the other side of town instead, and maybe do the Civic Center Overlook Trail. We were so tempted to take another glacier and wildlife cruise from here, but tell you what, we've done plenty of that over the past few weeks, so we're going to save it for another time. Argentina to Alaska, now that's quite an adventure. This is the Civic Center Overlook Trail.
Okay, here we go. This is the Civic Center on the right. We're here. This is the Overlook Trail, so we're gonna do this. There's some stairs here and some other stairs here. And I guess this is the highest point, Civil Center Hill. So let's do it. And be very aware.
I believe that facility on the other side of the bay is the southern terminus of the Alyeska Pipeline, which comes all the way from Prudhoe Bay. So now we've visited both ends of the pipeline. And here's looking north. Now going down the stairs on the other end of the trail.
The Overlook Trail. And that's the convention center. I wonder what this is. They have a smoker. Must be another restaurant. Obviously not open today. A dance hall.
It is Tess's Dance Hall. Check it out, we're on Brewery Row. Growler Bay Brewing to the left. Here's Growler Bay Brewing, but it doesn't seem to be open. I mean, you would think on a Thursday, maybe it only opens on weekends. On the other hand, Valdez Brewing is open and happening, but we're gonna save some for tomorrow. Good morning. We decided to skip breakfast, and our first meal of the day is going to be a one-pot meal. Beef stew. We bought this at Fred Meyer in Anchorage. Let's brown the meat a little. Salt, pepper, I'm going to add some bone broth, and we're going to boil this for at least an hour. After it's done boiling, we're gonna add some mushrooms, we're gonna chop an onion, do the same to a red pepper. Now the garlic. Smoked paprika. Cumin. Oregano. Cayenne pepper. It needs a little more salt. Tell you what, let's make it healthy.
Well, for a one-pot meal, this looks really good, so let's dig in. Bon appetit! Well, there's supposed to be this really cool salmon hatchery in town, so let's go check it out. It's on the other side of Valdez Bay. I think this is it. I wonder where we might be able to park. By the way, this is called the Solomon Gulch Hatchery, built in 1981, harvesting pink and coho salmon. Yep, there's parking here. Alright, let's go see some wildlife. Everybody wants to eat some salmon. There they are. Look at all the salmon. Thousands of them. Let me tell you, these guys have it easy. All you have to do is hang out here, open your mouth, and the salmon come to you. It is their instinct to procreate that sometimes takes them to their demise. Folks, I don't think it is this way. I think you're going the wrong way. Well, nobody ever called salmon smart. It is fascinating to see nature interacting with man-made things like this dam. I guess as long as there is fresh water coming, they are going that way. And it is a feast for the seagulls and the sea lions. This is almost as good as the bears in Brooks Falls. And we didn't have to pay an inordinate amount of money to get on a float plane and visit a remote waterfall. Well, it is a totally different experience, of course. But this one is just a 15-minute drive from town. Bam! Swallowed it in one gulp. It looks like we came exactly at the perfect moment because it's getting more and more crowded now. And very cool to see, nature doing its thing, Almost as cool as seeing the bears a couple of days ago at Brooks Falls. This was, of course, free. Alright. There's supposed to be a self-guided tour, so we might do that. And that's Valdez on the other side. Came down to the beach, and there are some anglers fishing as well. Here's the dam from the top of the bridge. A slightly different view. We got some more sea lions back there. Alright, visitor pathway.
During your tour, you will find many areas for viewing the salmon in Solomon Gulch Creek.
guess the tanks are not in use this time of the year. They're drawn to fresh water, huh? I guess they have a somewhat symbiotic relationship. That was really cool. Now let's check out the waterfall on Salmon Gulch Creek. Let's keep going. Well, this may have been the highlight of Valdez so far. All we need is a couple of bear there, you know, into the mix, and it's very cool to see nature at work. Let's put it that way. The circle of life. Who eats the birds, though? In any case, we're going to another historic site here. It's called Old Valdez, and what happened? The town of Valdez, there was a huge earthquake that destroyed the town. There was a tsunami and everything, so they had to relocate the town a couple of miles farther west where it is right now, but the remains of the old town are still there, so that's where we're going next. Here's the original Valdez town site. Let's explore a little bit. They have some interpretive signs with some historic facts about the original town. That's how it would have looked in 1955. It looks like boondocking may be allowed here at the location of the original post office. Not much remains, so we must use our imagination. It didn't last very long. As I said, not much remains of the old town of Valdez. Just a few foundations, some wooden pylons here. I wonder what that was. Came back to the RV to take a break, and now that we have much better weather, let's explore a little more. There's one more thing we want to see at Keystone Canyon, and remember that area where we saw a bunch of RVs parked by the river? Let's find out what that is all about. It is not marked at all on Google Maps, or Apple Maps, or Bing Maps, or any of the apps we use. So I don't know. It is Alaska, so I guess you're allowed to camp as long as it is not private property or it says so otherwise. This is it, right here, right next to the Valdez Glacier stream. Yep, all these people are definitely boondocking here. Hey, maybe next time we come, we'll stay here. It almost looks like a mini quartzsite with much better views, especially now with this great weather. Alright, we've seen enough. Let's turn around. Let's go back to Keystone Canyon.
here we have Horsetail and Bridal Veil Falls, but we're going a little farther down the road. As we're about to cross the Low River, here's what we came to see: the remnants of an old unfinished railroad tunnel.
Well, here we have a railroad tunnel from 1906. Well, check that out, and it's a magnificent canyon. Here we have some people doing some rock climbing. Lots of contemporary pictographs. Check this place out.
Like to the left, so take your
A lot of here.
and then further right of that, down, like back in there. And then you can't get the tool, you can't get the zip in there, but you can get. That wasn't exactly what I meant.
Yeah, I think this is as far as I'm gonna go.
Yeah, the tunnel is a little bit sketchy, so I'm just gonna use the zoom. Besides, I wasn't expecting a hike, so I didn't bring my hiking shoes. That was very cool. It would be interesting to see the opening on the other side, but we're going to continue. Let's go to Worthington Glacier. Scenic overlook. Let's stop. Amazing mountains, now that we can see them thanks to this beautiful weather. We're back at Thompson Pass. And here we are.
Well, I haven't seen any information anywhere about how long is the trail, but we're gonna see if at least we can get a view of the glacier and the waterfall next to it, which is actually quite scenic.
In reality, from this vantage point, we can only see the bottom tip of the glacier. I mean, still very scenic.
Well, I guess this is it. I'm kind of disappointed. I guess this one is really receding, huh? That's all you can see. Got a lake and the glacier. There's another view of the waterfall, the glacier, and the glacial lake here. That was certainly worth a short hike.
For my $5, I would have expected a trail map, but it is still worth it. Let's go to the scenic viewpoint on the side of the road where we stopped on the way to Valdez. It is arguably a much better view. And it is. The other day, I didn't even notice the waterfall. It is definitely much larger than what you can see from the trail. Let's go back to the pass.
What an amazing view everywhere you look. And with that, let's go back down to Valdez and maybe get something to eat. Actually, this would make a great boondocking spot.
We decided to stop by Bridal Veil Falls one more time now that the weather is on our side. And it does make a difference when the weather is good.
And we're back at the RV park. Yeah, this place is really filling up. Check it out. It's like a little Japanese RV. Check this out. Maybe they can make a bonfire later. Or a pallet fire.
We're gonna walk into town. The town is definitely livelier today.
Look at the line at the nut shack.
Here we have some other Pan American Highway travelers. Tell you what, we're going to the Wheelhouse Bar and Restaurant. A bar with a view and good IPA. There comes the Lulu Bell, which is the most recommended wildlife and glacier tour here in Valdez. And in hindsight, we probably should have done it. But at this point, we've done so much in the 49th state that we kind of wanted to save some for next time, for a future visit. I mean, you know we're coming back, right? Someday. These come all the way from Mexico, and those from Argentina. Some of those mountains weren't there before, right? Or were they? The RV park has really filled up now that it is the weekend.
This is the view from the RV park.
Someone started a fire, and we've got a bald eagle here, like an omen of good luck, bidding us farewell on our upcoming journey back to the contiguous United States. Once again, last night did not get completely dark. You know what that means? No aurora borealis.
Why am I adjusting my rear view mirror? I have no idea why. OCD. Anyways, good morning. Today marks, if you will, the beginning of the end. Our last 3 days in Alaska. The epilogue of this road trip. But of course the road trip is nearly, not even nearly over, because we're gonna cross into Canada. And whether we spent a week in Canada or a month is yet to be known. So we gotta put gas here in town, and we gotta do something very cool today, I hope, if the weather cooperates. Enjoy the ride.
First things first, let's put gas, and it turns out there's a Safeway in town. A couple of days ago in Homer, we stocked up because we didn't know whether there was a large supermarket in Valdez, but I keep forgetting. This is still the touristy part of Alaska, so there's pretty much everything. Saying goodbye to Valdez. We barely knew you. And before you say anything, yes, I know we missed a few things like Valdez Glacier Lake or the Salmon Gulch Trail. That'll give us a reason to come back someday. Is that a cloud or a mountain? It is certainly a mountain. We're approaching Wrangell St. Elias National Park, the largest one in the United States. That's the pullout where we stopped a couple of days ago on our way to Valdez. Some of these distant mountains don't even look real. The atmosphere gives them this ghostly appearance. Let's stop here for a few minutes. There's supposed to be this scenic overlook. I believe this is the Copper River, but I'm actually more interested in that mountain over there. Mount Drum, perhaps? Here we are at this main crossroad. Tok straight ahead, Anchorage to the left. We're going towards Tok. But first, let's refuel here at the very busy hub of Alaska. This stretch is a reminder that not all of Alaska is super scenic, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing mountains again real soon. I see some very big mountains lurking over the horizon. We're approaching another crossroad, Paxson, Alaska. Here's where we make a left to take the Denali Highway. We did part of it, the western part, almost 4 weeks ago. And now we're going to do a section here on the eastern end. The very remote middle, we'll have to save that one for a future trip. Here we have an outstanding view of the Alaska Range. Yeah, on a clear day, the Alaska Range never disappoints. Let's stop here, take a break, and admire the views. Well, there it is, the Alaska Range. If all fails, we could boondock here. That's an amazing glacier. Here we are, Tangle Lakes Campground, where we intend to spend the night. Alright, let's see how this works. $15 per night. Alright, let's get an envelope.
and we'll fill it out. And okay, here we are. All right, let's try this side first, and if that doesn't work, we'll try the other side.
Let's look for an available site. Alright, let's make sure this one's available, and it is.
Alright, this is what we're gonna call it. Now let's go pay.
It is one of those self-check-in, first-come, first-served deals, as it is the case with most of these remote campgrounds.
Alright, we're gonna drive a short section of the Denali Highway, at least until what's the name of the mountain? Mount McLaren. Well, we may go a little farther, but not much. We're definitely not gonna go all the way to the point where we turned around. When was that? Like 3 weeks ago?
More like 4, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. I don't think we've ever spent this much time in any state, but given the size and the farness of Alaska, it deserved the 6 weeks we've been here in total. Crossing Rock Creek, there's someone tent camping. And some of this is BLM land, so you can pretty much overnight anywhere on the side of the road. I'm kind of surprised to see this whole section of the road paved, although not in the greatest condition.
Beautiful landscape here on the side of the Denali Highway. Looks like we might encounter some rain here. And people have definitely camped here. There's even a fire ring. Fire pit.
We have reached the summit of Mount McLaren. Well, not quite. There is a trail to the true summit. The views on the way down are pretty spectacular, and this was as far as I wanted to go originally, but we're gonna go a little farther since the days are so long. And we finally got caught in some rain. Here we have the McLaren Lodge as we cross the McLaren River. It would be cool to see this area in winter, the river frozen solid. The lodge is only accessible by snowmobile, dog sled, or air in the winter months. I have a feeling the best part is still ahead of us, but I think this is where I'm going to turn around, with this view of the mountains.
Well, here we are. This is where we turn around. Had I known that the Denali Highway wasn't, I mean, it's not in great condition, but it's not bad. Had I known it was this good, we would have done it with a trailer in tow. And we would have boondocked somewhere at one of these pullouts. Not this one. This one is like super off level and not exactly like a good pullout, but we're gonna turn around. We did it in about an hour going west. Now we're gonna do an hour going back east. And when we come back to Alaska in 2 to 3 years. That's kind of the plan as of now. Now we know. Now we know. The more you know. I mean, I think it gets more beautiful the farther west you go. But that's it. We're gonna call it a night. And tomorrow we continue driving north towards the Alcan. Although we're not taking the Alcan back.
Incredible mountains. And tomorrow we're heading in that direction, so here's hoping for a clear day.
There's so many bugs. So many bugs. Lots of free boondocking here in Alaska. And this would have been a nice spot to camp with those mountains in the distance.
How serene to slowly paddle your way across a lake. I'm kind of sad our time in Alaska is soon coming to an end. We're certainly going to miss these views. Let's continue. Oh, check it out! There's a bald eagle perched on that tree. I have never seen one so close. Well, that was beyond cool. I think the views of the mountains on the return trip are even better, even though there is this haze in the air that I don't know whether it's fog or smoke. It's been a bad summer when it comes to wildfires, especially in Canada. Once again approaching the McLaren River and the McLaren Lodge. That must be a commanding view from up there. Now going up to the summit of Mount McLaren. Let's stop for the view. Now, as we turn here, that's a great view and the rainbow. Let's stop to take in the view. Now we've got not one, but two rainbows. Double rainbow in the sky.
It is a little bit smoky here. Look at the color on the sun. Well, time really got away from us this morning. By the way, good morning. Work had to be done. We had to change the oil on the generator, which actually we ran this morning for a couple of hours, because this is the thing, when we are at remote places like this one with no cell phone signal, we like to run Starlink overnight, just in case there's an emergency or whatnot. Yeah, and we are so many hours of difference between here and home base in Florida. 4-hour difference. In any case, today we're heading up to Delta, then to Tok. We probably won't make it to Chicken, but we'll go as far as possible. It's gonna be a long drive today. It's gonna be one of those 300 plus mile days. And first we're gonna stop by one of the first places we stopped at when we arrived in Alaska. Bumpy road. And that is a spot where you can actually see the Alyeska Pipeline. So that's the first stop. Had forgotten pretty substantial frost heaves on this part of the road. Gotta take it slow. We're getting back on the Richardson Highway, going north. They were not lying when they said this was one of the most beautiful drives in Alaska. Let's see what this is. Who knew? Wilds Preston Richardson. Who gives this road its name? That's impressive glacier right there. And here's an interpretive sign dedicated to the women of the gold rush. There's the pipeline, once again.
As we cross the range, the weather is deteriorating rapidly.
Well, we stopped here about a month ago at the beginning of our Alaska adventure. And now we're back. It's one of the spots where you can see the pipeline. Of course, we've seen plenty of pipeline in our time here, especially during our trip up the Dalton Highway. Well, then we're gonna go to Delta Junction, which is, again, the end of the Alaska Highway. We're gonna take a little bit of the Alaska Highway to Tok and then to the top of the world. We might do something in between. By the way, the weather just deteriorated greatly here. I wanted to stop here for a moment, just because of one thing. And by the way, a little chilly, but I didn't feel like putting off my... It wasn't here, but I think there's another pull-out later, but just in case there isn't. Last time we were here, there were mountains back there.
Well, it looks like it was indeed here. What a difference the weather can make. We're only gonna do one thing here in Delta Junction. Well, two things actually. First, let's stop by Big Delta Brewing and maybe have lunch and the local India Pale Ale.
Big Delta. Well, this was supposed to be our first brewery in Alaska. It looks like it's going to be the last. We're having a very low alcohol session IPA, and we're going to continue after a quick break. Alright, that was alright. Not the best IPA I've ever had, not the worst. Now we're going to fill up and continue towards Tok. We might have lunch, late lunch at Tok. Yeah, the food here didn't seem too appealing. Oh no, fuel level low. Well, took a break, had some coffee, and now we're gonna fill up the tank and Tok, here we come.
Actually, we have one more quick stop here in Delta Junction.
And here we are once again. I mean, part of me feels like it was yesterday, part of me feels like we've been in Alaska forever. Remember the mosquitoes? We saw them in real life, but yeah, we were here about a month ago, and this happens to be the end of the Alaska Highway, which to us now is the beginning of the Alaska Highway.
It is pretty smoky heading back east towards Canada on the Alaska Highway. We're going to overnight at the same spot where we spent our first night in Alaska, at this boat ramp on the Tanana River. Yeah, we're not exactly level here. Today I'm creating a new recipe. We're going to brown some pork loin in butter, some salt, and pepper, of course. More salt, more pepper, oregano, and I'm out of vino seco, so we're going to use an IPA and let it simmer for a good 45 minutes.
Oh yeah, here we are, and if you feel a little bit of deja vu, well, you're not incorrect. This is where we spent our first night in Alaska, and this is where we're gonna spend our penultimate night in Alaska. This boat ramp here. This time, however, we are not alone. We have 3 camper vans, 3 rebels. Hey guys, I'm waiting for that pork loin to boil, you know, there in the beer for at least 45 minutes, you know, make sure it's cooked through, and then we're gonna eat. We're gonna get some work done, and well, I didn't film it. We had an incident in one of those frost heaves, and one of our shampoo and soap dispensers, you know, I guess it came off, and yeah, we lost all our shampoo and all our soap. We'll go back into Tok tomorrow morning to buy some of that, and then right here, just east of us, is the junction to take the top of the world highway, and that's what we're taking tomorrow. It's about less than 2 hours to Chicken, and then the day after tomorrow we cross into Canada. The Alaska adventure is nearly over. Well, the whole adventure is not over, but the Alaska part almost is. All right, let's finish that pork loin.
45 minutes later, I'm going to chop an onion, let's make sure the pork is fully cooked, and it is, so let's slice it. Let's cook the onions, slice the other pork loin, and put them back in.
Juicy and delicious. I think we just invented a new recipe. We don't have too many ingredients. We're trying to get rid of everything before crossing the border. So
this is the Tetlin Bridge over the Tanana River.
good morning. It's still early, but remember when we arrived a little over a month ago? We could see snow-capped mountains back there. I guess we took that good weather for granted back then. In any case, it was a quiet night here. And now we have to backtrack 10 miles towards Tok so we can get some shampoo and some soap. And then we're going towards Chicken, which will be our last point of interest here in Alaska. Well, what do you make with leftover pork loin? Well, you make pork loin scrambled eggs and bacon. Let's hope it is good. I think I did overdo it with, I put some dry rub, barbecue rub, and I put too much. Well, in half a mile here, we're about to take the famous top of the world highway.
In half a mile, turn left onto State Highway 5.
State Highway 5, also known as the road to Chicken.
By all accounts, everybody says that the road is in pretty bad condition, so wish us luck. Gonna take it slow. Dawson City, 165. That's where we're going after
Take
chicken.
the next left onto State Highway 5.
Yeah, we're gonna prolong that crossing into Canada for one more day. Here goes nothing.
Continue on State Highway 5 for 65 miles.
No road maintenance after October 15th. Okay. So that's never a good sign. So far the road is in pretty good condition, but I'm kind of sad it is so smoky because the views are not going to be that great. I mean, I've never been on this road before, so I don't know what to expect, but you would think they call it the top of the world for a reason. This part is giving me some Smoky Mountain vibes. Oh, well, we're doing so well, but now it's well, we got washboard now. Earlier we had frost heaves and potholes, and who knows what the rest of the shore, the road has in store for us. We're only 13 miles away from chicken. It deteriorated rather quickly, huh? And this part has a striking resemblance to the southern portion of the Dalton Highway. Potholes, gravel. Whoa! Very smoky. But that's that slow RV we encountered earlier. Frost heave. Here we are, arriving at a town called Chicken. As the story goes, when early miners settled the area in the late 1800s, the main source of sustenance was ptarmigan. Nowadays, the state bird, not the mosquito as we've also been told. The problem arose in 1902 when this became the second town to be incorporated in Alaska, and they couldn't agree on the spelling of ptarmigan. So, in order to avoid ridicule, they named it Chicken, and the rest is history. By the way, this is one of the RV parks, but we're going to try boondocking first. Actually, let's stop by the saloon. There's supposed to be free camping. So we've made it to Chicken, Alaska. Here we have a big cutout of a chicken. There's a chicken sculpture back there. There's a cafe and a saloon. Seems like a cool Wild West town. Let's see what they have, and then we'll find somewhere to park the rig more permanently. Only a handful of people live here year-round. Some of them due to gold mining, which is still active in the area. But to be honest, I think the town lives mostly of tourism and its peculiar name. Okay, this is different. I've seen bars with dollar bills and other things, but this one has caps and undergarments. Here they have license plates, even a Florida one. And there's no one else here, not even a bartender. Cool, a record player. They have these huge cinnamon rolls and even a liquor store. And the Chicken Mercantile Emporium.
As I said, here we are, Chicken, Alaska. And yeah, it says free camping. He said to park anywhere as long as we are not blocking anybody or anything. And yeah, it's a unique place. They have the store, saloon, the cafe. It's all the same thing. And here we have a big cutout of a chicken. Let me show you back here what they have. They have an old style pump. Maybe I should add my sticker to it. I don't see why not. And then back here, if you see the outhouse, the pictures are the chickens. That's pretty cool. They're really embracing the chicken motif here, for sure. Now after we charge our battery a little bit here, I turned on the generator for a couple hours just to top off the battery. We're gonna go around town, take a look. Oh yeah, we're gonna visit the statue of the chicken and all that good stuff. But first we have 2 stickers to mail, so it's a 10-minute walk to the post office. So let's do that first. And by the way, today of all days is the first day in a while where it is kind of hot. I mean, 77 degrees. Laugh at me all you want. But after so many days in the 50s and 40s and 60s, 77 feels hot in the sun.
There it is. And that's why the chicken crossed the road.
This road could collapse any moment, huh? Look at that. I guess that's it. There we go. Let's go back into town. Beautiful flowers. Still very smoky here in Chicken, Alaska. Walking down from the post office. Yeah, look at that. Look at this road.
As I said, there are 2 RV parks in town, and this is one of them, the Gold Panner Chicken Creek RV Park.
Ooh, gold.
And chickens.
There's a bridge here, let's see. Well, not the most stable bridge here. We have some people gold panning back there in the creek here. And yeah, whoa. Now we're pondering the possibility of staying at one of the 2 RV parks here in town. They're only electric, at least this one is only electric, but never know. Gonna check out the other one. And this is the other RV park. But too many trees, so we might check out the other one or reposition ourselves where we are. Yeah, it is very pretty. Oh, they have a chicken there too. Let me show you the chicken.
It looks like an angry bird, this one. This is the famous Pedro Gold Dredge, built in California, and it operated in Fairbanks from 1938 until 1958, when it was shipped to Chicken Creek, where it was in use until 1967. They do offer tours, but it is kind of late.
Wide open electric sites.
Yep, Pelistar will definitely work here. And here's that famous statue of a chicken.
Well, this is the famous chicken sculpture. And the signs with all towns around the world. that has a, you know, like a chicken reference in their name. Let's inquire at the RV park and see if we can move here.
Rooster, Denmark. 2 Egg, Florida. We have to go there sometime. Chicabugala, Australia. That's actually a mountain. Very, very cool sign.
It really does feel like a ghost town here. There's no one. Let's see if the saloon's still open.
Don't be misled by the apparent solitude here. There's people everywhere. In fact, the saloon is full.
Well, we had something called Sex in the RV. It was good. OJ with vodka and some other stuff. But there's no Wi-Fi here, so we gotta get back.
Here we have some art. And that's it for our last full day in Alaska. By the way, we only have 20 amp service here, but the Truma Aventa runs on 20 amps, so we were able to run the AC in the warm afternoon, and it was all good. That's it, the whole town of Chicken. You're looking at it. Did we forget anything? Apparently not. Saying goodbye to Chicken. Oh wait, we're going the wrong way. It's been one of those mornings. Let's see if we can make a UE here. Yep, now we're on the right track.
Riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV. Yeah, I'm riding, I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV. Yeah.
This is probably the worst part of the road, but the views are pretty good, even with all this smoke. Check it out! Pavement! Pretty good pavement too. We must be getting close to the border. It's like they're rolling out the gray carpet for us, or something like that. Here we are. We are now officially on the Yukon. And that's it for the pavement. The gray carpet didn't last long. Took a break here, had some light breakfast, which, by the way, that was the easiest border crossing ever. They only ask us, well, they always do firearms and where we were going and how long we were going to be in Canada, and that's about it. And what state we were crossing into in the United States. Which, by the way, that last stretch of the going to the Sun Road, not going to the Sun Road, how's it called? The top of the world highway, before it got smooth, I think that was worse than the Dalton. I mean, it was the worst washboard. Luckily, nothing broke back there. Oh, now we have about 2-hour drive to Dawson City. So it is so smoky. I'm only gonna have the front
Continue
camera
on Yukon 9 South for 102 kilometers.
Oh, kilometers! Yeah, I did change into metric, so now we're gonna be all confused for a couple of days until we get used to metric. Our time in Alaska is not quite over yet. We have one last destination, but in order to get there, we have to drive through the Yukon and British Columbia to an exclave called Hyder. It is a beautiful drive on the 37A going towards Seward, British Columbia. It is magnificent. Video doesn't really do it justice. Look at that glacier! I believe this one is called Bear Glacier, and according to what I've read, it's been retreating for many years. Let's get a little closer, maybe get a better view. Oh yeah, check that out. It is a stunning drive. Too bad the sun is right in front of us. This would be a much better drive in the morning. Just 2 miles away from Seward, which is nestled in this gorgeous valley. Seward here seems to be a pretty nice town, but that is not where we're going today. There's the border checkpoint, but you only have to stop on the way back to Canada. So here we are, Hyder, Alaska.
Here we are, we made it to Hyder, Alaska.
That's the Glacier Inn on the left. We'll be back. It is still early. It is surreal to finally be in this place I've read so much about and watched so many videos. This unique slice of the United States in Canada. This is it. This is the RV park. Camp Run Amok, it is called. And what we saw, it's also pretty much the whole town. There are some side streets and such, but you know what I mean. I don't recall how much this place was because I paid cash, but it was fairly cheap. Let's go get Hyderized, or something like that. Here we are. There is a no filming sign for no particular reason, but apparently still pictures are okay. It is completely deserted, so we're just gonna have an IPA and go home.
Well, there was a sign saying no filming, so I just took a couple of pictures. It's a pretty unique bar. Today there was no one there. I mean, today's what? Saturday? Sunday? I don't even... It's Saturday. You would think, right?
Let's go back to the RV park. Tomorrow, we'll continue exploring.
Well, good night from Hyder, Alaska.
The parking lot is full. Remote but very popular place. There seems to be additional parking farther down the road.
Good morning. Parking lot's full, so this place is more popular than I thought.
Wildlife viewing 170 meters. I guess we're using a mixture of metric and imperial around here.
And now we're the ones inside a cage.
I wonder why they call it Fish Creek.
Come on, look at all the salmon in the water.
I think that's why.
What a hard life, that of the salmon. Swimming against the current, only to get eaten by a bear.
Here we have some ruins. I don't really know what it is. Here we have some bear skin samples, brown and black. And as you can see, black is not really black, it's kind of dark brown. And this is the main observation area.
The ranger said that bear activity has been slow. There was one grizzly this morning, but he left. Which is odd because salmon activity, as you can see, is very high. So maybe we'll get lucky.
Wow. We may not get to see bears today, but the salmon and the seagulls, I believe they're seagulls, are pretty fascinating. The camera doesn't really capture it, but it is so beautiful out here. Yes, some of those shallow parts of the creek can be a death sentence for the swimming salmon, and a feast for the seagulls.
Yeah, that one looks like it's dying. It's stuck. No, it's coming back. Okay.
From July 1st through September 20th, in order to visit this place, you need to purchase a pass at the Tongass National Forest website through recreation.gov. It is just $5 for a one-day pass.
No. That does not look good for him.
It is fascinating, enthralling I should say, watching them struggle in the shallow water. And kind of sad too. A wrong move could lead to their demise. But then again, they could get eaten by a bear, which arguably would be a faster, more humane death. No matter which way you put it, it is a hard life, that of the salmon.
It's too shallow. The bird is there waiting for it.
We could spend all day here, watching the salmon struggle, waiting for a bear to show up, but we're going to continue.
Oh yeah, plenty of salmon, but no bear, so we're gonna go see the glacier. We'll be back in the afternoon, or around noon, I don't know, sometime.
Just a few feet past Fish Creek, the road turns into dirt. It is going to be a dusty ride. Oh no, construction coming up. And there is supposed to be this rather large mining operation on the Canada side. Yes, by the way, we're going back into Canada.
Technically, we're back
Welcome
in Canada.
to Canada.
Oh, thank you. We're back in Canada. Well, almost.
There we go. The speed limit sign in kilometers is a clear sign we are no longer in the United States. There is no border checkpoint or customs or anything like that, since the only way to get here is on this road, which actually comes from Canada anyway. I was investigating, and it seems to be a gold mine right here in what is called the Golden Triangle of northwestern British Columbia. There seems to be a lot of gold in this area. Let's take a quick look.
Look at that.
Yes, you can see the mine from here, and it is huge.
Wow.
Yep.
We continue on this dusty road. Yay, expedition vehicle. Here's our first glimpse at Salmon Glacier. The first of many, I'm sure. This is just the toe of the glacier, just a very small part. Every few hundred yards or so, you feel compelled to stop or slow down and admire the striking scenery before your eyes. And we've been blessed with such great weather today. Check out this view. Somewhere down there, crossing the river, is the border with Alaska. But nature doesn't seem to care which country it belongs to. It is all gorgeous around here. They don't look like much from afar, but as you zoom in, you realize those are some amazing waterfalls. We're starting to get some stunning views of the glacier now. And even though this is not the official viewing point, we're gonna stop. We are very close though.
the edge.
Look at the surface, all fractured, cracked. Here's from a slightly different vantage point. That's the way to do it. Helicopter tour.
I was beginning to question the wisdom of driving on that grueling dirt road all the way up here. A whole hour. But I think it was worth it. I mean, the camera will never do justice to actually standing up here on this rock, but that's an incredible sight. Well, the mosquitoes up here are relentless, but yeah, definitely worth the view from up here. Let's see if we can get all the way down there.
There must be a helicopter base somewhere nearby.
I'm glad I didn't fly the drone.
Very similar view from down here, but you can see more of the dirty edge, I guess.
There. It goes downhill.
The road keeps going for a few more miles, so let's see how far we can go. It is a stunningly beautiful drive. Definitely a fitting end to our time in the frontier. Yes, because after this, we're going south. Here's from a slightly different angle. You gotta stop often because everywhere you look, there is a magnificent view. I mean, look at that waterfall. And here's an even better angle. I wonder where all that water goes.
This is.
I see no information anywhere about this tunnel, so do comment if you know what this is. Let's continue on this road a little longer, which according to Google Maps it is called Grand Duck Road. I think this is where we're going to turn around. According to the map, the road dead ends at a mining camp in about a mile anyway, so let's turn around.
Hello there. Here's a different view. Another tow, perhaps, on this side. What a drive. And the road is a little rough in parts, but I think pretty much any vehicle could make it. I mean, I wouldn't tow a fifth wheel on it because of the tight turns, or a Class A for that matter, but as far as ground clearance, it is not bad. Not bad at all. We're getting close to the viewpoint. Oh, it is magnificent. I'm running out of adjectives here. Anyway, let's stop one more time. So the chopper landed down there. Maybe it is like a hiking tour or something like that? More research shall go into this, because we might be back in a couple of years when we decide to do the Dempster Highway. Yes, we're already planning another trip to the Arctic. We just can't get enough of this place. There it is. That's the actual toe of the glacier. I guess it melts into this river here. Look at that. I just realized this is the same river we saw earlier, the one that eventually straddles the border. A lot more people coming now, and it is so dusty. Let's get a better view of the mine. The mine. I really hope they know what they're doing. We're about to cross the border. Salmon Glacier self-guided tour. Premier border crossing. Let's get back to Hyder, get hitched up, and continue the journey south. I don't think we're going back to Fish Creek. This is it. This is the last time we're going to see Alaska this year. Going back to Canada, and then south to the lower 48. I didn't turn on the rooftop GoPro, so we don't really have any footage of the border crossing. And let me tell you, sometimes they really grill you with questions. So many waterfalls in these mountains.
Of course, we had to stop one more time to see Bear Glacier, and it is magnificent. As a lone black bear bids us farewell, I can't help but reminisce on the past 6 weeks. Well, for you, almost 11 hours. Will we ever return to the last frontier? Only time will tell. But for now, this is the end. I hope you have enjoyed our adventures in Alaska. And as always, thank you so much for watching. And see you on the road.
I'm riding in my RV.